The Lure of the Mask. Welcome, my friends, to Stories of Crime. I am so deeply grateful to have you here with us in this quiet, sacred space where the shadows speak and the truth waits patiently to be revealed. Take a deep breath, leave the noisy world behind, and let the warmth of this moment settle over you. Today, we are embarking on an extraordinary journey together, a journey into the very heart of mystery, obsession, and the elegant dances of the human soul. Together, we are about to step into the mesmerizing world of Harold McGrath's classic masterpiece, The Lure of the Mask. Close your eyes and let your imagination take flight. There is a profound, almost frightening beauty in the mysteries we keep from one another, and perhaps the mysteries we keep from ourselves. What is it that draws us to the unknown? Why are we so effortlessly captivated by a voice in the dark, a face hidden from view, or a secret that promises both salvation and ruin? The human heart is a complex labyrinth of light and shadow, and in this breathtaking tale, we explore the irresistible pull of the unseen. It is a story of passion, of stolen glances, and of the dangerous games we play when we dare to peer behind the masquerade of society. As this audio journey unfolds in your ears, let the world around you dissolve. You are not merely listening to a story. You are living it, breathing it, feeling every pulse of suspense and every ache of desire. Every word of this performance has been crafted to wrap around you like a velvet cloak. I invite you to stay with us, to lose yourself in this exquisite tapestry of sound and emotion, and to journey with us until the very last word is spoken and the final mask is lifted. Let us begin. A voice in the fog. There is an ancient, quiet truth that whispers to us only when the world goes dark and the boundaries of our neat, organized lives begin to blur. It is the realization that we are, all of us, searching for something we cannot quite name, a forgotten frequency of the soul that we lost somewhere in the noise of survival. We build strong walls, amass comfort, and decorate our days with routine, yet we remain strangely hollow, waiting for a catalyst to wake us from our comfortable slumber. Imagine, if you will, a night when the physical world dissolves, leaving only the raw, echoing chambers of the heart. Picture a dense, viscous fog rolling in off the harbor of New York, a heavy, velvet shroud of gray and silver that swallows the towering monoliths of stone and iron. On this night, the grand metropolis is not a bustling center of commerce, but a silent, ghostly labyrinth. The street lamps are reduced to feeble, amber halos, casting long, shivering shadows across the wet cobblestones. The world has grown quiet, save for the deep, mournful groans of distant harbor foghorns, sounding like ancient sea beasts calling out in their loneliness. It is in this profound isolation, where the visual world is stripped away, that our story begins. For it is only when we are blinded that we truly begin to hear. Let us enter the quiet sanctuary of a high-ceilinged apartment overlooking the mist-shrouded streets. Here lives John Hillard, a man of immense wealth, refined taste, and devastating boredom. He stands by his tall window, the warmth of his hearth fire reflecting dimly against the glass. He has lived a life of absolute privilege, where every desire was met before it could even mature into a dream. Yet, as he looks out into the damp, impenetrable white darkness, he feels a profound emptiness, a spiritual stagnation that no amount of gold or status can cure. He is a prisoner of his own safety. Suddenly, cutting through the damp chill of the night, a sound arises. It is not the harsh clang of a streetcar or the shouting of a lost traveler. It is a voice. A soprano voice of such exquisite, heartbreaking beauty that the very air seems to tremble in its presence. The melody is foreign, a rich, operatic air that rises and falls with the grace of a swooping bird, weaving through the thick fog like a golden thread. It is a voice that carries the weight of 1,000 untold griefs and the radiant hope of an unblemished dawn. Hillard stands frozen, his breath catching in his throat. In this single, transcendent moment, his comfortable, gray world is shattered. The voice belongs to a woman whose face is hidden by the mist, a figure who will soon be known only as the Masked Singer. And with that single song, a question is carved into Hillard's soul, a question that now extends to you, the listener. How far would you go? What comforts would you abandon to find a voice that has touched the deepest, most secret part of your being? To understand the power of this moment, we must first examine the nature of this auditory enchantment. Close your eyes and recall a time when a single sound, a strain of music, or perhaps the gentle tone of a loved one's voice, bypassed your intellect and struck directly at your heart. In our first cinematic exploration, let us walk with Hillard as he opens his window, allowing the icy, damp air to rush into his warm room. He leans out into the abyss of the fog. The harbor foghorns continue their low, bass rhythm, a steady, mechanical heartbeat of the city. But the soprano voice rises above this industrial thrumming, pure and defying the gravity of the heavy air. The singer is invisible, hidden somewhere in the white void below. Hillard feels a sudden, terrifying vulnerability. The voice is singing of love, of loss, of a passion so intense that it borders on madness. He does not know the words, yet he understands every syllable. His heart beats in wild synchronization with a vibrato. He realizes that this voice knows him better than he knows himself. It is calling out to his dormant spirit, demanding that he wake up, that he feel, that he live. Psychologically, this dynamic is incredibly profound. Why does an anonymous voice in the dark hold such hypnotic power over us? It is because the human brain is wired to find meaning in the unseen. When our primary sense, sight, is compromised, our subconscious mind steps forward to fill the void. The voice becomes a blank canvas upon which we project our deepest longings, our ideal companion, and our lost innocence. In psychology, this is akin to the concept of the animer or the animus, the idealized inner opposite that we search for in the external world. When Hillard hears this voice, he is not merely hearing a talented singer. He is hearing the echo of his own neglected soul. The anonymity of the singer acts as a mirror, reflecting his own hidden desires back at him. By remaining unseen, the voice bypasses his rational defenses, his cynicism, and his social conditioning. It speaks directly to his primal self. This is why we are so often drawn to the mysterious, the unfinished, and the hidden. It allows us to dream without the limiting boundaries of reality. To apply this to your own life, you must learn the art of sacred listening. In our hyperconnected, visually saturated world, we are constantly bombarded by noise and flashing screens. We have forgotten how to hear the subtle, quiet melodies of our own lives. To practice this, carve out a moment of absolute silence today. Sit in a darkened room, close your eyes, and listen to the ambient sounds around you. Filter out the distractions and listen for the metaphorical voice in your own fog. Is there a creative urge, a forgotten dream, or a deep-seated need that you have drowned out with a busy work of daily existence? Actively listen to the tone of your inner thoughts. Are they harsh and critical, or are they whispering of adventure and healing? By learning to tolerate the silence and the fog of uncertainty in your own life, you prepare yourself to hear the genuine callings of your destiny when they finally arise. Now let us explore our second key point, the paradox of the wealthy, bored protagonist and the allure of the masked woman. Hillard represents a very specific, yet universally relatable, human struggle. He is a man who has conquered the material world but lost his connection to the spiritual. In our next cinematic scene, we observe him the morning after the voice in the fog. He sits in his opulent library, surrounded by rare, leather-bound books, exquisite paintings, and the finest furniture money can buy, yet he looks at these treasures with a sense of profound detachment. They are dead things. They cannot sing. They cannot mystery. His thoughts are entirely consumed by the memory of the voice and the rumor he has heard of a mysterious, masked woman who performs in the private salons of the elite, never revealing her face. The mask is not merely a piece of silk or velvet. It is a boundary, a challenge, and a promise. It represents the ultimate mystery. The mask tells him that her beauty is not for the casual observer, that to truly see her, he must earn her trust, he must embark on a quest. This classic dynamic speaks directly to our subconscious understanding of desire. We do not value that which is easily obtained. Human psychology is rooted in the pursuit. When everything is handed to us, our minds fall into a state of safe, comfortable decay, a psychological hibernation. The masked woman represents the antidote to this decay. She is the wild, untamed element that cannot be bought with Hillard's gold. Her mask forces him to engage his imagination, to become active rather than passive. In our own lives, we often find ourselves stuck in comfortable patterns. We choose the predictable job, the safe relationship, the mundane routine, because they offer security. But in doing so, we put a mask over our own potential. We hide our true faces from the world out of fear of rejection. The irony is that we are drawn to the mystery of others while desperately hiding our own mysteries. To navigate this pattern, you must begin to gently remove your own mask while embracing the constructive mysteries of your life. Ask yourself, What parts of your true self have you hidden behind a facade of professionalism, politeness, or indifference? Write down 3 things you genuinely feel passionate about but have kept secret from others out of fear of judgment. This week, share one of those passions with a trusted friend. By revealing a piece of your authentic self, you break the spell of the comfortable mask. Furthermore, look at the areas of your life that feel stagnant. Introduce a healthy element of mystery or challenge. Take a different route to work. Pick up a book on a subject you know nothing about, or strike up a conversation with a stranger. Allow yourself to be intrigued by the unknown, and recognize that the feeling of boredom is not a permanent state, but a call to adventure. This brings us to our third key point, and perhaps the most crucial, the central question of how far one would go to find a voice that touched their soul. This is the moment of decision, the threshold of the hero's journey. Let us paint a final, dramatic scene. It is several nights later. The fog has returned, even thicker than before. Hillard stands at his door, his hand resting on the brass handle. He knows that if he steps out into the night, he is abandoning his warm fire, his security, and his predictable future. He is stepping into a world where he might be laughed at, deceived, or broken-hearted. He hears the distant, haunting strain of the soprano voice once more, drifting through the keyhole like a summons. He takes a deep breath, turns the key, and steps out into the cold, wet night. He does not know where the road will lead, only that he cannot remain where he is. The search has begun. This quest is a metaphor for the psychological awakening we must all undergo if we wish to live fully. The voice in the fog is your calling, your purpose, your true self. The journey to find it is never easy. It requires us to leave the safety of our established identities and venture into the unknown spaces of our psyche. It requires courage to face the fog of doubt, the cold wind of criticism, and the wet, slick cobblestones of failure. Many people hear the voice but choose to close their windows, draw their velvet curtains, and pretend they heard nothing. They turn up the fire and try to find comfort in their possessions. But the tragedy of the unlived life is far greater than the pain of a difficult journey. The psychological cost of ignoring your calling is a slow, creeping bitterness, a sense of regret that poisons every comfort you possess. To apply this to your own life, you must identify your own voice in the fog and take the first, courageous step toward it. What is that one thing you have always wanted to do, but have put off because the timing wasn't perfect, or because you were afraid of failing? Is it writing a book, starting a business, mending a broken relationship, or learning a new art? Recognize that the fog will never completely clear before you start. You will never have absolute certainty. The courage does not come from knowing the outcome. It comes from deciding that the search itself is worth the risk. Take one small, practical step today. If you want to write, write one page. If you want to heal a relationship, send a simple, honest message. Step out of your doorway and into the mist. Trust that with each step you take, your vision will clear, and the voice will grow louder, guiding you home. In summary, We have traveled through the damp, mysterious streets of New York, guided by the hauntingly beautiful voice of an anonymous masked singer. We have seen how this atmospheric setting serves as a powerful metaphor for our own lives, where the noise of the world often drowns out the deepest whispers of our souls. We have explored the psychological depth of the auditory hook, the profound allure of the masked mystery, and the transformative power of the quest to find what truly matters. We have learned that comfort can be a prison, and that security is often the enemy of growth. As we close this chapter, let us leave John Hillard as he disappears into the swirling silver mists of the city, his eyes straining to see, his ears attuned to every vibration of the damp air, his heart filled with a terrifying, beautiful hope. The voice is still singing, somewhere ahead, just out of reach, calling him forward into a grand, unpredictable destiny. In our next chapter, we will follow him as he enters the glittering, deceptive world of the secret salons, where the masks are many, the secrets are deep, and the true identity of the singer begins to unravel, revealing a web of intrigue that will challenge everything he believes about love, truth, and himself. Listen closely, for the mist is shifting, and the next notes of the melody are about to play. Unmasking the adventure. Who are we when we think no one is watching? Behind the carefully constructed facades of our daily routines, within the quietest corridors of our minds, there lies a persistent, beautiful longing. It is a yearning not merely for change, but for mystery, for that sudden, electric spark of the unexpected that reminds us we are truly alive. Welcome, my friend, to this shared space of imagination and emotion. I invite you to take a deep, slow breath, to let the heavy mantle of your day slip from your shoulders, and to join me on a journey that will span 259 minutes of romance, intrigue, and profound human connection. Together, we are about to step into the fog-shrouded streets of old New York and embark upon a grand adventure across the ocean to the sun-drenched, secret-filled hills of Italy. This is our introduction to the classic masterpiece, The Lure of the Mask, written by Harold MacGrath in the year 1908. As your narrator, your guide, and your companion through this auditory tapestry, I wish to offer you not just a recitation of words, but an emotional refuge. We live in an era of relentless noise, of screens and immediate gratification, where the magic of anticipation is so often lost. But here, in this story, we will rediscover the exquisite torture of suspense, the sublime beauty of a voice heard through the dark, and the transformative power of a love that defies convention. Let us begin by understanding the nature of our guidepost on this journey. To act as your narrator is a responsibility I do not take lightly. I am not merely reading a text. I am opening a door to another era, acting as a bridge between your modern heart and the elegant, slow-burning passions of the Edwardian world. Imagine, if you will, sitting in a dimly lit room as the rain beats a soft, rhythmic tempo against the window pane. The world outside is cold gray and indifferent, but inside, beside a crackling fire that casts long, dancing shadows across the walls, an old friend leans forward to share a secret. This is the atmosphere we are creating together. Think of a young woman, perhaps someone you might know, who feels utterly lost in the mechanical predictability of her existence. She works, she smiles, she fulfills every expectation, yet her soul feels as though it is sleeping in a gilded cage. One evening, she decides to walk home by a different path, through an unfamiliar park where the mist hangs low. Suddenly, from the shadows, she hears the solitary, achingly beautiful notes of a violin. She cannot see the player, only the silhouette of a figure beneath a street lamp, shrouded in the fog. In that single moment of auditory beauty, her heart rate quickens, the cage doors open, and she realizes that the world still holds mysteries worth pursuing. This is the very essence of what a narrator does. I am that voice in the mist, calling to you, inviting you to step off the well-worn path of your daily life and venture into the beautiful unknown. Psychologically, why do we need this? Why do we crave the guidance of a voice to lead us through the dark? From our very earliest childhood, the human voice has been our primary source of comfort and orientation. We are hardwired to seek connection through narrative. When we listen to a story, our brains synchronize with the storyteller, a phenomenon known as neural coupling. We begin to feel what the characters feel, to breathe when they breathe. In a world that often demands we wear our own protective masks of invulnerability and efficiency, listening to a tale of romance and mystery allows our subconscious to let its guard down. It gives us permission to feel deeply, to experience fear, longing, and joy in a safe, sacred space. By allowing me to guide you, you are engaging in a form of emotional restoration, healing the disconnect between your external persona and your internal, passionate self. To apply this to your own life today, I ask you to practice the art of active, surrendered listening. As we embark on this journey, do not simply listen with your intellect. Listen with your senses. When I describe the cold, damp air of a New York night, feel the chill on your own skin. When I speak of the mysterious soprano voice singing in the darkness, let that sound resonate in your own chest. Practice shedding your own daily mask of control. Allow yourself to be vulnerable to the story, to not know what lies around the next corner, and to find peace in that unknowing. This is how we cultivate a sense of wonder in our everyday lives, by practicing it here, one chapter at a time. Now, let us turn our gaze back to the year 1908, the historical and thematic cradle of Harold McGrath's classic novel. The Edwardian era was a time of profound transition. The rigid, moralistic structures of the Victorian age were beginning to soften, yet the roaring, chaotic modernism of the 20th century had not yet fully arrived. It was a golden, fleeting moment of elegance, where technological marvels like ocean liners and early automobiles existed side by side with horse-drawn carriages and handwritten letters. It was a world of high society, of grand opera houses, of strict social etiquettes, and yet, beneath that polished, glittering surface, there was a desperate hunger for individual freedom and authentic passion. The lure of the mask captures this historical tension perfectly. Consider the image of a great steamship pulling away from a New York pier in 1908. The air is thick with a smell of coal smoke, sea salt, and the expensive perfumes of the wealthy travelers lining the decks. Thousands of people stand on the dock, waving handkerchiefs, their faces blurred by the rising steam. On board, a young man stands apart from the crowd. He is wealthy, cultured, and yet deeply unfulfilled. He has everything society tells him he should want, yet his eyes are fixed on the horizon, searching for something he cannot name. He is running away from the predictable future mapped out for him, chasing a voice, a ghost, a masked dream that he heard through a window on a foggy night. This cinematic image represents the collective unconscious of an entire generation on the brink of change, poised between the safety of the past and the wild, unpredictable promise of the future. The psychological significance of the mask in this era, and indeed in our own lives, cannot be overstated. The mask is one of the oldest human metaphors. It represents the duality of our existence. We all have a public self, the persona we present to the world to secure acceptance, status, and safety. But we also have a shadow self, a hidden reservoir of desires, fears, and artistic impulses that we keep locked away. In McGrath's novel, the physical mask worn by the mysterious singer is not just a plot device. It is a symbol of this universal human condition. Why are we so deeply lured by what is hidden? It is because the mask acts as a mirror for our own hidden depths. When we encounter someone who is masked, someone who refuses to be fully known, it ignites our subconscious desire to be truly seen ourselves. We project our deepest longings onto the mystery, hoping that by unmasking the other, we might finally find the courage to unmask ourselves. To apply this profound dynamic to your own life, I invite you to contemplate the masks you wear. Ask yourself, what parts of your true nature have you hidden away to satisfy the expectations of others? Are you hiding your passion, your creativity, or your capacity for deep, irrational love behind a mask of pragmatism and sensibility? As we listen to this story of a man obsessed with finding the woman behind the mask, let it serve as a gentle, persistent prompt for you to explore your own hidden chambers. Use this narrative as a safe laboratory to experiment with vulnerability, remembering that the most beautiful aspects of our humanity are often those we keep most carefully guarded. Finally, I invite you to relax and fully prepare your mind, body, and spirit for this journey of mystery, music, and international intrigue. This is not our journey to be rushed. It is a slow, luxurious immersion. The Lure of the Mask is a story where music acts as a bridge between souls, where a single operatic aria heard through the gloom of a New York street can alter the course of multiple lives. It is a story that will take us from the bustling, energetic avenues of Manhattan to the ancient, whispering ruins of Monte Carlo and the breathtaking, sunlit vistas of Tuscany. It is a tale of secret identities, of artistic devotion, of Italian conspiracies, and of a love so fierce that it refuses to be bound by the conventions of geography or class. Picture a quiet Italian villa perched high on a cliff overlooking the shimmering, sapphire waters of the Mediterranean. The air is warm, thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and ancient stone. Below, the waves lap gently against the rocks. On the terrace, a piano plays a haunting melody that seems to drift up into the starlit sky, mingling with the breeze. A woman stands in the shadows of the colonnade, her face half hidden by a delicate lace mask, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and profound anticipation. She is waiting for the one man who had the courage to follow her voice across the world. This is the destination of our emotional journey, a place of intense beauty and dramatic resolution, where the masks we wear must eventually fall away, leaving only the raw, beautiful truth of who we are. This dynamic of seeking and finding, of listening for the music of our lives, is essential for our psychological well-being. Modern life often numbs us, dulling our senses with routine and digital distractions. We forget how to listen to the subtle melodies of our own intuition, the quiet whispers of our hearts telling us which way to go. Music, in its purest form, bypasses our logical, defensive minds and speaks directly to our emotional core. It has the power to evoke memories we thought we had forgotten, to heal old wounds, and to inspire us to take bold, life-altering risks. By preparing yourself to engage with the musical and mysterious elements of this story, you are opening your own internal channels to the beauty and synchronicity of the universe. To prepare yourself practically for this immersive experience, I suggest you create a small ritual of listening. Find a comfortable place to sit or lie down, free from immediate distractions. Perhaps dim the lights or close your eyes, letting the sound of my voice become your entire landscape. Let go of the need to analyze, to plan, or to worry about the future. Simply allow the words to wash over you like a warm tide. Let your breath synchronize with the rhythm of the prose. As we turn the page and begin this extraordinary adventure, remember that you are not a passive observer. You are an active participant in this beautiful act of co-creation, bringing your own heart, your own dreams, and your own secret fears to meet the characters on the page. In this introductory chapter, we have set our course and prepared our hearts for the long, beautiful journey ahead. We have welcomed the silence, established our trust in the guiding voice of the narrative, and explored the rich, historical tapestry of Harold MacGrath's classic 1908 romance. We have looked deeply into the mirror of the mask, recognizing its power to hide, to reveal, and to allure. And we have opened our senses to the promise of music, mystery, and international intrigue that awaits us in the chapters to come. As we transition now from this moment of preparation into the story itself, let the modern world fade away entirely. Let the walls of your room dissolve into the damp, heavy fog of a New York night in early spring. Listen closely, for the air is thick with anticipation. The street lamps cast a faint, yellow glow through the mist, and the sound of distant carriages hums in the background. Someone is standing by an open window, looking out into the gloom, waiting, listening, just as you are. A deep silence falls over the city, a silence that is about to be shattered by the most beautiful, mysterious voice ever heard, a voice that will change everything. Let us take that final, courageous step together into the fog, as we begin Chapter 1 and yield to the irresistible lure of the mask. Chapter 1: The Voice in the Fog. There is a peculiar, almost sacred melancholy that descends upon a great city when it is swallowed by the mist. It is a silence that does not merely quiet the streets, but seems to press against the very glass of our souls, forcing us to look inward at the things we have spent a lifetime trying to outrun. We find ourselves asking, in those quiet, shrouded hours, if we are truly living, or if we are merely ghosts navigating a labyrinth of our own making. This is the story of a night when the fog did not just obscure the world, but rearranged it entirely. It is the story of Templeton Hilliard, a man of comfortable means and uncomfortable emptiness, who stood at the window of his Gramercy Park apartment in New York City, looking out into an ocean of opalescent white. On this fateful night, the world was reduced to nothing but shadows and whispers, and Hilliard was about to learn that sometimes the only way to find your life is to lose your way in the dark. To understand Hilliard is to understand the quiet tragedy of the modern soul. He was a man who had everything the world deemed necessary for happiness, yet he possessed none of the fire that makes that happiness real. He was enveloped in a profound, existential boredom, a state of being where the days bled together in a gray wash of routine and polite indifference. The heavy New York fog that clung to the iron railings of the park outside his window was a perfect physical manifestation of his inner world. It was thick, damp, and impenetrable, swallowing the light of the gas lamps and turning the bustling metropolis into a cavern of muffled silence. Let us pause for a moment and look at Hilliard through the eyes of compassion. Imagine him standing there, holding a glass of amber liquid he had no real desire to drink, looking out into a void. The city, usually so loud and demanding, had been silenced, leaving him alone with the one thing he feared most, the echo of his own heartbeat in an empty room. This is the first great dynamic of our journey, the fog of existence. It is that paralyzing comfort, that suffocating safety where nothing goes wrong, but nothing truly happens either. Consider the psychological weight of this state. When we allow ourselves to drift into existential boredom, our minds begin to shut down the channels of deep feeling to protect us from the pain of our unfulfilled potential. We create a fog of busy work, of superficial relationships, of endless distraction, all to avoid facing the terrifying truth that we are asleep at the wheel of our own lives. It is a defense mechanism, a subconscious shield against the terror of insignificance. But like any shield, it also prevents us from feeling the warmth of the sun. It holds us back by convincing us that safety is synonymous with survival, when in truth, safety without passion is merely a slow, comfortable death. If you find yourself in your own version of this fog today, if you feel that the days are passing you by in a blur of gray routine, let this be your gentle guide. The first step to breaking through the mist is not to fight it, but to acknowledge its presence. Do not run from the silence. Instead, sit with it. Allow yourself to feel the discomfort of your boredom. Ask yourself, in the quietest corner of your heart? What is the dream you have buried beneath the damp earth of practicality? What is the voice you have silenced so that you could fit into the quiet, orderly life you built? When you stop trying to escape the fog with superficial noise, you create the space for something miraculous to be heard. And then, out of the heart of that suffocating silence, it came. It did not begin as a loud intrusion, but as a delicate thread of sound, so pure and crystalline that Hilliard wondered for a moment if his own mind was finally breaking under the strain of his isolation. It was a voice. A woman's voice, singing an operatic aria of such breathtaking beauty and devastating sorrow that it seemed to vibrate the very glass of his window pane. It rose from the invisible street below, floating through the damp air like a golden thread weaving through a shroud of gray. It was anonymous, disembodied, and utterly mesmerizing. Let us paint this scene in the theater of your mind. Hilliard stood frozen, the glass slipping slightly in his grasp, his breath catching in his throat. The voice was singing an old Italian melody, a song of lost love and eternal longing. It was a performance that belonged in the grandest opera houses of Europe, yet here it was, pouring out into the cold, wet, empty streets of New York at midnight, offered up to the blank canvas of the fog. There was no audience, no applause, no spotlight. There was only the singer, the song, and the listener who did not yet know he was being rescued. This moment represents the sudden, disruptive grace that occasionally breaks through our self-imposed numbness. It is the siren call of our unlived lives. Psychologically, when we encounter something of sublime, unadulterated beauty, it bypasses our intellectual defenses and strikes directly at our emotional core. It acts as a psychic shockwave, shattering the calcified layers of apathy we have built around our hearts. This is why a simple melody, a line of poetry, or a sudden sunset can sometimes bring us to tears without our knowing why. It is our soul recognizing what it has lost, and crying out in recognition. The voice in the fog was not just a beautiful song. It was a mirror reflecting back to Hilliard the depth of his own capacity to feel, a capacity he had long thought dead. To apply this to your own life, you must learn to become a collector of these sudden graces. We are often so focused on our goals, our schedules, and our anxieties that we walk right past the miracles that are trying to wake us up. When you hear a melody that catches your breath, when you see a face that stirs a memory, or when you feel a sudden, inexplicable urge to change your direction, do not dismiss it as a momentary distraction. Stop, listen. Let the beauty of that moment disrupt your plans. It is the universe whispering to you through the fog, reminding you that there is a world of color waiting just beyond the edges of your gray routine. For Hilliard, the whisper was not enough. The beauty of the voice did not merely awaken him. It ignited a sudden, desperate fire within him. He could not simply stand by and let the song fade back into the silence from which it came. He felt an immediate, overwhelming obsession to locate the source of the voice, to find the woman behind the music, to see the face of the angel who had shattered his quiet grave. Without a second thought, Without even pausing to grab his hat or coat against the damp chill, Hilliard flung open his door and rushed down the stairs into the street. The moment he stepped outside, the fog enveloped him like a cold, wet blanket. He could see no more than a few feet in front of him. The streetlights were mere halos of yellow light, unable to penetrate the thick, white gloom. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing off the invisible brownstone facades, multiplying and dissolving in the damp air. He began to run. He stumbled over the wet cobblestones, his heart pounding in his chest in a way it had not done in years. He was blind, searching for a ghost in a labyrinth of mist. He would run toward a sound, only for the dampness to swallow it, leaving him spinning in circles, gasping for air, desperately straining his ears for the next note. It was a frantic, chaotic search, a man chasing a shadow through a dreamscape. Yet, in that madness, Hilliard had never felt more alive. This search is the crucial transition from passive observer to active seeker. Psychologically, it represents the moment we decide to act upon our inspiration. It is one thing to hear the call. It is quite another to run out into the cold, blind night to pursue it. Most people spend their lives standing at the window, listening to the beautiful songs of their dreams, but never opening the door because they are afraid of the fog, afraid of the stumbling, and afraid of the possibility that they might search and find nothing. But the magic is not in the finding. The magic is in the chase. By stepping out into the unknown, Hilliard reclaimed his agency. He was no longer a victim of his boredom. He was the author of his own quest. If you are to apply this to your journey, you must prepare yourself for the blindness of the search. When you decide to follow a new path, a creative urge, or a deep passion, the way forward will not be clear. There will be no map, no bright lights guiding your steps. You will be walking through your own fog, guided only by the faint, echoing sound of what calls to you. The key is to keep moving despite the uncertainty. Do not wait for the fog to clear before you take your first step. Trust that your heart can hear the melody even when your eyes cannot see the road. Every stumble on the wet stones, every wrong turn in the mist, is a sign that you are active, that you are fighting, and that you are no longer asleep. As the final notes of the aria drifted up into the heavy night air, they seemed to linger for a fraction of a second before being completely absorbed by the damp silence. Hilliard stood in the middle of an empty, nameless intersection, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his clothes damp with a clinging mist. The voice was gone. The silence had returned, heavier and more profound than before. He had not found her. He stood alone in the dark, cold streets, surrounded by the impenetrable white wall of the New York fog. And yet, as he stood there, feeling the cold air fill his lungs and the rapid beat of his heart against his ribs, he realized that something fundamental had shifted within him. The fog was still there. The city was still dark, and he was still alone. But the existential boredom that had defined his existence for so long had been utterly demolished. In its place was a sharp, aching hunger, a fierce determination, and a burning curiosity. He did not know who she was, where she had gone, or if he would ever hear her again. But he knew, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, that his old life of quiet indifference was over. He had tasted the fire, and he could never go back to the gray. This chapter of Hilliard's life reminds us that our awakenings often begin in the dark, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. We are called to step out of our comfortable parlors and into the blind alleys of our lives, not because the destination is guaranteed, but because the search itself is what saves us. As we leave Templeton Hilliard standing in the quiet, damp streets of Gramercy Park, his eyes straining against the white gloom, we must prepare ourselves for the next turn of the road. For the voice in the fog was not a random occurrence, nor was it the end of the mystery. It was merely the opening note of a grand, complex melody that would draw him across oceans and into the presence of things far more dangerous and beautiful than he could ever have imagined. The search had begun, and the fog was about to lift, revealing a world of masks, secrets, and a lure that no man could resist. Chapter 2: The Invitation. We often spend our lives waiting for a knock at the door, a sudden, beautiful disruption that promises to tear down the neat, predictable walls we have built around our hearts. We tell ourselves we want safety. We tell ourselves we crave comfort. But in the quiet, shadowed corners of our souls, we desperately desire the wild, unpredictable wind of the unknown to sweep through our lives and change us forever. This is the delicate, charged threshold upon which John Hilliard stands in the second chapter of our story, a threshold that each of us must cross when destiny decides to speak to us not in a thunderclap, but in a whisper. Let us step together into the dim, amber-lit sanctuary of Hilliard's study. Outside, the rain falls in a relentless, rhythmic patter against the tall glass panes, blurring the gaslights of the avenue into soft, bleeding halos of gold and charcoal. The room is quiet, save for the gentle crackle of a dying hearth fire and the steady, monotonous ticking of a heavy brass clock on the mantelpiece, a sound that usually brings comfort but tonight feels like a slow, deliberate countdown to an impending revelation. It is in this precise moment of deep solitude, when the mind is most vulnerable to the echoes of its own unspoken longings, that the trajectory of his life shifts. A soft, almost imperceptible knock sounds at the outer door. It is not the bold, demanding rap of a creditor, nor is it the familiar, cheerful tap of a close friend. It is a hurried, secretive brush of wood against wood, a sound that carries the weight of a secret. When Hilliard opens the door, there is no one there. The hallway is empty, filled only with a damp, chill draft of the autumn night and a small, square envelope resting on the threshold. He picks it up, his fingers brushing against the cool, dry paper, and immediately, a sense of gravity settles over him. The paper is heavy, of a rare, exquisite quality that suggests old wealth and refined taste. It carries a faint, elusive fragrance, a scent that is not quite a perfume, but rather the memory of a garden of Parma violets after a sudden summer shower. On the face of the envelope, his name is written in a sweeping, elegant hand, the black ink still possessing a faint, glistening sheen under the hallway lamp. This is the physical manifestation of the mystery that has haunted him since he first heard that voice, the voice that seemed to rise from the very depths of his own forgotten dreams. When we receive an invitation to the unknown, it bypasses our rational minds and speaks directly to our subconscious desire for transformation. We live in a world of absolute certainty, a world of calendars, contracts, and safe, predictable outcomes. But the human spirit is not designed for a sterile, completely mapped-out existence. We require the wildness of the unmapped territory. When Hilliard holds this envelope, he holds a mirror to his own latent desire for adventure. It is the classic call to the hero's journey, a psychological archetype that has guided humanity through the dark woods of myth and legend for millennia. We are drawn to the hidden, the secret, and the forbidden because we intuitively know that our growth lies on the other side of our comfort zones. Hilliard returns to his desk, the heavy paper crackling softly between his fingers. He breaks the seal, a drop of crimson wax that looks like a small drop of blood against the pale parchment. Inside, the message is brief, written with a chilling yet seductive authority. The singer, the elusive woman behind the mask, has agreed to an encounter. But this concession comes with a price, a set of conditions so absolute they border on the severe. He must ask no questions about her identity, her past, or the reasons behind her disguise. He must respect her anonymity as though it were a sacred vow. He must meet her at the stroke of midnight, a secluded location, guided only by a closed carriage that will be sent to fetch him. Consider the profound psychological depth of these rules. She demands anonymity, and in doing so, she strips away all the superficial labels we use to navigate human relationships. In our daily lives, we introduce ourselves by our names, our professions, our social standings, and our histories. We present a carefully curated persona to the world, a mask of our own making. But by demanding that he ask no questions, she strips away these external layers. She forces him to encounter her soul to soul, essence to essence, without the crutches of social context. It is a terrifying proposition, for to look upon another human being without the safety of labels is to look into an abyss of pure existence. This is why the dynamic of the mask is so potent. It acts as a blank canvas upon which we project our deepest desires, our idealized versions of love, beauty, and truth. The mask does not hide the truth, it reveals the truth of the observer's own heart. As the hours crawl toward midnight, Hilliard begins his preparations, and we are invited to watch this ritual of anticipation. He dresses with a slow, deliberate care that feels almost like a priest preparing for a sacred rite. The black overcoat, the silk hat, the leather gloves. Every action is a physical anchor keeping him grounded while his mind threatens to drift into a storm of speculation. Why does he go? Why do any of us pursue the mysteries that threaten our stability? Let us look at a real-world example of this human pattern. Think of a time in your own life when you received a metaphorical invitation, a sudden opportunity to step into a new, completely unfamiliar role, or perhaps a moment when you felt a deep, inexplicable pull toward a creative calling or a new relationship that promised no safety guarantees. Remember the fear that gripped your chest, the rational mind screaming at you to stay within the safe, well-lit confines of what you already knew. The fear of the unknown is the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind, yet there is a counterweight to this fear, a profound curiosity, a quiet voice that whispers, "What if?" When we listen to that quiet voice, we are stepping into our own closed carriage, allowing ourselves to be carried into the dark night of potential. The psychology of this dynamic teaches us that our fear of the unknown is often not our fear of danger, but a fear of losing control. When Hilliard agrees to the singer's terms, he is surrendering control. He is agreeing to be a passive participant in a drama written by another. This surrender is incredibly liberating. In our modern lives, we carry the immense burden of trying to control every variable, of trying to guarantee our own happiness and security. To surrender, even for an hour, to a force larger and more mysterious than ourselves is to experience a profound sense of relief. It is the therapeutic act of letting go of the reins and trusting the journey. So, how can we apply this ancient wisdom to our own daily lives? How do we navigate the invitations that come to us in the quiet hours of our existence? The first step is to recognize the fragrance of the envelope. When an opportunity presents itself that stirs a mixture of intense excitement and deep anxiety, pay attention. That friction is the sound of your soul expanding. Do not turn away from the invitation simply because it does not come with a map or a guarantee of safe passage. The second step is to honor the boundaries of the mystery. In our information-obsessed culture, we want to know everything immediately. We search, we analyze, we dissect, and in doing so, we often kill the very magic we seek to understand. Sometimes, the most profound gift we can give to another person, or to a creative project, is to allow it to remain wild and unexplained. We must learn to sit with a question mark, to appreciate the beauty of the mask without constantly trying to pry it away. As the clock on the wall chimes the quarter hour, Hilliard stands by the window, looking down at the street below. The rain has slackened to a fine, silver mist that clings to the iron railings and the cobblestones. The city is quiet, holding its breath. And then, out of the darkness, the sound of iron-shod hooves echoes through the empty street. A carriage, black as ebony, with its lamps extinguished, rolls to a stop directly beneath his window. The driver, bundled in a heavy greatcoat with a hat pulled low over his eyes, sits motionless, a silent sentinel sent from another realm. The moment of decision has arrived. Hilliard feels his heart hammering against his ribs, a wild, rhythmic drumming that matches the cadence of the horse's hooves. He knows that once he steps across his threshold and into that carriage, the comfortable, predictable life he has lived will be gone, replaced by something magnificent, terrifying, and utterly unpredictable. He takes a deep breath, extinguishing the final lamp in his study, casting the room into complete darkness. He turns the key in the lock, steps out into the cool, mist-laden air, and walks down the stairs to meet his destiny. In this chapter, we have witnessed the profound allure of the invitation, the delicate dance between fear and desire, and the sacred courage required to surrender to the unknown. We have explored how the boundaries of anonymity can create a space of pure, unfiltered connection, and how we can find our own strength by stepping into the metaphorical carriages of our lives. As we close this chapter, let us hold onto the image of John Hilliard, standing on the wet pavement, his hand resting on the brass handle of the carriage door. The door swings open, revealing a dark, velvet-lined interior that promises to carry him away from everything he knows and toward the mysterious woman whose voice has captured his soul. What lies beyond that dark threshold? What truths will be revealed when the mask is finally met in the silence of the midnight hour? Take a deep breath. Let the anticipation settle into your bones, and join me as we step into the carriage and journey forward into the deep, seductive night of Chapter 3. Chapter 3: Behind the Mask. There is an ancient, quiet truth that sleeps within the deepest recesses of the human heart. We do not fear the dark because it is empty, but because we suspect it is full. We are drawn, by some inexplicable, magnetic gravity, to the things that hide from us. It is the unfinished painting, the half-whispered secret, the face obscured by shadow that commands our absolute, undivided devotion. Oscar Wilde once wrote that man is least himself when he talks in his own person, but give him a mask, and he will tell you the truth. It is with this profound, unsettling paradox that we step over the threshold of Chapter 3, entitled Behind the Mask. From the timeless, atmospheric masterpiece, The Lure of the Mask. Close your eyes for a moment, and let the busy, frantic clamor of your modern world fade into nothingness. Let yourself be carried away to a world of damp, glistening cobblestones, where the air is thick with the scent of salt water, ancient stone, and the distant, melancholic echo of a tolling bell. Imagine yourself standing outside a heavy, dark oak door, illuminated only by the flickering, amber glow of a solitary street lamp. Inside this sanctuary, far from the prying eyes of the world, a meeting of quiet intensity is about to take place. This is not merely an encounter between two individuals. It is the collision of two worlds, the delicate, breathless dance between Hilliard, a man possessed by a beautiful obsession, and the mysterious, masked soprano whose voice has shattered his carefully constructed reality. Let us step into the room with Hilliard. As the heavy door clicks shut behind him, the cold, damp night air of the street is instantly replaced by a suffocating, intoxicating warmth. The room is a lavishly decorated sanctuary, a tapestry of sensory indulgence designed to disorient and captivate the senses. The walls are draped in deep crimson silks that seem to absorb the flickering light of dozen wax candles, casting long, undulating shadows that dance across the ceiling like silent spectators. The air is thick with the sweet, exotic perfume of sandalwood and dried lavender, a scent that immediately settles in the throat, warm and heavy. Everywhere there is luxury, but it is a guarded luxury. It is a room that tells a story, yet refuses to reveal its author. There are heavy, velvet curtains obscuring the windows, keeping the outside world at bay, and plush Persian rugs that swallow the sound of Hilliard's hesitant footsteps. And there, standing in the center of this opulent stage, is the woman herself. She is a vision of striking contrast. She wears a gown of dark, midnight silk that seems to cling to her form like water, but it is her face that holds Hilliard's gaze hostage. Or rather, the absence of her face. A mask of exquisite, pitch-black velvet covers her features from the forehead to the upper lip. It is a flawless, obsidian barrier, a broken save for two almond-shaped apertures through which her eyes gleam with a piercing, luminous intensity. Only her mouth is left exposed, a soft, crimson curve that seems both a promise and a warning. The mask does not merely hide her identity. It amplifies her presence, turning her from a mere mortal into an archetype, an elusive muse made flesh and blood. Consider the sheer psychological weight of this moment. Hilliard stands frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs like a caged bird. In his mind, a silent monologue rages. He asks himself if this is madness, if he has allowed a beautiful voice to lead him into a trap from which there is no escape. Yet, as he looks at her, the fear dissolves into a profound, aching curiosity. He realizes that he does not want to escape. The mystery of her is a drug, and he is already hopelessly addicted. This dynamic, this irresistible pull of the unknown, is not a relic of Victorian fiction. It is a fundamental truth of our collective subconscious. Why are we so utterly captivated by that which is hidden from us? Psychologists speak of the Zeigarnik effect, the human brain's innate, agonizing inability to tolerate an unfinished story or an incomplete image. When we encounter a mask, our minds cannot rest. We are driven by a subconscious imperative to fill in the blanks, to project our own deepest desires, our highest ideals, and our secret longings onto the empty canvas of the hidden face. Hilliard does not just see a mysterious singer. He sees the manifestation of his own unfulfilled dreams, the embodiment of a beauty that the mundane world has denied him. The mask allows him to create her in the image of his own soul's deepest need. Think of your own life. How often have you fell in love not with a person, but with the mystery of them? How often have you projected your own hopes onto someone who remained guarded and distant, only to find that the fantasy you constructed was far more powerful than the reality? We do this because the fantasy is safe. It cannot disappoint us. It cannot reject us. And it cannot show us our own flaws. The mask is a mirror, reflecting not the person wearing it, but the soul of the one who gazes upon it. Now, listen closely as the silence between them is broken. The dialogue that follows is a masked class in verbal fencing, a witty, highly guarded exchange where every word is a shield and every silence is a sword. Hilliard, tempting to regain his composure, speaks with a mixture of worldly sophistication and raw, undisguised earnestness. He asks her why she hides, why a woman with a voice capable of moving the heavens must live like a ghost in the shadows. She laughs, a sound like silver coins falling onto marble, cold yet incredibly beautiful. She tells him that the mask is her freedom. In the world outside, she explains, a woman is judged by her name, her family, her wealth, and her face. She is a prisoner of her circumstances. But behind the mask, she has no name. She is simply the music. The mask, she tells him, is not her prison. It is her only true sanctuary. Their words dance around each other, leaping across the chasm of their differences. Hilliard tries to probe, to find a crack in her armor, asking about her past, her origins, the pain that surely must feed a voice of such heartbreaking beauty. But she deflections his inquiries with effortless grace, turning his own questions back upon him, challenging his motives, mocking his curiosity, yet all the while drawing him closer with the subtle, hypnotic rhythm of her voice. It is a courtship of the intellect, a dangerous game where the stakes are nothing less than the surrender of the soul. This guarded dialogue represents the universal struggle of human communication. We crave connection. We ache to be known and understood, yet we are terrified of the vulnerability that true connection requires. And so, we build our own verbal masks. We use humor, sarcasm, intellect, or polite formality to keep others at a safe distance. We engage in small talk, dancing around the edges of our true thoughts, terrified that if we reveal our authentic selves, we will be judged, rejected, or abandoned. If you wish to navigate this struggle in your own life, you must learn the art of listening to the spaces between the words. When someone speaks to you from behind their defenses, do not merely listen to the armor they wear. Listen to the tremble in their voice. Listen to the topics they avoid. In your own interactions, try, even if only for a moment, to lower your shield. Speak from a place of raw, unvarnished truth. It is a terrifying act of courage, but it is the only path to genuine intimacy. As the tension in the room reaches a fever pitch, the masked hostess does something that forever seals Hilliard's fate. She ceases to speak, and she begins to sing. She does not sing a grand, theatrical aria designed to show off her vocal range. Instead, she sings a simple, tender melody, her voice dropping to a warm, intimate whisper that seems to vibrate through the very floorboards of the room, traveling up through Hilliard's feet and settling in his chest. Singing up close, the sheer, visceral power of her voice is overwhelming. Hilliard can feel the physical pressure of the sound waves against his skin. He can see the gentle rise and fall of her chest, the slight, delicate tension in her throat, the way her crimson lips shape the vowels with exquisite precision. The emotional impact is devastating. It is as if she has reached inside his chest and laid her bare hands upon his heart. All of his cynical defenses, his intellectual doubts, his worldly skepticism, all of it is swept away by a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated emotion. He is no longer a man trying to solve a mystery. He is a devotee kneeling at the altar of a goddess. The music bypasses his analytical mind entirely, speaking directly to his subconscious, evoking memories of lost youth, forgotten dreams, and a deep, aching loneliness that he had spent a lifetime trying to ignore. He is completely, hopelessly infatuated, not just with her voice, but with a profound sense of aliveness that her voice awakens within him. This is the miraculous, transformative power of art and beauty. It is a key that unlocks the compartmentalized chambers of our hearts, releasing the emotions we have buried deep beneath the surface. When we encounter true beauty, whether it is in a song, a painting, a sunset, or another human being, our ego is temporarily suspended. The boundaries that separate us from the rest of the universe dissolve, and we are allowed to experience a momentary, ecstatic state of oneness. This is why Hilliard's infatuation is so deep. It is not a shallow, physical attraction. It is a spiritual awakening. He has been touched by the sublime, and he can never go back to the gray, lifeless existence he lived before. To apply this to your own journey, you must seek out your own moments of aesthetic arrest. In a world that demands constant productivity, analysis, and digital distraction, make space for beauty. Allow yourself to be moved by a piece of music, to be silenced by a work of art, or to be humbled by the grandeur of nature. Let these experiences break through your daily armor. Let them remind you of your own capacity for deep feeling, for wonder, and for love. When you feel numb or disconnected, do not seek more distraction. Seek beauty. It is the ultimate medicine for a weary soul. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the profound journey we have taken with Hilliard and his mysterious hostess. We have stood in the warm, candlelit room, feeling the heavy velvet curtains shut out the cold, indifferent world. We have watched the intellectual duel between two guarded souls, recognizing the universal human desire to both hide and be found. And we have felt the earth-shattering power of her song, a reminder of the raw, emotional currents that run beneath the surface of our lives. The meeting behind the mask is a metaphor for the human condition itself. We all wander through the labyrinth of life, searching for something authentic, something beautiful, something that will make us feel alive. And often, we must look behind the masks of others, and indeed, behind our own masks, to find it. As Hilliard prepares to leave this sanctuary, the mask remains firmly in place. He does not know her name, her face, or her past, yet, as he steps back out into the cold, rain-slicked Venetian night, he is not the same man who entered. The darkness of the streets is no longer empty. It is filled with a lingering, haunting resonance of her song, a melody that will follow him into the shadows, guiding him forward into the unknown trials that lie ahead. The lure of the mask has claimed him completely, and his journey into the heart of the mystery has only just begun. Chapter 4: The Vanishing Lady. The human heart is a cartographer of illusions, constantly drawing maps to places that do not exist, guided by the light of stars that have long since burned out. We find ourselves clinging to the echoes of a song, the scent of a perfume on a passing breeze, or the fleeting glimpse of a face behind a mask. It is a universal human struggle, this desperate yearning for the beautiful phantom that slips through our fingers just as we begin to believe it is real. We are told by the sages of old that the pain of sudden absence is the sharpest blade the soul can endure, because it leaves no wounds to heal, only a hollow space where a presence used to be. The abrupt disappearance of a loved one, or indeed of a mysterious muse, does not merely disrupt our daily routine. It shatters the delicate stained glass of our reality, leaving us to step barefoot across the shards of our own expectations. Imagine waking up to a world that has suddenly lost its center of gravity. This is the precise moment we find John Hilliard, standing on the threshold of a morning that promised answers but delivered only an agonizing, echoing silence. The sun rose over the city of New York not with a triumphant golden flare, but with a pale, watery light that seemed to wash the color from the brick and stone of the streets. Hilliard had slept fitfully, his dreams haunted by the rich, operatic cadences of the masked singer who had filled his night with a strange, intoxicating magic. He had fallen asleep with her voice still vibrating in his chest, a warm and vital promise that the morning would bring a revelation, a peeling back of the velvet mask, a formal introduction to the woman who had captured his soul in a single evening. He dressed with a feverish haste, his hands trembling slightly as he fastened his collar. The air in his room felt heavy, stagnant with anticipation. When he stepped out into the cool morning air, the city was just beginning to stir, the milk carts rattling over the cobblestones, the distant whistle of the harbor steamers sounding like lonely beasts calling out into the fog. Hilliard walked with a purposeful, rapid stride toward the house where he had left her, his heart beating a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He rehearsed the words he would say, the polite yet firm inquiries he would make, the way he would look into her eyes when she finally looked at him without the barrier of the mask. But as he turned the corner onto her street, a cold hand seemed to tighten around his throat. The house stood before him, but it was no longer the sanctuary of mystery and music he had visited the night before. It was dead. The heavy velvet drapes that had muffled the golden light of the salon were gone, leaving the windows dark and blank, like the eyes of a corpse. The front door, which had seemed to open into a world of endless possibility, was shut fast. Hilliard climbed the stone steps, his boots sounding hollow and unnaturally loud in the quiet street. He lifted the heavy brass knocker and let it fall. The sound reverberated through the empty halls inside, a flat, metallic clang that carried no hope of an answer. He knocked again, harder this time, his knuckles stinging against the cold metal, but the silence that followed was absolute. A passing postman, seeing the young man's desperation, paused on the sidewalk and called up to him, telling him that the occupants had departed in the middle of the night, their carriages loaded with trunks, vanishing into the damp darkness before the first light of dawn. They had left no forwarding address, no message, no sign of their destination. They had simply dissolved into the city's vast, uncaring mist, leaving Hilliard with nothing but a handful of fading memories and a burning, unresolved question. This cinematic moment of realization is a devastating blow to the psyche. Hilliard stood on that doorstep, surrounded by the cold stone of an indifferent city, feeling the sudden, crushing weight of abandonment. His inner monologue was a chaotic storm of denial and grief. How could someone who had sung with such profound, intimate emotion simply vanish without a trace? Was it all a cruel game? A theatrical performance designed to torment him? Or was she herself a prisoner of some dark circumstance, forced to flee into the night? The scent of her jasmine perfume seemed to linger in the damp air, a cruel mockery of her absence. He realized, with a sudden, sickening clarity, that he did not even know her name. He was in love with a voice, a shadow, a beautiful whisper that had evaporated at the first touch of morning light. Psychologically, this classic dynamic of sudden disappearance and the subsequent obsession touches upon one of our deepest subconscious fears, the fear of being abandoned without explanation. When someone vanishes from our lives without a word, they deny us the psychological necessity of closure. The human brain is hardwired to seek patterns and complete stories. When a story is left unfinished, the mind enters a state of perpetual tension, a phenomenon known in modern psychology as the Zeigarnik effect. We become trapped in a loop of endless speculation, analyzing every word, every gesture, every silence, trying to construct a logical narrative out of chaos. This unresolved mystery holds us back because it anchors our emotional energy to a phantom past, preventing us from engaging with the reality of the present. We project our deepest desires and unhealed wounds onto the missing person, turning them into a perfect, unattainable ideal. In Hilliard's case, the masked singer became the vessel for all his unexpressed romantic longings, a semi-divine muse whose absence was more potent than any real woman's presence could ever be. If you, the listener, find yourself standing on your own metaphorical doorstep, staring at a blank window and wondering why a loved one, a dream, or an opportunity has vanished without explanation, there is a path through this labyrinth of the mind. The first step is to recognize that the urge to chase the phantom is often an attempt to avoid the pain of the void. When we obsess over a mystery, we keep the connection alive, even if that connection is painful. To heal, you must allow yourself to feel the grief of the empty space. Sit with the silence. Acknowledge that you may never get the answers you seek, and understand that your worth is not defined by another person's inability to stay. Write down the unfinished story, but write this ending yourself. Grant yourself the closure that the other person denied you, recognizing that the beauty you saw in them was actually a reflection of the light within your own soul. By reclaiming your projected desires, you take back your power and free yourself from the tyranny of the phantom. Hilliard, however, was not yet ready for such enlightened surrender. As the initial shock faded, it was replaced by a fierce, burning frustration. He refused to let the mystery end on a cold doorstep in New York. He would not allow himself to be a passive victim of her disappearing act. His grief transformed into a relentless, white-hot resolve. If she had fled, he would pursue her. If she had hidden herself behind a veil of secrecy, he would tear that veil away. He returned to his rooms, his mind a whirlwind of strategies and plans. He paced the floor, his eyes wild with a strange, manic energy. The quiet life of a gentleman of leisure, which had once seemed so comfortable, now felt like a prison. He realized that to abandon the search would be to abandon a part of himself that had only just come alive in the presence of her voice. This refusal to let the mystery end is a testament to the stubborn resilience of the human spirit, but it is also a dangerous turning point. Hilliard's inner monologue shifted from sorrow to a warrior's determination. He recalled every detail of their brief encounter, every inflection of her voice, the physical layout of the house, the shape of the carriage that had waited outside. He searched his memory for any clue, any stray word that might betray her origin or her destination. He remembered the subtle European accent in her speech, the aristocratic poise of her bearing, the hint of Italian warmth in her operatic technique. Yes, Italy. The thought struck him like a sudden flash of lightning. There was a connection there, a thread that led back to the sun-drenched hills and ancient, whispering cities of the Mediterranean. He would pull that thread until the entire tapestry of her secret was unraveled. This transition from grief to active pursuit is a profound psychological defense mechanism. When faced with helplessness, the ego often chooses anger and action as a way to restore a sense of control. By turning the tragedy of abandonment into a quest, Hilliard transformed himself from a victim into a hero. This dynamic is incredibly appealing to our subconscious because it feeds our desire for narrative agency. We want to believe that we can conquer any obstacle, that love and determination can pierce any shadow. However, this pursuit can also be a form of active denial. It allows us to postpone the painful acceptance of reality by keeping us in a state of perpetual struggle. The search itself becomes the destination, a way to avoid the terrifying realization that the object of our desire may not want to be found, or that the person we are chasing exists only in our imagination. For those who find themselves in a similar state of relentless pursuit, chasing a dream or a relationship that seems to constantly slip away, it is crucial to practice the art of discernment. Ask yourself, is your pursuit driven by a genuine alignment with your highest self? Or is it a desperate attempt to prove your value by winning over someone who has rejected you? To apply this practically, set a boundary for your quest. Give yourself a specific, realistic limit on how much time, energy, and emotional capital you will invest in this pursuit. Write this boundary down in a journal, making a solemn covenant with yourself. After reaching that limit, the phantom remains out of reach. You must promise to halt the search, turn around, and walk back into your own life. This is not defeat. It is a conscious, powerful choice to value your own finite energy over an infinite illusion. Realizing the scale of the task before him, Hilliard knew he could not wage this campaign alone. He needed allies, minds that were not blinded by the same passion that consumed him. He decided to consult his closest friend, a man of practical sense and worldly wisdom who could offer an anchor to reality. He also resolved to employ the services of professional investigators. Men who traded in secrets and knew how to track a shadow through the crowded alleyways of the world. This decision was a crucial step, representing a movement from solitary obsession to organized, strategic action. It was an admission that the mystery was too vast for his eyes alone to see. Hilliard met his friend in the quiet, leather-scented sanctuary of a private club. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows across the rows of mahogany bookshelves. His friend listened to the tale with a growing look of concern and skepticism. To a practical mind, Hilliard's story sounded like the fever dream of a romantic youth, a dangerous infatuation with a clever adventuress. He urged Hilliard to forget her, to return to his studies, to find a sensible woman of his own class and station. But Hilliard's eyes burned with an intensity that silenced his friend's protests. Seeing that his companion could not be dissuaded, the friend offered his reluctant support, recommending a discreet agency of private detectives known for their ability to find the unfindable. Within hours, Hilliard was sitting in a dim, cluttered office, staring into the sharp, calculating eyes of an investigator who listened to the details of the disappearance with the cold, analytical detachment of a surgeon. The detective did not care about the beauty of the singer's voice or the poetic tragedy of her departure. He cared only for dates, times, carriage license numbers, and shipping manifests. This contrast between Hilliard's romantic idealism and the detective's cold pragmatism was sharp and jarring, yet it was precisely the medicine Hilliard needed to translate his obsession into concrete steps. This stage of the journey highlights the psychological importance of external anchors. When we are caught in the grip of an intense emotional experience, our perception becomes warped. We suffer from a kind of cognitive tunnel vision, seeing only what feeds our hope or confirms our fears. By reaching out to friends and professionals, Hilliard introduced objective viewpoints into his closed psychological system. His friend represented the voice of reason and social reality, while the investigator represented the voice of practical, grounded action. This dynamic is essential for psychological survival. Without these anchors, we risk drifting into madness, lost in a hall of mirrors of our own creation. The support of others provides a safe container for our passion, preventing it from consuming us entirely. In your own life, when you are overwhelmed by a crisis of uncertainty or a deep emotional mystery, do not isolate yourself. The instinct to hide your obsession or your grief out of shame is a dangerous one. Reach out to your own counsel. Identify the pragmatists in your social circle, the friends who will tell you the hard truths with love, and listen to them, even when their words sting. If necessary, seek the professional guidance of a therapist or a coach, who can act as your personal investigator, helping you untangle the complex web of your subconscious motivations. Actively schedule conversations where you grant these trusted individuals permission to challenge your assumptions. This deliberate opening of your inner world to external light is a powerful act of courage that will keep you grounded, assuring that your pursuit of your dreams remains a healthy journey of growth rather than a descent into self-destruction. As we look back at this pivotal chapter in Hilliard's life, we see a profound transformation. He began the morning as a dreamer, shattered by the sudden and silent departure of his muse. He was confronted with the terrifying void of abandonment, a pain that resonates with the deepest fears of every human heart. Yet, rather than allowing himself to be crushed by the silence, he chose to transform his grief into a quest. He sought the counsel of friends, hired the instruments of practical investigation, and prepared himself to cross oceans if necessary to find the woman behind the mask. He moved from passive suffering to active, calculated pursuit, setting a course that would change the trajectory of his life forever. The vanishment of the lady was not the end of his story, but the true beginning. It was the catalyst that shook him out of his comfortable complacency and forced him to confront the depths of his own capacity for passion and determination. The empty house, the silent doorstep, the cold morning fog, these were not merely obstacles. They were the threshold of a great adventure. And as the investigators began to gather their clues, tracing a line of inquiry that pointed away from the crowded streets of New York and toward the historic, sunlit landscapes of Europe, Hilliard felt a dark, suspenseful excitement rising within him. The search was underway. The hounds of logic were on the scent of the beautiful phantom, and the path ahead promised to lead him into a world of ancient secrets, hidden identities, and a confrontation with the true nature of his own desire. The ship was waiting, the sails were beginning to unfurl, and as the shores of the new world faded into the gray horizon, Hilliard turned his face toward the east, ready to follow the whisper of the mask across the endless, rolling waves of the Atlantic, chasing a melody that refused to die. Chapter 5: The Search Begins. It is a profound truth of the human condition that we are never more alive than when we are searching for something we cannot define, chasing a whisper that promises to explain the quiet ache in our chest. We spend our lives building sturdy fortresses of routine, comforting ourselves with the predictable rhythms of the everyday, yet it takes only a single, fleeting touch of mystery to bring it all crashing down. In the 5th chapter of our journey, which we call The Search Begins, we find our protagonist, John Hilliard, standing at this very precipice. The comfortable, wealthy isolation of his New York life has begun to feel like a gilded cage. Outside his window, a relentless, gray autumn rain beats against the glass, washing away the sharp edges of Manhattan, turning the bustling streets into a blurred canvas of reflections. Inside, the silence of his study is heavy, broken only by the rhythmic, indifferent ticking of a grandfather clock. It is a sound that reminds him, with every passing second, of a life being spent rather than lived. He holds in his hand a single, delicate clue, a fragment of paper that smells faintly of a foreign dust and a forgotten perfume, and he realizes that the woman behind the mask, the voice that sang to him in the dark, is no longer a resident of this familiar city. She has slipped away, leaving behind a trail that leads across the vast, gray desert of the Atlantic Ocean, toward the ancient, sun-drenched, and shadowed lands of Europe. To understand the weight of this moment, we must look closely at the figures who bring him this news. The private detectives Hilliard has employed are men of dry facts and cold ledgers, individuals who view the world through the lens of transaction and physical evidence. They do not understand the romantic fever that has gripped their employer. When they enter his study, shaking the rain from their heavy coats, they bring with them a portfolio of disappointments that paradoxically act as the spark to Hilliard's fuse. They report that the mysterious tenant of the apartment, the woman who wore the mask and captivated his soul, has vanished without a trace from the public records of New York. She was a ghost in the machine of the metropolis. Yet, in their methodical searching, they uncovered a single, overlooked thread. A local music teacher, a man who once coached the finest voices of the city before poverty claimed his dreams, remembered a voice of unmatched brilliance practicing behind closed doors. He spoke of a style that could only have been forged in the grueling, passionate fires of the European opera scene, mentioning a peculiar phrasing, a dramatic intensity that pointed directly to the historic theaters of Italy. The detectives present this not as a solution, but as a dead end, a sign that the trail has gone cold and international. But to Hilliard, and perhaps to you as you listen to this, a dead end is merely a gateway to a different kind of journey. Let us pause and step into the dim, paper-strewn office where these findings were first compiled, to examine the profound psychology of this moment. Imagine the desk of the lead investigator, cluttered with half-written reports, stale coffee, and the cold, hard logic of a man who believes everything can be measured. Among these sterile items lies a single, crumpled program from a performance at La Scala, recovered from a wastebasket in the abandoned apartment. On its margins, a name is written in a hurried, elegant hand, a name that whispers of Florence, of Venice, of candlelit canals and stage doors heavy with the scent of lilies. This physical relic, so small and seemingly insignificant, is the catalyst for Hilliard's transformation. Why do we, as human beings, cling so desperately to these physical fragments of those who have vanished from our lives? There is a deep, subconscious need within us for tangible proof that our dreams are not illusions. When we hold a keepsake, a letter, or even a faded ticket stub, we are attempting to bridge the gap between our internal yearning and the cold reality of the external world. It is a psychological anchor. Without it, we fear we might drift into madness, believing we imagined the magic that once touched us. In your own life, you may have kept a useless key, a broken watch, or a scribbled note in a drawer. You keep it not for its utility, but because it is a quiet testament to a moment when your heart beat faster. It tells you that the mystery was real. To apply this to your own journey, look at the clutter of your life not as mere objects, but as a map of your deepest desires. What are the silent symbols you are holding onto, and what journey are they begging you to begin? As Hilliard analyzes these clues, the realization settles over him that his search must shift from the structured, familiar grid of New York to the ancient, winding, and unpredictable landscapes of Italy. This is not just a geographical shift. It is a profound psychological transition. The European opera scene of the late 19th and early 20th centuries was a world of intense passion, artistic devotion, and dark intrigue. It was a place where identity was fluid, where one could put on a mask and become a god, only to step off the stage and vanish into the shadows of a cobblestone alley. Italy represents the wild, emotional shadow self of the buttoned-up, rational American protagonist. It is the place of song, of tragedy, of unbridled expression. When Hilliard stares at the Italian postmarks and the operatic references, he is looking at a mirror of his own suppressed desires. He is a man who has lived by the rules of society, yet his soul craves the raw, operatic drama of a life lived at the limits of feeling. This dynamic of the foreign lure is something that speaks to the very heart of our subconscious. We often project our deepest hopes for transformation onto distant places. We believe that if we can only cross an ocean, change our scenery, or walk through ancient streets, we will miraculously become the people we were always meant to be. This is both a beautiful hope and a dangerous illusion. It holds us back when we use the lack of travel as an excuse to remain stagnant, telling ourselves we cannot change until we escape. Yet, it guides us forward when we use the journey as a physical manifestation of an internal decision. If you find yourself yearning for a faraway place, ask yourself what part of your own soul you have locked away that you believe is only allowed to exist there. You do not need a steamship ticket to speak with passion, to love with intensity, or to live with a touch of mystery. You can begin that transformation today, in the very room where you are listening to these words, by simply deciding to stop wearing the mask of conformity that keeps you safe but empty. And yet, there comes a time when the physical leap of faith is indeed required, when the internal decision must be sealed by an outward act of courage. This brings us to the dramatic climax of our chapter, where Hilliard, driven by an impulse he can neither explain nor resist, decides to pack his bags and cross the Atlantic. Picture the scene at the New York docks at midnight. The air is thick with the smell of coal smoke, wet timber, and salt water. The massive hull of the ocean liner rises out of the black harbor like a sleeping leviathan, its portholes glowing with a dim, yellow light that promises both shelter and exile. Hilliard stands on the wooden planks of the pier, his leather suitcases at his feet, his gloved hands trembling slightly as he holds his passage ticket. The steam whistle blows, a deep, mournful roar that shakes the very bones in his chest and echoes off the brick warehouses of the waterfront. It is a sound of finality. It is the sound of a bridge burning behind him. Behind him lies his wealth, his social standing, his quiet, predictable future. Ahead of him lies a vast, dark ocean and a mystery that may very well ruin him. He does not know if he will find the woman of the mask, or if he is chasing a ghost that will lead him to his own destruction. Yet, he steps onto the gangplank. He chooses the beautiful danger of the unknown over the slow death of the familiar. This act of impulsive departure is a classic narrative archetype that resonates deeply within us because we are all, in some secret part of our minds, waiting for our own midnight docks. We long for the moment when we can pack our bags, leave our worries on the shore, and sail into a new destiny. In our subconscious, this leap of faith represents the ultimate reclamation of agency. It is the moment we stop being passive passengers in the vehicle of our lives and finally take the helm. Even if we are steering directly into a storm, we hold ourselves back because we demand certainty. We want to know the destination before we board the ship. but life offers no such guarantees. The practical wisdom hidden in Hilliard's impulsive decision is the understanding that clarity does not precede action. Action precedes clarity. You cannot think your way across an ocean. You must sail across it. If you are waiting for all the lights to turn green before you start your journey, you will die in the parking lot. Identify one small, decisive action you can take today that commits you to your chosen path, something that makes retreat difficult, and watch how the world rises to meet your courage. To summarize this pivotal chapter, we have watched John Hilliard transform from a passive observer of a mystery into an active seeker of his own destiny. He has listened to the dry findings of the detectives and found within them the poetic truth of a calling. He has looked upon the clues pointing to the romantic, tragic world of the European opera and recognized it as the landscape of his own heart. And finally, he has stepped onto the deck of an ocean liner, committing his fortune and his fate to the Atlantic winds. As the ship slips away from the pier, the lights of New York begin to fade into the rain and the mist, shrinking until they are nothing more than a faint constellation on a receding shore. The dark water churns beneath the bow, carrying him toward a continent of ancient secrets and masked singers. We leave him there, standing at the ship's railing, his face wet with spray, looking out into the vast, whispering darkness of the sea. But as the shores of the New World vanish, we must prepare ourselves for what lies on the other side. The ocean is wide, and the secrets of the Old World are deep, guarded by centuries of tradition, art, and deception. In our next chapter, we will follow Hilliard as he sets foot upon the historic soil of Europe, where the search becomes more intimate, more dangerous, and infinitely more beautiful. The whispers of the opera houses await, and with them, the terrifying possibility that when the mask is finally lifted, the face beneath may not be the one he expected to see, but a mirror that reveals his own deepest truths. Lean closer, clear your mind of the noise of your own world, and let us sail together into the uncharted waters of the heart, where the next mystery begins to unfold. Chapter 6: Crossing the Atlantic. The sea has a way of stripping a man down to his barest truths. When the land slips beneath the horizon, and there is nothing left but the endless blue circle of the world meeting the sky, the distractions of daily life evaporate. We are left alone with the echoes of our own minds, the steady, rhythmic heartbeat of the ship, and the quiet, persistent ghosts we tried so hard to leave behind on the shore. For John Hilliard, standing on the deck of the great ocean liner as it plunged headlong into the cold, rolling swells of the Atlantic, this journey was more than a physical crossing. It was a suspension of time itself, a liminal space between the life he had known in New York and the wild, unpredictable mystery that awaited him on the distant shores of Europe. Let us pause for a moment and place ourselves beside him. Feel the damp, salt-laden wind biting at your cheeks, the subtle, deep-throated vibration of the ship's engines humming through the soles of your shoes, and the faint, bitter scent of coal smoke drifting down from the massive funnels above. Below, the dark, churning water of the ocean rushes past, a white-crested ribbon of foam marking the vessel's progress into the vast unknown. It is early evening, that fragile hour when the sun has dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a bruised sky of deep violet and fading gold. The world feels immense, almost terrifyingly so, and yet within the confines of the ship, life goes on with a strange, forced merriment. In the grand saloon, warm light spills through stained glass windows, and the faint, tinny sound of an orchestra playing a waltz drifts out onto the chilly deck. But Hillier does not go inside. He cannot. To enter that brightly lit world of polite conversation, clinking crystal, and superficial laughter would be to betray the heavy, beautiful weight of the obsession that has taken hold of his soul. The romance of early 20th century sea travel was built upon this very contrast, this tension between the glittering, fragile bubble of human society and the immense, indifferent majesty of the deep. For Hillier, the voyage was a restless meditation. Every wave that broke against the bow seemed to echo the questions that had haunted him since that fateful night in New York. Who was the woman behind the mask? Whose voice had possessed the power to shatter his comfortable, predictable existence and send him fleeing across the ocean in pursuit of a shadow? The memory of that voice remained as vivid as if she were standing beside him on the deck, her notes rising above the roar of the wind, pure and piercingly sweet. It was a voice that seemed to promise everything he had never realized he was missing: passion, danger, a life lived at the very edge of human emotion. As the days blended into one another, marked only by the rising and setting of the sun and the steady progress of the ship's log, Hillier found himself slipping into a state of waking dream. The sea, with its hypnotic, endless motion, has a psychological effect on the traveler. It dissolves the rigid boundaries of our waking thoughts, allowing the subconscious to rise to the surface like deep-sea creatures seeking the light. In his dreams, the Atlantic became a vast stage. He would see her, the masked singer, standing upon the crest of a towering wave, her dark hair streaming behind her like a veil of night. She would open her mouth to sing, but no sound would come out. Only the rushing sigh of the wind and the deep, mournful groan of the ship's timbers. He would reach out to her, his fingers brushing against the cold silk of her mask, only to wake with a start, the sweat cool on his forehead, his heart hammering against his ribs in the silent darkness of his cabin. This haunting of his dreams was not merely a trick of his imagination. It was a profound psychological manifestation of his own unexpressed desires. When we obsess over a mystery, when we chase a voice or a face that we cannot fully possess, we are often not chasing the person themselves, but rather a dormant part of our own soul. For Hillier, the masked singer represented the call to adventure, the disruption of a life that had become too safe, too sterile. The voice was a key unlocking the hidden chambers of his heart, chambers filled with a longing for meaning, for a touch of the extraordinary in a world that so often demands the mundane. By pursuing her across the ocean, he was, in truth, pursuing his own awakening. He was choosing to step out of the spectator's gallery of life and plunge into the arena, regardless of the cost. If you find yourself in a similar season of transition, If you are currently crossing your own symbolic Atlantic, suspended between an old life that no longer fits and a future that is still shrouded in mist, let us offer a gentle hand of guidance. The temptation during these periods of waiting is to fill the silence with noise, to seek distraction in the busy work of the mind so that we do not have to face the vastness of the empty horizon. But the magic of the crossing lies precisely in its emptiness. It is in the quiet hours, when the phone is silent and the demands of the world are temporarily suspended, that we must learn to sit with our longing. Do not run from the voices that haunt your dreams. Listen to them. Ask yourself, what is this obsession trying to teach me about what I truly want? What part of myself have I left behind on the shore, and what must I carry forward into the new world? As the ship drew closer to the European continent, the atmosphere on board began to shift. The easy camaraderie of the passengers, developed over days of shared isolation, gave way to a palpable tension, a collective holding of the breath. The charts in the smoking room showed the red line of their progress creeping ever closer to the coast of Europe, to Gibraltar and the ancient, sun-drenched waters of the Mediterranean. For Hillier, the approach of land brought a tightening of the chest, a mixture of fierce anticipation and sudden, sharp anxiety. In the middle of the ocean, the dream had been pure, untethered to the messy realities of life. But soon, the ship would dock. He would step off the gangplank into the bustling, chaotic ports of the old world, and the search would begin in earnest. The challenges that lay ahead were formidable. He was embarking on a quest with almost no clues, armed only with a memory of a voice, a physical description of a mask, and the vague, uncertain lead of an Italian destination. In the cold light of day, the entire endeavor seemed madness. He was a wealthy, respected American gentleman throwing away his reputation, his time, and perhaps his sanity, to chase a phantom through the labyrinthine streets of foreign cities. The psychological weight of this realization pressed heavily upon him. It is one thing to dream of adventure while looking out at the safe, familiar streets of one's hometown. It is quite another to stand on the threshold of that adventure, realizing that there is no turning back, that the bridges behind you have been burned, and that the only way out is through. This fear of the threshold is a universal human experience. It is the moment when the romanticism of the journey collides with the gritty, demanding reality of action. In our own lives, we often find ourselves frozen at this gate. We plan, we dream, we pack our bags, but when the moment comes to step off the ship and into the foreign city, we hesitate. We are terrified of failure, of looking foolish, of discovering that the dream we chased was nothing more than an illusion. But it is precisely in this confrontation with the unknown that our character is forged. The value of the quest is not found in the guarantees of a happy ending, but in the courage it takes to ask the question in the first place, to knock on the closed doors of the world and demand an answer. Let us summarize the emotional geography of this chapter. We have watched John Hillier stand on the wind-swept deck of the ocean liner, suspended between two worlds. We have felt the cold salt spray and heard the deep, steady pulse of the engines. We have explored the romance and the loneliness of the sea crossing, a journey that mirrors the internal landscape of any soul in transition. We have seen how the memory of the masked singer's voice continued to haunt his dreams, acting as a beacon and a torment, a reminder of the wilder, deeper life he was seeking. And finally, we have felt the rising tide of anticipation and dread as the shores of Europe drew near, bringing with them the realization that the time for dreaming was over, and the time for action was about to begin. As the final night of the crossing descended upon the Atlantic, the air grew perceptibly warmer, carrying with it the faint, complex scent of land, of ancient earth, olive groves, and distant, crowded cities. The stars above shone with a brilliant, hard clarity, casting a long, shimmering path of silver across the dark water, pointing like a luminous finger toward the east. Hillier stood at the railing, his coat collar turned up against the gentle breeze, his eyes fixed on the horizon, where the first lights of the European coast would soon appear. The ship surged forward, carrying him toward his destiny, toward the narrow streets of Genoa, the mist-shrouded canals of Venice, and the ultimate, inescapable confrontation with a lady of the mask. The crossing was almost over. The stage was set. The curtain was about to rise, and as we close this chapter, we find ourselves standing beside him, holding our breath, waiting for the first glimpse of land in the dawning light. Chapter 7: A Chance Encounter on the Ship. The great Roman philosopher Seneca once observed that if a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Yet, what of the soul that sails not toward a physical harbor, but toward a whisper, a memory, or a voice? There is a unique, exquisite melancholy in embarking on a journey where the destination is not a point on a map, but a mystery wrapped in a human form. This is the quiet, heavy atmosphere that envelops us as we step onto the deck of the transatlantic liner with John Hilliard in this pivotal moment of his quest. The ship, a towering iron beast slicing through the gray, unforgiving waters of the Atlantic, serves as a perfect metaphor for the human subconscious. Below the deck, the massive steam engines thrum with a relentless, invisible power, mirroring the driving force of Hilliard's own obsession. On the surface, however, there is only the cold spray of the salt water, the rhythmic creaking of the wooden planks, and the heavy mist that blurs the horizon, obscuring what lies ahead. Take a deep breath and let yourself feel the damp, chilly air of the ocean. Imagine the scent of coal smoke, brine, and expensive wool coats. This is a space between worlds, a liminal threshold where the past has been left behind on the shores of New York, and the future in Europe remains a shrouded canvas. It is here, suspended between the known and the unknown, that Hilliard begins to realize that his search for the mysterious masked singer is no longer a romantic whim. It is a descent into a labyrinth of human desires, secrets, and unspoken dangers. As the days at sea blur into a steady rhythm of sunrise and sunset, the ship becomes a floating theater, populated by a colorful, highly sophisticated cast of characters representing the creme de la creme of European and American high society. Hilliard, initially seeking solitude, finds himself drawn into the orbit of these travelers. Among them is Monsieur de Varigny, a retired French diplomat whose eyes hold the cynical wisdom of a man who has seen the rise and fall of empires, and Lady Cumberland, an English aristocrat whose sharp wit is as formidable as her impeccable social standing. They gather in the warmth of the first-class smoking room, surrounded by the rich aroma of Turkish tobacco and the gentle clinking of crystal glasses filled with amber cognac. Hilliard watches them, observing the effortless grace with which they wear their social masks. To the untrained eye, this is merely a gathering of the wealthy and influential, exchanging pleasantries and trivial gossip. But Hilliard, heightened by his own secret mission, begins to sense a deeper undercurrent. He realizes that these individuals are connected by an invisible web of influence, family alliances, and political secrets that spans the European continent. Why do we, as human beings, find ourselves so deeply fascinated by these social hierarchies? Psychologically, our attraction to high society and its intricate rituals stems from a primal desire for order, belonging, and significance. We look at these elite circles and project our own longings for safety, power, and validation onto them. Yet, as Hilliard observes, the higher the social standing, the more elaborate the mask. These individuals have perfected the art of revealing everything while exposing nothing. In our own lives, we often find ourselves playing similar games, adapting our behavior, our speech, and our appearance to fit into environments we believe will grant us worth. We wear our own masks of competence, wealth, or happiness, fearing that if we were to show our true, vulnerable selves, we would be cast out into the cold. If you find yourself weary of wearing these heavy masks, let this story be a gentle invitation to pause. The next time you enter a room where you feel the pressure to perform, try this simple practice. Take a slow, centering breath and consciously soften your shoulders. Remind yourself that the person standing across from you, no matter how polished or intimidating their exterior may seem, carries their own hidden fears, insecurities, and unhealed wounds. Look beyond their social armor and seek to connect with their humanity. By choosing authenticity over performance, you grant others the silent permission to do the same, breaking the spell of illusion that keeps us isolated from one another. The atmosphere in the smoking room shifts from casual pleasantry to intense curiosity when the conversation inevitably turns to the world of art and music. It is Monsieur de Varigny who drops the stone into the quiet pond of their conversation, sending ripples through Hilliard's entire being. He speaks of Italy, a land of passion, ancient stone, and deep shadows, and of a sensational rumor currently captivating the salons of Florence and Venice. He speaks of a young soprano, a woman of unparalleled vocal genius, who has taken the operatic world by storm. But her talent is not the only source of her fame. She is known as the masked singer, a woman who refuses to show her face to the public, performing always behind a delicate velvet mask, and vanishing into the night the moment the final curtain falls. The gossip is rich with speculation. Some say she is a disgraced noblewoman hiding her identity to protect her family's honor. Others whisper of a tragic disfigurement, or a dark vow of penance. But the most chilling rumor of all involves her patron, a powerful, shadowy figure of immense wealth and influence, who guards her like a prized possession, keeping her isolated from the world in a gilded cage. As Hilliard listens, his heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. Every detail matches the voice that has haunted his dreams, the voice that called to him through the New York night. The realization washes over him with the force of an ocean wave. His quest is not a solitary fantasy. It is a real, tangible pursuit of a woman who is currently trapped in a dangerous web of intrigue. This moment reveals a profound psychological truth about the human condition, the irresistible lure of the elusive. Why are we so deeply captivated by that which is hidden from us? The human mind is wired to seek completion and resolution. When we encounter a mystery, a gap in our knowledge, or a person who holds themselves back from us, our imagination rushes in to fill the void. We project our highest ideals, our deepest longings, and our unspeakable desires onto the blank canvas of the unknown. The masked singer becomes more than just a talented vocalist. She becomes the embodiment of beauty, freedom, and redemption for Hilliard. In our own lives, we often fall in love with the potential of a person, or the idea of a goal, rather than the reality of it. We chase illusions, believing that once we possess them, we will finally be whole. To navigate this in your own life, it is essential to cultivate the art of radical discernment. When you find yourself obsessing over a person, a job, or a dream that seems perpetually out of reach, ask yourself this crucial question. Am I in love with the reality of this pursuit, or am I in love with the feeling of longing? Take a piece of paper and write down the concrete facts of the situation, separating them from the stories and emotions your mind has woven around them. This simple exercise acts as an anchor, pulling your consciousness out of the turbulent waters of fantasy and placing it firmly on the solid ground of truth. It allows you to appreciate the beauty of the mystery without losing your sense of self in the process. As the night deepens, the social gathering disperses, leaving Hilliard alone on the darkened deck. The wind has grown stronger, howling through the ship's rigging with a ghostly, mournful sound. Hilliard paces the wet deck, his mind racing with the information he has gathered. He looks out into the black void of the Atlantic, feeling the immense weight of his decision. He is no longer a mere tourist on a pleasure cruise. By seeking the masked singer, he is stepping into an arena of high stakes, jealousy, and potential peril. Suddenly, he becomes aware of a presence. Turning his head slightly, he spots a figure standing near the stern of the ship, half hidden by the shadows of a lifeboat. The man is wrapped in a heavy overcoat, his collar turned up against the cold, his hat pulled low over his eyes. He is not looking at the sea. He is looking directly at Hilliard. The gaze is cold, steady, and filled with a silent, menacing intent. When Hilliard moves toward him, the figure turns and vanishes into the labyrinth of the ship's corridors. In that chilling instant, Hilliard realizes that he is not the only one playing a game of observation. He is being watched. His quest has drawn the attention of the very forces that guard the singer. and the danger he sensed is no longer a distant possibility. It is on board, walking the same decks, breathing the same air. This chilling realization brings us face to face with a concept of the threshold of adventure, a classic stage in the journey of the soul. Whenever we decide to step out of our comfort zones and pursue a path of true meaning, we inevitably encounter guardians of the threshold. These can manifest as external obstacles, people who oppose our growth, or internal fears and doubts that whisper that we are not strong enough, smart enough, or worthy enough. The presence of danger or resistance is not a sign that we have made a mistake. Rather, it is a confirmation that the path we have chosen is significant. It is a test of our resolve, asking us how much we are willing to risk to achieve our deepest aspirations. When you stand at your own threshold of adventure, feeling the cold wind of uncertainty and the shadow of fear, do not turn back. Instead, stand tall and ground yourself in your core purpose. Remember that fear is not your enemy. It is simply energy waiting to be transformed into courage. Take a deep, slow breath, feeling the strength of your spine, the rhythm of your heart, and the power of your intentions. Acknowledge the presence of the danger or the doubt, but refuse to let it dictate your steps. Say to yourself, silently, but with absolute conviction, I see the challenge before me, and I choose to move forward anyway. By embracing the risk, you activate a reservoir of inner strength you never knew you possessed, transforming yourself from a passive victim of circumstance into the heroic author of your own destiny. In this chapter, we have witnessed John Hilliard transition from a romantic dreamer into a determined seeker, navigating the sophisticated social circles of the transatlantic liner, uncovering the tantalizing rumors of the masked soprano in Italy, and confronting the chilling reality of the danger that now tracks his every move. He has crossed the threshold, and there is no turning back. As the ship continues its relentless journey through the dark Atlantic night, carrying its passengers toward the ancient, mystery-laden shores of Europe, we can feel the tension building, the air growing thick with anticipation. What awaits Hilliard in the historic streets of Florence and the winding canals of Venice? What secrets lie behind the velvet mask of the singer, and what price will he be asked to pay to hear her voice once more? Let the rhythm of the waves soothe your mind as we prepare to follow him into the heart of the conspiracy, stepping off the ship and onto the cobblestones of a land where the past and present collide, and where every shadow holds a promise or a threat. Chapter 8: Arrival in Italy. Imagine, if you will, the heavy, suffocating weight of a winter in New York. Picture the gray, monolithic towers of stone and iron, weeping with icy sleet, where the air itself feels exhausted, laden with the soot of coal fires and the hurried, anxious breath of millions. For months, Richard Hilliard had lived within this cold, dark cage, his heart locked in a state of suspended animation, chasing nothing but a phantom, a voice, a golden mask that had vanished into the night. We have all experienced this kind of emotional winter. It is that bleak, static period in our lives when the skies above us seem made of lead, when our dreams feel foolish, and the cold reality of our daily existence threatens to extinguish the last remaining sparks of our passion. But then, as it always must if we have the courage to endure, the seasons change. There comes a moment of transition, a threshold crossed, where the gray world falls away and we are reborn into a landscape of light, color, and warmth. For Hilliard, that threshold was the long, undulating voyage across the Atlantic, culminating in his breathtaking arrival in Italy. Let us step off the ship with him and feel the sudden, intoxicating shift in the air. The transition from the damp, heavy gloom of the American coast to the brilliant, sun-drenched shores of northern Italy is not merely a change in geography. It is a profound psychological awakening. As the steamer glides into the harbor of Genoa, the world seems to erupt in a symphony of sensory delights. The water of the Mediterranean is not the dark, threatening green of the Atlantic, but an impossible, luminous azure, so clear that it seems to hold the sky within its depths. Terracotta-roofed houses, painted in shades of faded rose, warm ochre, and pale apricot, cling precariously to the steep hillsides like wild, colorful blossoms. The air is thick and sweet, carrying the scent of wild rosemary, blooming orange groves, and the ancient, dusty stone of a civilization that has spent millennia basking in the sun. Think of how Hilliard must have felt standing on the deck, his eyes squinting against the unaccustomed brightness. For the first time in months, the tight knot of tension in his chest begins to unravel. The sheer, physical beauty of Italy acts as a balm to his bruised spirit, reminding him that the world is still capable of wonder. This is the power of the scenic stage. When we are trapped in our own mental ruts, we often forget that our external environment shapes our internal landscape. By placing Hilliard in this radiant, sensory paradise, we are shown that healing often begins when we allow ourselves to be penetrated by the beauty of the world around us. Let us delve deeper into this first key point, the sensory landscape of northern Italy, through a cinematic moment. Imagine Hilliard sitting by the window of a slow-moving railway carriage as it winds its way north toward the lakes. The carriage is old, with worn velvet seats that smell of dry dust and lavender. Outside, the landscape unfolds like an endless, living watercolor painting. Cypress trees stand like dark, solemn sentinels against a sky of pale turquoise. In the distance, the snow-capped peaks of the Alps rise like white crowns, contrasting sharply with the warm, olive-green valleys below. Hilliard leans his head against the wooden frame of the window, letting the rhythmic clacking of the train wheels lull him into a state of quiet contemplation. He watches a young peasant woman walking along a dusty path, a basket of ripe figs balanced perfectly on her head, her face illuminated by the golden afternoon sun. She does not look hurried. She does not look anxious. She simply exists, moving in perfect harmony with the earth beneath her feet. In this moment, Hilliard experiences a sudden, sharp pang of envy, but also of profound peace. He realizes how much of his life has been spent rushing, striving, and fighting against the current. Why does this classic dynamic of the geographic cure hold such a powerful sway over our subconscious? Psychologically, When we change our physical environment so drastically, we disrupt the neural pathways of our habits and anxieties. The gray streets of New York were a physical manifestation of Hilliard's obsession and despair. Every corner reminded him of his fruitless search. But Italy is a blank canvas, painted with colors so vibrant that his mind has no choice but to let go of its old patterns. It forces him into the present moment. Beauty, in its purest form, demands our attention. It pulls us out of the labyrinth of our own minds and anchors us in the reality of the senses. When we gaze upon a landscape of breathtaking beauty, our ego dissolves, if only for a second, and we are reminded that we are part of a larger, grander tapestry. If you are listening to this and finding yourself trapped in your own emotional winter, let this be your soothing mentor's hand. You do not need to purchase a ticket to Genoa to experience this shift. The practical application of this truth lies in your willingness to seek out sensory novelty. When the weight of your worries becomes too heavy to bear, break your routine. Step outside your usual paths. Seek out a park you have never visited. Watch the way the morning light filters through the leaves of a tree, or simply sit quietly and focus entirely on the warmth of the sun on your skin. Allow yourself to be filled by the beauty of the present moment, no matter how small. By consciously shifting your attention to the sensory richness of the world, you quiet the anxious chatter of your mind and open the door to emotional renewal. As Hilliard journeys further into the heart of northern Italy, we arrive at our second key point: his adjustment to the local culture, the language, and the slow, rhythmic pace of life. For an American raised in the crucible of pragmatism and relentless productivity, this transition is both a challenge and a revelation. In New York, time is a tyrant, measured in seconds, dollars, and missed opportunities. In Italy, however, time is a river, slow, winding, and meant to be savored rather than conquered. Consider the storytelling example of Hilliard's first morning at a small, sun-drenched cafe in a quiet piazza. The cobblestones are still cool from the night, and a gentle breeze rustles the striped canvas awning overhead. Hilliard sits at a tiny iron table, his posture stiff, his mind still operating at the frantic speed of Manhattan. He impatiently calls out to the waiter in his halting, book-learned Italian, expecting the immediate, transactional service of a New York diner. But the waiter, an elderly man with silver hair and wise, crinkling eyes, does not rush. He approaches slowly, offering a warm, genuine smile and a soft, melodic greeting that sounds more like a song than a transaction. He brings a tiny cup of thick, dark espresso and a pastry that smells of orange zest and butter. He does not hand Hilliard a bill immediately. Instead, he gestures toward the open square, where children are playing near a splashing fountain and old men are gossiping on stone benches. The waiter says, with a gentle shrug of his shoulders, that there is no hurry, that the sun will shine all day. Hilliard sits alone with his coffee, feeling suddenly self-conscious of his own impatience. He watches the locals. He notices the way they speak, not just with their voices, but with their hands, their eyes, and their entire bodies. Their language is fluid, musical, and filled with a warmth that seems to melt his cold, intellectual exterior. He realizes that to survive here, to truly understand this place, he must surrender his need for control. He must learn the art of the sweet doing nothing, the dolce far niente. He must let go of his American urgency and adopt the slow, deliberate pace of the land. Why does this cultural clash resonate so deeply with us? In our modern world, we are conditioned to believe that our worth is directly tied to our speed and our productivity. We wear our busyness like a badge of honor, rushing from task to task without ever truly experiencing the life we are working so hard to build. This relentless pace creates a state of chronic, low-grade anxiety, a constant feeling of running out of time. When we witness Hilliard's struggle and eventual surrender to the Italian pace of life, our subconscious recognizes a profound truth, that healing and self-discovery cannot be rushed. They require space, silence, and a willingness to simply be. When we slow down, we allow our fragmented selves to catch up with us. We begin to hear the quiet whispers of our intuition, which are so easily drowned out by the noise of our frantic lives. To apply this to your own life, you must practice the art of deliberate deceleration. Choose one activity today, perhaps your morning coffee, your walk to work, or your evening meal, and perform it at half your usual speed. Do not look at your phone. Do not think about what you have to do next. Simply immerse yourself fully in the experience. Taste the coffee, feel the ground beneath your feet, listen to the ambient sounds around you. When you consciously slow down, you send a powerful signal to your nervous system that you are safe, that there is no immediate danger, and that it is okay to relax. You reclaim your time, transforming a mundane routine into a sacred ritual of presence. This brings us to our third key point, the rekindling of Hilliard's hope and the intensification of his search. As his body relaxes into the warm embrace of Italy and his mind quietens, his obsession with a mysterious masked singer does not fade, rather, it transforms. In the cold gloom of New York, his pursuit felt like a desperate, almost manic struggle against fate, a frantic attempt to grab hold of something fleeting before it vanished forever. But here, beneath the golden Italian sun, his search is elevated to a spiritual quest. He feels a renewed, quiet confidence, a deep, intuitive certainty that he is exactly where he is supposed to be. Let us explore this through a touching, suspenseful moment of storytelling. It is evening in a small town bordering one of the great northern lakes. The sky has turned a deep, velvety violet, and the first stars are beginning to reflect in the still, dark water. Hilliard is walking along the lakefront, his footsteps echoing softly on the stone path. The air is cool now, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Suddenly, from an open window of a villa high up on the hillside, a voice drifts down through the darkness. It is a soprano voice, singing a melancholy Italian aria. The melody is incredibly beautiful, pure, and filled with a longing that makes Hilliard's heart stop in his chest. For a breathless second, he believes it is her. He stands frozen, his eyes locked on the warm yellow light of the distant window, his heart hammering against his ribs. He listens, parsing every note, every inflection, searching for the unique timbre of the voice that has haunted his dreams. As the song ends and the silence returns, he realizes with a mixture of disappointment and profound awe that it was not her. But instead of plunging him back into despair, this realization fills him with a strange, soaring hope. The beauty of the song, the setting, and the very fact that he is here, listening to such music under an Italian sky, convinces him that he is on the right path. He feels as though he is being guided by an invisible, golden thread, and that every step he takes, every breath he draws in this magical country, is bringing him closer to his destiny. This dynamic of the chase, of pursuing an elusive dream or a mysterious figure, is a powerful metaphor for our own search for meaning. We all have our own mask, our own elusive goal that we chase through the darkness. It might be a dream, career, a perfect relationship, a state of inner peace, or a sense of purpose. Often, we become discouraged because we cannot see the final destination. We feel as though we are wandering in the dark, chasing a phantom. But as Hilliard's experience shows us, the value of the chase lies not just in the ultimate capture, but in who we become along the journey. The pursuit forces us to grow, to stretch ourselves, to step out of our comfort zones, and to cross oceans of uncertainty. The hope that fuels our search is not a foolish illusion. It is a vital, creative force that keeps our hearts alive and open to the wonders of the universe. As your mentor on this journey, I encourage you to look at your own elusive dreams with new eyes. Do not let the distance between where you are and where you want to be discourage you. Trust the invisible threads of your life. Every effort you make, every step you take in pursuit of what makes your soul sing, is building your character and preparing you for the moment of arrival. When you feel lost, remember that the search itself is a form of arriving. Be open to the clues and the synchronicities that appear along your path, just as Hilliard listened to the song across the lake. Trust that your desire is a compass, pointing you toward your true north. In summary, this chapter of Hilliard's journey, his arrival in the sunlit paradise of northern Italy, is a profound testament to the power of transformation. We have watched him transition from the gray, paralyzing winter of New York to the vibrant, healing warmth of the Mediterranean. We have explored the sensory richness of the Italian landscape, which serves to quiet his anxious mind and ground him in the beauty of the present. We have seen him struggle with, and eventually surrender to, the slow, rhythmic pace of Italian culture, learning the vital importance of letting go of urgency. And finally, we have witnessed the rekindling of his hope, as his desperate search is elevated to a sacred quest, guided by intuition and a deep trust in his destiny. As we prepare to leave the peaceful shores of the northern lakes and follow Hilliard deeper into the mysteries that await him, let us hold fast to these lessons in our own lives. Let us seek out beauty, embrace a slower pace, and trust the quiet whisper of hope that guides our steps. For Hilliard, the quiet contemplation of the lakes is about to give way to a new, thrilling chapter. The golden thread of destiny is tightening, pulling him toward a bustling, vibrant city where the echoes of the past and the secrets of the present will collide. Turn the page with me now, as we leave the tranquil, sun-drenched valleys behind and step into the winding, shadow-filled streets of Florence, where the true test of Hilliard's resolve is about to begin. Chapter 9: The Streets of Florence. There is an ancient and spoken truth that says we do not search for people, but rather for the parts of ourselves we have lost in them. We wander through the labyrinth of the world, driven by a ghost of a memory, a fragment of a song, or the fleeting scent of perfume on a rainy evening, hoping that if we find the source, we will finally find ourselves whole. This is the quiet, desperate hunger that guides John Hilliard as he steps into the ancient, breathing heart of Florence. The city does not welcome him with open arms. Instead, it watches him with a cold, indifferent majesty of its Renaissance stone. It is a place of whispers, of hidden courtyards, and of shadows that stretch long and dark across the cobblestones as the Tuscan sun begins its slow, amber descent behind the hills of Belliscardo. Close your eyes for a moment and let yourself stand beside him. Feel the damp, chill air rising from the Arno River, carrying with it the scent of old paper, roasted chestnuts, and the faint, sweet decay of centuries of history. Listen to the steady, rhythmic click of Hilliard's boots against the uneven pavement, an echo that sounds strangely hollow, as if the stones themselves are mocking his solitary quest. He is searching for a voice, not just any voice, but the haunting, sublime melody of the mysterious masked opera singer who has captured his soul and vanished into the ether. He is a man possessed by a beautiful illusion, working through a city that has mastered the art of illusion for 1,000 years. As Hilliard navigates this historic maze, we find our first great truth. The outer search is always a reflection of our inner landscape. Let us watch him as he wanders through the grand piazzas, past the towering, grim facade of the Palazzo Vecchio, and into the narrow, suffocating alleys where the sun rarely penetrates. In these dark corridors, the walls seem to lean inward, as if trying to keep their secrets from this foreign intruder. He looks up at the shuttered windows of grand, decaying villas, wondering if behind those wooden slats, she is sitting in the twilight, her fingers tracing the keys of a piano, her throat holding the silent notes of his salvation. Consider the profound psychological weight of this moment. Why do we, like Hilliard, allow ourselves to become obsessed with that which is just out of reach? In our own lives, we often chase the masked figures of our desires: a perfect career, a soulmate who remains elusive, a state of mind we cannot quite grasp. Subconsciously, the mask is far more appealing than the face behind it because the mask allows us to project our deepest, most flawless fantasies onto another human being. It shields us from the messy, imperfect reality of human nature. When Hilliard searches Florence, he is not just looking for a woman. He is looking for a canvas upon which he can paint his own salvation. This classic dynamic holds us back because it keeps us in a state of perpetual longing, living in a future that may never exist. while the rich, grounded reality of the present slips through our fingers like dry Tuscan dust. To apply this to your own journey, think of a goal or a person you have been chasing with a frantic, exhausting intensity. Ask yourself, in the quiet spaces of your mind, am I in love with the reality of this pursuit, or am I in love with the mystery? To find peace, you must practice the art of gentle surrender. Step back from the chase for a single day. Allow the silence to catch up with you. Like a mentor gently placing a hand on your shoulder, I encourage you to look at the cobblestones beneath your own feet right now, rather than the distant, shuttered windows of your desires. The magic is not in the destination. It is in the courage it takes to walk the path. Our journey with Hilliard deepens as he turns his efforts toward the practical, yet no less frustrating, avenues of his search. He begins to track down local music schools, dusty theatrical agencies, and the offices of eccentric impresarios. Imagine the scene. Hilliard enters a dimly lit conservatory, the air thick with the smell of violin varnish and old sheet music. In the background, the disjointed scales of an aspiring soprano rise and fall, a fragile, trembling sound that only serves to remind him of the perfection he has lost. He speaks to an old, cynical maestro whose eyes are clouded with cataracts and indifference. The maestro shrugs, his hands fluttering like dry leaves as he explains that voices come and go in Florence like the winter rains, and that a woman who sings only behind a mask is likely a creature of myth, or worse, a clever fraud. Hilliard moves from one dusty archive to another, his fingers turning over yellowed playbills and old contracts. He meets with theatrical agents in cramped, smoky rooms, men with grease-stained waistcoats who offer him nothing but empty promises and demands for lyre. With each dead end, a cold weight settles heavier in his chest. The initial thrill of the hunt begins to curdle into the bitter taste of futility. He starts to realize that the world of art and music is not a temple of pure beauty, but a marketplace where dreams are bought, sold, and discarded. This brings us to a crucial psychological realization: the pain of the dead end. When we knock on doors that refuse to open, when we pour our energy into a pursuit that yields nothing but silence, our subconscious begins to whisper that we are unworthy. We conflate the silence of the world with our own lack of value. This is the moment where many of us give up, retreating into the safe, numb corners of our lives. But there is a secret wisdom in the dead end. It forces us to strip away our superficial motivations. It asks us, do you love the song enough to keep listening, even when the singer is silent? It teaches us resilience, not as a harsh, unyielding armor, but as a soft, patient endurance that knows how to wait out the winter. If you find yourself in a season of dead ends, if you have been knocking on doors that remain resolutely shut, take a deep, slow breath. The silence is not our punishment. It is a space for preparation. The practical step here is to redirect your energy. When the external world refuses to give you answers, turn your inquiry inward. Use this period of stagnation to refine your craft, to heal your wounds, and to build the inner sanctuary that no external failure can demolish. Like Hilliard, you must learn to appreciate the beauty of the dusty archive itself, finding solace in the fact that you have the capacity to care so deeply about something. But there is a darker, more chilling current running through the streets of Florence. As the days bleed into nights, Hilliard begins to sense a shift in the atmosphere. The city, which once seemed merely indifferent, now feels actively hostile. He notices a particular figure, a man in a dark, shapeless coat, his hat pulled low over his eyes, who seems to appear at the edge of his vision wherever he goes. In the Piazza della Signoria, as Hilliard sips his bitter espresso, the shadow is there, leaning against a stone archway. In the narrow passage near the house of Dante, the shadow's footsteps echo just a beat behind his own, stopping when he stops, moving when he moves. The tension builds to a fever pitch one evening near the Ponte Vecchio. The moon is a silver crescent reflecting in the black waters of the Arno. Hilliard stops, his heart hammering against his ribs, and turns sharply around. The street is empty, save for the flickering light of a gas lamp and the long, distorted shadow of an archway. Yet, he can feel the eyes upon him. He can feel the cold, calculating gaze of a rival, or perhaps a guardian of the singer's secret, watching his every move, waiting for him to make a mistake. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. He is not the only hunter in this forest. There are others who seek the woman of the mask, and their intentions may be far more sinister than his own. This psychological dynamic of being watched, of sensing rivals and unseen threats, speaks directly to our primal fears. In our modern lives, we often feel the pressure of unseen competitors. We feel the crushing weight of comparison, believing that others are watching us, judging our progress, or waiting to snatch our happiness away from us. This paranoia stems from a deep-seated belief in scarcity, the idea that there is only one prize, and if someone else gets to it first, we will be left in the dark forever. This fear paralyzes us, making our steps tentative and our decisions motivated by anxiety rather than love. To overcome this paralyzing fear of the rival, you must shift your perspective from a mindset of scarcity to one of abundance. The path you are walking is uniquely yours. No one else can walk it, and therefore, no one else can steal your destination. When you feel the shadow of comparison or threat looming behind you, stop running. Turn around metaphorically and face it. Acknowledge the fear, but do not let it guide your feet. Your true power lies in your authenticity. The rivals we fear are often just projections of our own self-doubt. When you embrace your own journey, with all its delays and detours, the shadows lose their power over you, dissolving into the twilight. In summary, this chapter of Hilliard's journey through the historic streets of Florence is a profound exploration of human longing, the agony of the search, and the courage required to face the shadows of our own making. He has braved the labyrinth of the ancient city, confronted the cold silence of dead ends in dusty archives, and stood firm against the creeping terror of unseen rivals. He remains a man suspended between hope and despair, his heart still beating to the rhythm of a song he cannot quite hear. As we leave Hilliard standing on the banks of the Arno, the cold Florentine breeze tugging at his coat, we feel the approach of a shift in his destiny. The search is about to take a turn, moving from the public squares and dusty offices into the private, whispers-filled salons of the Florentine aristocracy. The mask is beginning to slip, but what lies beneath may be far more dangerous than the mystery itself. Join me in the next chapter as we follow Hilliard through a door that should perhaps have remained closed, where the music of the soul meets the dark realities of betrayal and desire. Chapter 10: The Mask Reappears. We often spend our lives searching for a face we have only seen in our dreams, or perhaps a face we have lost in the shadows of our own forgotten history. It is a profound human truth that we are drawn not to that which is easily possessed, but to the mysteries that dance just beyond the reach of our fingertips. We are captives of the unfinished story, seekers of the unresolved chord. Welcome back to our journey. Here, in the dim, amber-tinted twilight of Florence, we find ourselves standing before the imposing stone arches of the Opera House. It is a sanctuary of illusions, a temple where people gather to weep for tragedies that are not their own, and to wear masks of their own making. Let us quiet our minds and step into the velvet warmth of the theater as we begin Chapter 10. The Mask Reappears. To understand the weight of this moment, we must first immerse ourselves in the sensory tapestry of a Florentine opera night. Imagine the air thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts drifting in from the cobblestone streets, mingling with the heavy, sweet perfume of gardenias and expensive French lavender worn by the ladies in the lobby. The Teatro della Pergola is a living, breathing beast tonight. There is a low, vibrating murmur of voices, a symphony of Italian consonants rolling over one another, punctured by the occasional sharp burst of laughter or the rustle of heavy silk gowns. Overhead, the massive crystal chandeliers flicker with hundreds of real candles, casting a warm, golden glow over the gilded balconies. For John Hilliard, however, this vibrant display of life is nothing but a blur of colorful noise. His mind is a quiet, shadowed room, occupied by a single, haunting image. He is physically present in the bustling theater, yet emotionally marooned on an island of his own longing. Have you ever felt this profound sense of isolation in a crowd? Have you ever stood in a room full of laughter and light, only to feel your soul quietly searching the perimeter for something, or someone, that might make you feel whole? As Hilliard takes his seat in the stalls, his eyes do not drift to the stage where the orchestra is tuning their instruments, producing a discordant yet strangely comforting cacophony of strings and woodwinds. Instead, his gaze is drawn upward, scanning the private boxes that line the walls like golden cages. He speaks to an old, cynical maestro whose eyes are clouded with cataracts and indifference. The maestro shrugs, his hands fluttering like dry leaves as he explains that voices come and go in Florence like the winter rains, and that a woman who sings only behind a mask is likely a creature of myth, or worse, a clever fraud. Hilliard moves from one dusty archive to another, his fingers turning over yellowed playbills and old contracts. He meets with theatrical agents in cramped, smoky rooms, men with grease-stained waistcoats who offer him nothing but empty promises and demands for lyre. With each dead end, a cold weight settles heavier in his chest. The initial thrill of the hunt begins to curdle into the bitter taste of futility. He starts to realize that the world of art and music is not a temple of pure beauty, but a marketplace where dreams are bought, sold, and discarded. This brings us to a crucial psychological realization: the pain of the dead end. When we knock on doors that refuse to open, when we pour our energy into a pursuit that yields nothing but silence, our subconscious begins to whisper that we are unworthy. We conflate the silence of the world with our own lack of value. This is the moment where many of us give up, retreating into the safe, numb corners of our lives. But there is a secret wisdom in the dead end. It forces us to strip away our superficial motivations. It asks us, do you love the song enough to keep listening, even when the singer is silent? It teaches us resilience, not as a harsh, unyielding armor, but as a soft, patient endurance that knows how to wait out the winter. If you find yourself in a season of dead ends, if you have been knocking on doors that remain resolutely shut, take a deep, slow breath. The silence is not our punishment. It is a space for preparation. The practical step here is to redirect your energy. When the external world refuses to give you answers, turn your inquiry inward. Use this period of stagnation to refine your craft, to heal your wounds, and to build the inner sanctuary that no external failure can demolish. Like Hilliard, you must learn to appreciate the beauty of the dusty archive itself, finding solace in the fact that you have the capacity to care so deeply about something. But there is a darker, more chilling current running through the streets of Florence. As the days bleed into nights, Hilliard begins to sense a shift in the atmosphere. The city, which once seemed merely indifferent, now feels actively hostile. He notices a particular figure, a man in a dark, shapeless coat, his hat pulled low over his eyes, who seems to appear at the edge of his vision wherever he goes. In the Piazza della Signoria, as Hilliard sips his bitter espresso, the shadow is there, leaning against a stone archway. In the narrow passage near the house of Dante, the shadow's footsteps echo just a beat behind his own, stopping when he stops, moving when he moves. The tension builds to a fever pitch one evening near the Ponte Vecchio. The moon is a silver crescent reflecting in the black waters of the Arno. Hilliard stops, his heart hammering against his ribs, and turns sharply around. The street is empty, save for the flickering light of a gas lamp and the long, distorted shadow of an archway. Yet, he can feel the eyes upon him. He can feel the cold, calculating gaze of a rival, or perhaps a guardian of the singer's secret, watching his every move, waiting for him to make a mistake. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. He is not the only hunter in this forest. There are others who seek the woman of the mask, and their intentions may be far more sinister than his own. This psychological dynamic of being watched, of sensing rivals and unseen threats, speaks directly to our primal fears. In our modern lives, we often feel the pressure of unseen competitors. We feel the crushing weight of comparison, believing that others are watching us, judging our progress, or waiting to snatch our happiness away from us. This paranoia stems from a deep-seated belief in scarcity, the idea that there is only one prize, and if someone else gets to it first, we will be left in the dark forever. This fear paralyzes us, making our steps tentative and our decisions motivated by anxiety rather than love. To overcome this paralyzing fear of the rival, you must shift your perspective from a mindset of scarcity to one of abundance. The path you are walking is uniquely yours. No one else can walk it, and therefore, no one else can steal your destination. When you feel the shadow of comparison or threat looming behind you, stop running. Turn around, metaphorically, and face it. Acknowledge the fear, but do not let it guide your feet. Your true power lies in your authenticity. The rivals we fear are often just projections of our own self-doubt. When you embrace your own journey, with all its delays and detours, the shadows lose their power over you, dissolving into the twilight. In summary, this chapter of Hilliard's journey through the historic streets of Florence is a profound exploration of human longing, the agony of the search, and the courage required to face the shadows of our own making. He has braved the labyrinth of the ancient city, confronted the cold silence of dead ends in dusty archives, and stood firm against the creeping terror of unseen rivals. He remains a man suspended between hope and despair, his heart still beating to the rhythm of a song he cannot quite hear. As we leave Hilliard standing on the banks of the Arno, the cold Florentine breeze tugging at his coat, we feel the approach of a shift in his destiny. The search is about to take a turn, moving from the public squares and dusty offices into the private, whispers-filled salons of the Florentine aristocracy. The mask is beginning to slip, but what lies beneath may be far more dangerous than the mystery itself. Join me in the next chapter, as we follow Hilliard through a door that should perhaps have remained closed, where the music of the soul meets the dark realities of betrayal and desire. Chapter 10: The Mask Reappears. We often spend our lives searching for a face we have only seen in our dreams, or perhaps a face we have lost in the shadows of our own forgotten history. It is a profound human truth that we are drawn not to that which is easily possessed, but to the mysteries that dance just beyond the reach of our fingertips. We are captives of the unfinished story, seekers of the unresolved chord. Welcome back to our journey, here, in the dim, amber-tinted twilight of Florence. We find ourselves standing before the imposing stone arches of the Opera House. It is a sanctuary of illusions, a temple where people gather to weep for tragedies that are not their own, and to wear masks of their own making. Let us quiet our minds and step into the velvet warmth of the theater, as we begin Chapter 10, The Mask Reappears. To understand the weight of this moment, we must first immerse ourselves in the sensory tapestry of a Florentine opera night. Imagine the air thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts drifting in from the cobblestone streets, mingling with the heavy, sweet perfume of gardenias and expensive French lavender worn by the ladies in the lobby. The Teatro della Pergola is a living, breathing beast tonight. There is a low, vibrating murmur of voices, a symphony of Italian consonants rolling over one another, punctured by the occasional sharp burst of laughter or the rustle of heavy silk gowns. Overhead, the massive crystal chandeliers flicker with hundreds of real candles, casting a warm, golden glow over the gilded balconies. For John Hilliard, however, this vibrant display of life is nothing but a blur of colorful noise. His mind is a quiet, shadowed room, occupied by a single, haunting image. He is physically present in the bustling theater, yet emotionally marooned on an island of his own longing. Have you ever felt this profound sense of isolation in a crowd? Have you ever stood in a room full of laughter and light, only to feel your soul quietly searching the perimeter for something, or someone, that might make you feel whole? As Hilliard takes his seat in the stalls, his eyes do not drift to the stage where the orchestra is tuning their instruments, producing a discordant yet strangely comforting cacophony of strings and woodwinds. Instead, his gaze is drawn upward, scanning the private boxes that line the walls like golden cages. Chapter 11: The Rival's Shadow. There is a peculiar kind of darkness that does not merely follow the light, but actively seeks to extinguish it. It is a shadow born of ancient stones, forgotten debts, and the bitter warmth of a passion that has rotted into obsession. When we look into the mirror of our own lives, we often fear the arrival of the antagonist, the person who stands between us and the object of our deepest longing. We fear them because they represent the parts of ourselves we have yet to conquer, our insecurity, our possessiveness, and our terror of being replaced. In this chapter, we step into the damp, cold corridors of Venice, where the water laps against the decaying marble of grand palazzos, and we meet the living embodiment of this shadow. Enter Count Giovanni. He is not merely a man. He is a force of historical gravity, a jealous Italian aristocrat who carries the weight of a dying lineage and a fierce, uncompromising demand for ownership. He has cast his dark eyes upon the mysterious singer, the woman whose voice has captivated our protagonist, Hilliard, and whose mask hides 1,000 secrets. Giovanni does not love her as a man loves a muse. He desires her as a conqueror desires a crown, a beautiful prize to be locked away in his ancestral vault, shielded from the vulgar eyes of the world. To understand Giovanni is to understand the terrifying allure of absolute entitlement. Imagine a grand, dimly lit salon in Venice. The air is heavy with the scent of damp velvet, candle wax, and the faint, salty breath of the lagoon outside. Hilliard stands near the tall French windows, his heart beating with the restless energy of a young man in love, looking out over the dark water. Suddenly, the heavy oak doors swing open, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. Giovanni steps across the threshold. He does not walk so much as glide, his tall, slender frame draped in black wool, his face pale and sharp like a finely carved cameo. His eyes, dark as obsidian, sweep the room and settle on Hilliard with a chilling indifference that is far more insulting than outright anger. Giovanni steps forward, his hand resting casually on the silver pommel of his walking stick. When he speaks, his voice is a low, melodious purr, yet it carries the distinct, sharp edge of a razor. He speaks of the singer not as a person, but as a possession, a legendary treasure that belongs exclusively to his family history, to his soil, to his private collection. He smiles, but the warmth does not reach his eyes. It is a grin of absolute certainty, a declaration of war disguised as a polite greeting. Hilliard feels a cold knot tighten in his chest. In this moment, the rivalry is not merely a disagreement between two men. It is a clash of civilizations, a duel between the hopeful, forward-looking optimism of the new world and the heavy, suffocating grip of the old. Why does this dynamic strike such a profound chord within our subconscious? It is because we have all, at one time or another, encountered our own Count Giovanni. We have all faced that imposing figure in our careers, our relationships, or our creative endeavors who seems to hold all the cards, who possesses the pedigree, the history, and the ruthless confidence that we feel we lack. When we face such a rival, our immediate psychological response is often one of regression. We feel small, unauthorized, and exposed. The shadow of the rival triggers our deepest childhood fears of inadequacy, whispering that we are impostors who do not belong in the grand rooms of life. But let us pause and look closer at Giovanni. If you look past the polished veneer, past the aristocratic bearing and the threat of violence, what do you see? You see a man hollowed out by his own possessiveness. Giovanni is a prisoner of his own privilege, unable to experience genuine love because he cannot conceive of a relationship that is not based on control. His jealousy is not a sign of strength, but a confession of profound inner poverty. He believes that if he does not possess the singer, he is nothing. To navigate this in your own life, you must first learn to recognize the difference between genuine authority and the illusion of ownership. When you encounter someone who tries to dominate you or claim monopoly over what you love, do not react with anger, for anger is a confession that they have power over you. Instead, adopt the perspective of an observer. Look at their demands not as a threat, but as a symptom of their inner deficit. The first step in dismantling the power of a rival is to refuse to play their game on their terms. Hilliard must learn this, and so must you. When someone tries to make you feel small, remind yourself that their arrogance is merely a mask worn by their own fear of irrelevance. Let us now descend deeper into the complex, high-stakes history that binds Count Giovanni to the mysterious singer. This is not a simple tale of unrequited love. It is a tapestry woven from old promises, family expectations, and perhaps a dark secret that the singer has spent her life trying to outrun. Imagine a quiet garden in Florence years before, where a young woman, not yet a famous singer, made a desperate pact under the pressure of family ruin. Giovanni was there, offering salvation, but demanding her soul in return. He remembers the soft warmth of her hand when she was vulnerable, and he cannot accept that she has now found her voice, her freedom, and her mask. This history is a heavy chain that drags behind them, clinking against the cobblestones of Venice with every step they take. When the singer performs, she is not just singing for the public. She is singing to drown out the echo of Giovanni's footsteps. Her mask is not her playful game. It is a desperate shield against a man who believes he owns her very breath. For Hilliard, discovering this history is like walking into a minefield. Every step he takes toward her is a step into a past he does not fully understand, a past filled with dangers that his straightforward American sensibility is ill-prepared to handle. This classic narrative dynamic speaks to a universal human truth. We are all haunted by the unfinished business of our past. We carry emotional debts, old contracts we signed in moments of weakness, and the lingering influence of people who once held power over us. We often find ourselves in situations where we feel we cannot move forward because some ghost from our past is pulling us backward. The psychological weight of these unhealed wounds can make us feel as though we are permanently compromised, forever bound to a history we wish we could erase. To break free from these ancestral chains, you must perform a courageous audit of your own emotional debts. Ask yourself, what old promises are you still trying to keep at the expense of your current happiness? Who are the people in your past to whom you have given the power to define your worth? You must realize that the contracts of the past only have power if you continue to honor them in the present. The singer's journey, and indeed your own, requires a radical act of self-forgiveness and a declaration of independence. You must be willing to face your own Giovanni, look him in the eye, and declare that the debt has been paid in full, not with currency, but with a time you have already lost to fear. This brings us to the heart of the conflict. The intense romantic and social rivalry between Hilliard and Giovanni. This is a clash of two entirely different philosophies of love. For Hilliard, love is an adventure, a pursuit of a beautiful mystery, a desire to lift the mask and see the truth of the woman beneath, respecting her freedom all the while. For Giovanni, love is a siege, a campaign to capture, cage, and display. The rivalry between them plays out in the drawing rooms of Venetian society, where every glance is a weapon and every polite conversation is a duel of wits. Picture a crowded, glittering ballroom. The orchestra is playing a sweeping, melancholy waltz. The singer, draped in exquisite silk and wearing her enigmatic mask, moves through the crowd like a phantom. Hilliard watches her from the edge of the floor, his heart in his eyes. But before he can take a step toward her, Giovanni intercepts him. The Count stands between Hilliard and his dream, a dark, elegant barrier. Giovanni offers a toast, his glass catching the light of the chandeliers. His words are polite, filled with double meanings and subtle threats that go unnoticed by the laughing crowd around them, but land like heavy blows on Hilliard's chest. The social pressure is immense. Hilliard cannot strike him without causing a scandal that would ruin the singer's reputation. Yet he cannot remain silent without losing his dignity. This social rivalry is a mirror of the competitive arenas we all must navigate. Whether it is in our careers, our social circles, or our creative pursuits, we often find ourselves competing with people who seem to have home field advantage, who know the rules of the game better than we do, and who are not afraid to use underhanded tactics to keep us in our place. It is easy to lose ourselves in these rivalries, to let our opponent dictate our self-worth, and to spend all our energy trying to defeat them rather than focusing on our own growth. The key to surviving and thriving in the face of such rivalry is to shift your focus from the opponent to the path. When you find yourself locked in a comparison trap, ask yourself, am I fighting to win, or am I fighting to express my true self? Giovanni's power over Hilliard only exists as long as Hilliard accepts Giovanni's definition of the prize. If Hilliard tries to win the singer by becoming as ruthless, as cynical, and as manipulative as Giovanni, then Giovanni has already won, even if Hilliard takes her hand. The true victory lies in maintaining your integrity, your warmth, and your authenticity in the face of cold hostility. You do not defeat a shadow by becoming dark. You defeat it by shining a brighter, more honest light. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the profound lessons of the rival's shadow. Count Giovanni has entered the stage, throwing a long, cold shadow over Hilliard's quest and the singer's fragile freedom. The stakes have been raised from a romantic pursuit to a life-and-death struggle for autonomy, truth, and love. We see that the rival is not just an external obstacle, but a mirror reflecting our own deepest fears and the unresolved shadows of our past. As the music of the Venetian ballroom begins to fade, and the guests slip away into the misty night, we are left with a lingering sense of suspense. The shadow has fallen, but the light has not yet been extinguished. Hilliard stands on the edge of the canal, watching a gondola disappear into the darkness, carrying with it both the woman he loves and the man who claims to own her. The battle lines have been drawn in the damp Venetian air, and the true test of Hilliard's courage is about to begin. Let us step quietly into the next chapter, where the whispers of the canals will reveal whether love can truly break the chains of ancient obsession, or if the mask will remain forever frozen in a silent scream. Chapter 12: Secrets of the Villa. There is a dangerous, almost sacred beauty in the secrets we keep, and perhaps an even greater danger in our desperate obsession to uncover them. Have you ever stood on the precipice of a choice, knowing that to step forward is to risk everything you are, yet understanding that to step back is to die a slow death of regret? This is the exquisite torture of the human heart when it is captured by a mystery it cannot solve. We are bound by our desires, driven by an invisible thread that pulls us toward the very things that might destroy us. In this chapter, we find ourselves standing in the deep, velvet shadows of an Italian night, beside a man who has allowed his obsession to become his compass. John Hilliard stands outside the high, imposing walls of the villa, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air is thick with the intoxicating scent of night-blooming jasmine and the damp, earthy breath of the nearby lake. Somewhere beyond those stone walls, protected by iron gates and silent guards, lives, the woman whose voice has haunted his dreams, the mysterious singer whose mask has become the screen upon which he projects all his hopes, his fears, and his unspoken longings. To seek her is madness. To breach her sanctuary is a crime, yet, as Hilliard looks up at the towering silhouette of the villa against the starlit sky, he knows there is no turning back. The lure of the mask is far too strong, and tonight, the secrets of the villa will be laid bare, no matter the cost. Let us step with him into the shadows as he prepares to navigate the heavily guarded gardens. The physical challenge of scaling the wall is nothing compared to the mental barrier he must cross. The villa is not merely a house. It is a fortress of privacy, guarded by men whose loyalty has been bought with gold and secured by the absolute authority of the Italian aristocracy. Hilliard waits, his breath shallow, watching the rhythmic patrol of the watchmen. Their lanterns cast long, amber fingers across the manicured lawns, illuminating the pale marble of classical statues that stand like ghostly spectators in the dark. He must time his movements perfectly. Every crunch of gravel underfoot, every rustle of the laurel bushes, could mean discovery, ruin, or worse. Imagine the sheer physical tension of this moment. His fingers grip the cold, rough stone of the outer wall. He pulls himself up, his muscles straining, the fabric of his coat catching on a protruding vine. For a terrifying second, he hangs suspended between the safety of the public road and the perilous unknown of the private estate. A guard passes below, the orange glow of a cigarette illuminating a stern, weathered face. Hilliard holds his breath, his chest aching with the effort, until the guard moves on, his footsteps fading into the distance. Dropping softly onto the damp grass inside, Hilliard is instantly enveloped by the claustrophobic beauty of the garden. The shadows here are deeper, more alive. He moves from the shelter of a giant cypress to the darkness behind a stone fountain, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. He is an intruder, a shadow among shadows, driven by a desperate need to find a truth that may not even belong to him. What is it within the human psyche that compels us to cross these boundaries? Why do we find ourselves drawn to the forbidden, risking our safety, our reputation, and our peace of mind to uncover what has been deliberately hidden from us? Psychologically, this search represents the classic quest for the shadow self. In our lives, we often build high walls around our deepest vulnerabilities, much like the owner of this villa. We create guards of defense mechanisms, sarcasm, and stoicism to keep the world at bay. When Hilliard breaches the villa gardens, he is not just entering a physical space. He is symbolic of our subconscious mind attempting to penetrate the defenses of another human soul. We crave true connection, but true connection requires the dismantling of boundaries. When those boundaries are not opened to us willingly, the shadow side of our desire manifests as a drive to conquer, to intrude, and to see what lies behind the curtain. We believe that if we can only find the secret, we will finally be safe, we will finally understand, and we will finally be whole. It is a profound illusion, but one that holds an iron grip on our behavior. If you find yourself standing before the high walls of some mystery in your own life, perhaps seeking to understand a distant loved one, or trying to unearth a truth that has been withheld from you, take a moment to pause. Ask yourself, is your quest driven by love, or is it driven by a fear of the unknown? The mentor within us suggests that before you scale the wall, you must examine what you hope to find on the other side. Are you prepared to accept the truth in its raw, unvarnished form, or are you merely looking for confirmation of your own projections? When you feel the urge to push past someone else's boundaries, practice the art of patient observation. Sometimes, the most profound revelations do not come from forcing our way into the garden, but from waiting quietly at the gate until the owner chooses to open it. True intimacy cannot be stolen. It must be gifted. But Hilliard has already crossed the threshold. He moves closer to the villa, his eyes drawn to a single, dimly lit window on the ground floor. The French doors are slightly ajar, letting out a sliver of warm, golden light that cuts through the darkness of the terrace. Slipping inside, he finds himself in a magnificent, silent library. The walls are lined with leather-bound volumes, and the air smells of old paper, beeswax, and dried lavender. It is here, on a heavy mahogany desk, that Hilliard makes his discovery. A leather portfolio lies open, scattered with handwritten letters, old newspaper clippings, and official documents. These are the fragments of the singer's past, the keys to the mystery that has consumed him. With trembling hands, Hilliard begins to read. The ink is faded, written in a delicate, flowing script that speaks of a refined upbringing, but the words themselves are heavy with tragedy. He reads of a young girl with an extraordinary voice, thrust into a world of wealth and deceit. He reads of a forced marriage, of a love betrayed, and of a desperate flight from a powerful, vengeful husband who sought to possess her talent and silence her spirit. The newspaper clippings speak of a mysterious disappearance, of a scandalous trial in Vienna, and of a woman who chose to vanish from the world rather than live as a captive. The letters are filled with raw pain, longing, and a profound, aching loneliness. For the first time, the masked singer is not an enigmatic fantasy to Hilliard. She is a real, breathing human being who has been broken by the world, a woman who wears a mask not to tease or to mystify, but to survive. This discovery strikes at the very heart of why we are so fascinated by the secrets of others. We live in a world of curated personas, where everyone presents a polished, masked version of themselves to the public. But our subconscious knows that this is a lie. We hunger for the messy, beautiful, and painful reality that lies beneath. When we discover the secret wounds of another person, it does something extraordinary to our psychology. It disarms us. It dissolves our envy and our judgment, replacing them with a deep, visceral empathy. We realize that the people we put on pedestals, the ones who seem untouchable and perfect, are carrying burdens just as heavy as our own. This realization is both comforting and terrifying, for it reminds us that suffering is the universal currency of the human experience. It forces us to look at our own hidden scars and ask if we, too, are hiding behind a mask of our own making. To apply this to your own journey, think of someone in your life whom you have judged harshly, or perhaps someone you hold in such high esteem that they seem almost inhuman. Remember that everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle of which you know nothing. You do not need to snoop through their private letters to understand this. You only need to offer them the space to be imperfect. When you interact with others, listen not just to the words they say, but to the silences between them. Look for the subtle cracks in their armor. Instead of trying to force your way into their secrets, show them that your heart is a safe place for their vulnerability. When people feel safe, their masks begin to slip away naturally, revealing the beautiful, fragile truth of who they really are. Yet, as Hilliard stands in the quiet library, the weight of his actions begins to press heavily upon his conscience. He is holding the intimate details of a woman's suffering in his hands, details she has risked everything to hide from the world. A profound ethical dilemma washes over him, cold and sobering. What right does he have to this knowledge? He is not our protector. He is a trespasser, a thief who has stolen into the sanctuary of a wounded soul to satisfy his own curiosity. He looks at the letters, then at his own hands, suddenly feeling the deep shame of his intrusion. He realized that his love, if it can even be called that, has a selfish, predatory edge to it. He wanted to know her secrets so that he could possess her, so that he could bridge the distance between them by force. This is the classic conflict between obsession and genuine love. Obsession demands possession. It wants to tear down walls, uncover secrets, and master the object of its desire. Genuine love, however, requires reverence. It understands that some spaces are sacred, and that true devotion is shown not by what we take, but by what we respect. Our subconscious often confuses these two dynamics. We mistake our anxiety and our desire for control for deep affection. We believe that if we know everything about someone, they cannot hurt us, and they cannot leave us. But this is a betrayal of trust. When we violate the privacy of those we care about, we destroy the very foundation upon which a real relationship can be built. We reduce the other person from a free, autonomous being to a puzzle to be solved, a prize to be won. Let this be a gentle but firm guide for your own heart. If you find yourself slipping into patterns of control, checking messages, demanding explanations, or digging into another person's past without their consent, stop and breathe. Recognize this behavior for what it is, an attempt to soothe your own insecurity at the expense of another's freedom. The path to healing lies in cultivating self-trust. You must learn to sit with the discomfort of not knowing. You must believe that you are worthy of love and safety, even if you do not possess all the answers. Practice releasing your grip on the people you care about. Allow them their secrets, their private thoughts, and their unspoken memories. When you give someone the freedom to have a private world, you honor their dignity, and in doing so, you elevate your own. Hilliard slowly places the letters back onto the desk, smoothing the papers with a hand that now trembles not with fear of discovery, but with a quiet agony of self-reproach. He has found the truth, but it has not brought him the triumph he expected. Instead, it has left him feeling hollowed out, humbled, and deeply sorrowful. He understands now that the mask she wears is her only shield against a hostile world, and by attempting to strip it away, he has aligned himself with the very forces that drove her into hiding in the first place. He backs away from the desk, his gaze lingering on the faded ink, realizing that the greatest act of love he can offer this woman is to leave her secrets where he found them, and to walk away. This chapter has been a journey through the labyrinth of human desire, curiosity, and ethical responsibility. We have watched Hilliard scale the walls of the physical villa, only to find himself confronting the far more formidable walls of the human soul. We have explored the suspense of the forbidden, the intoxicating nature of discovered secrets, and the painful, necessary awakening of the conscience when we realize we have crossed a line. It is a powerful reminder that our search for truth must always be guided by compassion and respect for the boundaries of others. As Hilliard prepares to slip back out into the cool, dark night, a sudden sound shatters the silence of the library. A floorboard creaks in the corridor outside. The soft, rhythmic click of approaching footsteps echoes through the quiet house, accompanied by the faint, unmistakable scent of a familiar perfume. The shadow of a figure begins to stretch across the threshold of the library door. Hilliard freezes, his heart stopping in his chest, realizing that his retreat has been cut off, and the confrontation he both desired and dreaded is now entirely unavoidable. Let us pause here, suspended in this breathless moment of anticipation, as we prepare to see what happens when the keeper of the secrets finally meets the one who has dared to uncover them. Chapter 13: The Unmasking. We all wear masks. Some are fashioned from the finest silk, decorated with feathers and gold leaf to dazzle a crowded ballroom, while others are forged in the quiet, desperate corners of our minds, built out of smiles, titles, and carefully rehearsed laughter. But regardless of the material, the purpose remains the same: to protect the fragile, aching truth of who we are from a world that so often feels too harsh, too critical, and too eager to break us. In this quiet, candlelit chamber of our journey, we find ourselves standing on the precipice of a profound revelation. The room is heavy with the scent of old polished mahogany, melting beeswax, and the damp, cool breath of the Venetian night drifting through a half-open window. The shadows on the walls seem to lean forward, as if they, too, are holding their breath, waiting for the moment when the illusion must finally crumble. For Hilliard and the mysterious woman who has held his heart captive with nothing but her voice and a velvet disguise, the hour of reckoning has arrived. The air is thick, charged with the electric, terrifying current of imminent exposure. It is the moment where the performance ends and reality begins, a moment that mirrors the silent, desperate craving within every human soul to be fully seen, fully known, and yet desperately feared. Let us step closer into the warm glow of the fading embers in the hearth. The woman stands before Hilliard, her hand trembling as it hovers near the silk ribbon tied at the back of her head. For months, she has been a phantom of melody, a disembodied grace that sang to his very soul, yet remained forever out of reach behind that black mask. Now, her fingers find the knot. The silence in the room is so absolute that the gentle rustle of her silk sleeve sounds like a sudden intake of breath. With a slow, agonizingly beautiful movement, the knot slips. The ribbon falls away, pooling on the floor like a discarded shadow. And then, the mask is lowered. In that single, suspended heartbeat, the illusion of the mysterious siren vanishes, and in her place stands a woman. Her face is pale, illuminated by the soft, amber light of the fire. There is a raw, exquisite vulnerability in her dark eyes, a look of a wild creature cornered, waiting for the blow it is certain will come. She does not look like a mythical queen. She looks like someone who has survived a long, cold winter in the depths of her own soul. Her name is Antoinette, though the registries of the nobility know her by a far grander, heavier title, the Countess Antoinette de Rimbaldi. She speaks, her voice no longer rising in the soaring, operatic heights that captivated theaters, but falling into a low, trembling confession. She tells him of her heritage, of a proud Florentine house built on ancient stone and modern lies. She speaks of her brother, a man whose desperate gambling debts and ruinous betrayals dragged their family name through the mud of scandal, leaving her with a choice between a loveless, transactional marriage to an abusive creditor or a life of absolute obscurity. To save her family from total ruin, and to escape a fate worse than death, she fled into the night, adopting the guise of the masked singer. The mask was not her game. It was her shield, her prison, and her only means of survival. She sang behind the velvet not to entice, but to hide her noble face from the predatory eyes of those who sought to drag her back to her family's shame. As her story unfolds, Antoinette stands before Hilliard, her shoulders tensed, her eyes downcast, bracing for the inevitable reaction. In her experience, the truth of her past, the stains of her family's disgrace, and the reality of her brokenness have always been weapons used against her. She expects him to turn away, to feel cheated by the loss of the pristine, untouched fantasy he had chased across Europe. She fears the cold light of disappointment that so often follows when the mysterious dream is replaced by the complicated, wounded reality of human flesh and blood. But Hilliard does not move away. Instead, he steps closer. His eyes, dark with an intensity that makes her breath catch, do not hold a single speck of disappointment. There is no judgment in his gaze, no sense of a man who has lost his prize. Instead, his face softens into an expression of such profound empathy, such deep, unshakable devotion, that it seems to warm the very air between them. He reaches out, his hand steady and warm, and gently cups her cheek. His thumb brushes away a single, silent tear that has escaped and traced a path down her pale skin. He does not love the mask. He never did. He loved the soul that sang through it, the spirit that refused to be crushed by the weight of a cruel destiny. In this moment of absolute unmasking, his love does not shatter. It deepens, taking root in the fertile soil of her truth. He sees her not as a fallen noblewoman or a tragic singer, but as the brave, beautiful architect of her own survival. Why does this classic dynamic resonate so deeply within the chambers of our own hearts? Why do we weep when the mask falls? And why does Hilliard's acceptance feel like a cool rain on a parched desert? Psychologically, the mask is a universal archetype. From the moment we realize that the world judges us based on our utility, our appearance, and our success, we begin to construct our own disguises. We wear the mask of the successful professional, the tireless caregiver, the always happy friend, or the stoic survivor. We do this because we believe, in the deepest, most quiet recesses of our subconscious, that our true self, the self that is wounded, imperfect, scared, and scarred, is fundamentally unlovable. We fear that if people saw the ruin of our own personal family scandals, the depths of our past mistakes, or the vulnerability of our secret dreams, they would turn away in disgust. This fear holds us back. It keeps us trapped in a perpetual performance, singing beautiful songs behind a barrier, never allowing anyone to touch our actual skin. We become prisoners of our own protection. But when we witness Hilliard looking at Antoinette with eyes of pure, unconditional love, it heals something within us. It bypasses our rational defenses and speaks directly to our subconscious, whispering that we, too, might be worthy of being loved not for our performance, but for our truest, most vulnerable selves. It reminds us that love is not a transaction based on perfection, but a sanctuary found in mutual vulnerability. If you are listening to this and feeling the heavy, familiar weight of your own mask pressing against your face, let this story be the gentle, soothing hand guiding you toward freedom. Unmasking is not a sudden, violent act. It is a gentle, step-by-step reclamation of your sovereignty. First, you must sit quietly in the chamber of your own mind and acknowledge the mask. Do not hate it. It was built to protect you when you felt unsafe, and it served you well. But thank it for its service, and realize that you no longer need to hide to survive. Second, find one safe space, one trusted soul, or even just the quiet pages of a journal, and begin to speak your true name. Reveal your vulnerabilities slowly, like Antoinette untying her ribbon, allowing the light to touch the parts of you that you have kept in the dark for far too long. Third, practice the art of self-empathy. When the old fears of rejection arise, look at yourself through Hilliard's eyes. See your struggles not as disgraceful failures, but as the honorable scars of a warrior who has navigated the storms of life. You are not damaged goods. You are a masterpiece in progress, and your truth is your most beautiful melody. In this chapter, we have witnessed the dramatic, emotional death of an illusion and the glorious, fragile birth of truth. Antoinette's mask has fallen, her noble, troubled lineage has been laid bare, and Hilliard's love has proven itself to be a fire that refines rather than destroys. We leave them now in the quiet warmth of the Florentine hearth, their hands intertwined, the space between them no longer obstructed by velvet and lies, but bridged by the beautiful, terrifying bridge of absolute honesty. But as the embers in the fireplace begin to die down, and the quiet night of Venice deepens, a new question begins to stir in the shadows. Now that the truth has been spoken in the safety of this room, how will it survive the cold, harsh light of the morning? For Antoinette's past is not merely a memory. It is a living, breathing beast that still haunts her through the narrow alleys of Europe. As we turn the page and step into the next chapter, the warmth of their embrace is suddenly threatened by a distant, ominous knock at the heavy oak door. The world outside is coming to claim its debts, and the newly unmasked lovers must face the ultimate test of their bond. Let us walk softly into the next chapter, where the strength of their truth will be tested against the dark forces of betrayal and revenge that still linger in the Venetian fog. Chapter 14: The Operatic Dream. To sing is to breathe the transient eternity into the dusty corners of a dying world. It is the act of offering up one's very soul, sliced thin and served on a silver platter of melody, to a crowd that may never truly understand the cost of the feast. As we open the pages of this chapter, we find ourselves standing in the damp, shadow-drenched wings of an Italian opera house. The air is thick with a scent of old velvet, powdered wigs, the sharp tang of gaslight, and the cold, stagnant draft that creeps up from the subterranean canals outside. Here, in the dimness, we see her. She stands with her hand pressed against her chest, feeling the frantic, bird-like flutter of her heart beneath the heavy silk of her costume. For Sonner, the stage is both a sanctuary and a scaffold. Her devotion to her music is not merely a career, nor is it a simple talent to be paraded for the amusement of the wealthy. It is her life force, her ultimate liberation from a world that has sought to categorize, label, and possess her from the moment she drew her first breath. Yet, just beyond the golden glow of the footlights, a darker reality waits. She is caught in a web of corrupt contracts and financial traps, spun by a calculating management team and overseen by the chillingly elegant Count Giovanni. To them, her voice is not her divine gift, but a highly profitable commodity, a golden goose to be starved and squeezed until it can yield no more. Let us explore the depth of this artistic passion, this desperate need to sing that defines her very existence. For Sonner, the act of singing is the only moment in her life where the mask can truly be set aside. When she sings, she is not a mystery to be solved, nor is she a prey to be hunted. She is pure light, pure vibration, rising above the squalor of human greed. But this liberation is constantly threatened by the cold iron of the contracts she has signed. These documents are not mere agreements. They are gilded cages, designed by men who understand the price of everything and the value of nothing. Count Giovanni, with his aristocratic cruelty and soft, predatory smile, has woven a financial tapestry so complex that every note she sings only tightens the noose around her freedom. He has turned her devotion into her debt, making her believe that she owes her very existence to the hand that feeds on her talent. It is at this precise moment of despair that Hilliard steps forward. He does not offer her another contract, nor does he demand a share of her glory. Instead, he offers his wealth, his protection, and his silent, fierce devotion as a shield to secure her freedom. He wishes to buy her liberty, not to own her, but to give her back to herself. To understand this dynamic, imagine a night at the Teatro La Fenice. The opera is in full swing, and the audience sits in hushed, breathless anticipation. Sonia stands in the center of the stage, the spotlight catching the tears that glisten on her cheeks. She is singing an aria of betrayal and longing, her voice soaring to the vaulted ceiling, wrapping around the gilded columns like a physical touch. Inside her mind, however, a quiet war is raging. With every high note she reaches, she feels the invisible threads pulling at her wrists and ankles. She remembers the face of her manager, leaning over the contract in the candlelit office, his voice a smooth, oily purr as he assured her that these terms were for her own protection. She remembers the cold dread that pooled in her stomach as she realized she had signed away her right to choose where she performed, when she rested, and even who she was allowed to love. She realizes, with a sickening clarity, that the beautiful music she is making is being transformed into gold coins that will never touch her hands. This is the tragedy of the artist. Her own genius is the very instrument of her imprisonment. If we look closely at this dynamic through a psychological lens, we find a profound truth that resonates within each of our lives. Why is it that we so often allow our greatest gifts to be hijacked by those who wish to control us? In our subconscious minds, there is a deep-seated fear of insignificance, a terror that our inherent worth is not enough unless it is validated by an authority figure. We sign contracts with our bosses, our partners, and our fears, trading our authentic self-expression for a false sense of security. We convince ourselves that the cage is necessary, that without the bars, we would fall. The controlling management team in Sonia's life represents the externalized voice of our own self-doubt, the inner critic that whispers that we cannot survive on our own, that we need someone else to manage our talents, our time, and our dreams. When we surrender our power to these external forces, we enter a state of toxic compliance, where we continue to perform beautifully even as our souls are slowly dying behind the scenes. How do we break free from this pattern? How do we find the courage to reclaim our voice? Let us take a gentle, mentoring step together. The first stage of reclamation is to audit the invisible contracts in your life. Ask yourself, what have you agreed to tolerate in exchange for safety? Write down the promises you have made to others that require you to silence your own truth. Once you identify these traps, you must begin the slow, deliberate process of reclaiming your agency. This does not require a dramatic, explosive confrontation. Rather, it begins with a quiet, internal boundary. It is the act of saying to yourself, "My gift is mine alone, and I will no longer allow it to be used to build another person's empire at the expense of my own peace." Like Sonner, You must learn to recognize the difference between those who want to use your light and those who want to help you shine. This brings us to the entrance of Hilliard, a man who represents a different kind of power. Imagine him sitting in the shadows of his private box, his eyes fixed on Sonia with an intensity that borders on reverence. He does not look at her as a prize to be won or an investment to be managed. He sees her pain, her exhaustion, and the delicate thread of hope that she clings to. In his pocket rests a letter, a document that could dissolve her debts and shatter her contracts forever. But Hilliard faces his own struggle. He knows that to offer her this money is to risk her suspicion. He knows she has been burned so deeply by the greed of men that she may see his generosity as just another transaction, another gilded chain disguised as a gift. His inner monologue is a tempest of doubt and devotion. He asks himself how he can give her the world without making her feel like she has simply changed masters. His solution is one of pure, selfless lover. He will place the key to her cage in her hands, and then he will step back, leaving her entirely free to fly away from him if she chooses. This gesture holds a powerful psychological lesson for us all. It challenges our deep-seated belief that everything in this world must be transactional. We have been conditioned to believe that help always comes with strings attached, that love is a ledger where debts must be balanced. When someone offers us unconditional support, our immediate instinct is to look for the hidden motive, to withdraw in fear, or to reject the help entirely to protect our independence. But true healing often requires us to accept the grace of a protector, to allow ourselves to be supported by those who demand nothing in return. It requires us to dismantle the pride that tells us we must suffer alone. By accepting Hilliard's offer, Sonia is not showing weakness. She is showing the ultimate courage of trusting that there is still goodness in the world, that she is worthy of being saved simply because of who she is, not because of what she can produce. To apply this to your own life, practice the art of receiving without obligation. The next time someone offers you a compliment, a helping hand, or a gift of time, do not immediately rush to return the favor or downplay your need. Simply breathe, look them in the eye, and say thank you. Allow the warmth of their support to fill your cup, and realize that by letting them help you, you are allowing them to experience the joy of giving. This is how we heal the collective wound of isolation. We build a network of safety where we can all take off our masks, confident that we will be held, protected, and loved for our essence, rather than our performance. As this chapter draws to a close, we see Sonia standing in the quiet aftermath of the performance. The audience has gone, the lights have been extinguished, and the theater is filled with the soft, blue glow of the moonlight filtering through the high windows. She holds Hilliard's letter in her hand, her fingers trembling against the parchment. The choice lies before her, shining and terrifying. She can remain in the familiar, suffocating safety of her golden cage, or she can step out into the unknown, carrying her voice as her only compass. The operatic dream is no longer a fantasy of fame and applause. It has become a dream of absolute, unfettered freedom. And as we turn our attention to the horizon, we must prepare ourselves for the journey that lies ahead. In the next chapter, we will follow her as she takes her first, breathtaking steps into the wilderness of her own destiny, where the music is no longer a duty, but a wild, triumphant song of liberation. Chapter 16: Flight to Venice. We often run not because we hate where we are, but because the unknown holds the only mirror capable of showing us who we truly are. In this 16th chapter of our journey, we find ourselves suspended in that breathless, exquisite space between salvation and capture, where the stakes are as high as the human heart can endure. Welcome back, dear listener. Let yourself settle into the quiet dark. Take a deep, grounding breath, and let us step together into the labyrinth of Venice, a city built on water, secrets, and the fragile promises of the night. Imagine the transition from the solid, predictable earth to a realm where everything shimmers, shifts, and refuses to stay still. The train ride has ended, the iron wheels have screeched to a halt, and suddenly, you are greeted by the damp, salty breath of the Adriatic. It is late, past the hour when respectable souls sleep, and the sky is a deep, bruised violet, almost black, save for the pale, watery moonlight that struggles to pierce the heavy mist. Here, we meet our protagonists, slipping through the shadows of the station, carrying the weight of a secret that could destroy them if it ever comes to light. They are running, not just from physical pursuers, but from the consequences of a love that was never meant to be simple. Before them lies the Grand Canal, a dark, liquid highway that seems to swallow the very light of the stars. The black hull of a gondola waits like a waiting hearse or a cradle, bobbing gently against the wooden pylons. The gondolier stands silent, a tall, ghostly silhouette against the flickering gas lamps that line the quay. He does not ask questions. In Venice, silence is a commodity, and discretion is bought with silver and kept with a solemn nod. As the passengers step down into the vessel, the wooden hull groans softly, a wet, low sigh that seems to echo from the very foundations of the ancient, decaying palaces rising like drowned giants on either side of the water. Let us pause for a moment and feel the cold, damp air clinging to your skin. Can you smell the salt, the wet stone, the faint, sweet scent of decay and old wood that characterizes this ancient city? The woman beside our protagonist pulls her velvet cloak tighter around her shoulders, her eyes glittering behind the lace of her mask, reflecting the cold starlight. Every shadow on the stone walls seems to stretch, to reach out, to whisper of those who are hunting them. This is not just a physical escape. It is a desperate flight of the self, a journey through the flooded corridors of the human soul. Why does Venice, with its watery, Gothic streets, captivate our collective subconscious so deeply? It is because Venice represents the ultimate mask. It is a city that refuses to show its true face, hiding its structural decay beneath marble facades and its betrayals beneath the quiet, dark canals. Psychologically, when we find ourselves in a state of flight, we are navigating the flooded corridors of our own minds. We are trying to outrun the shadow self, the pursuer who knows our deepest weaknesses and our most closely guarded secrets. The anxiety of being followed, which claws at the chests of our travelers tonight, is the externalization of our own guilt, our own unhealed traumas, and our fear that if the world truly saw us without our masks, we would be utterly rejected. Consider a moment in your own life when you felt the phantom footsteps of your past catching up to you. Perhaps you were trying to start over, to build a new life, yet you could still hear the echoes of your old mistakes whispering in the quiet moments before sleep. That constriction in your chest, that urgent need to run, to hide, to find a sanctuary where no one knows your name, is the exact emotional state that hangs over our travelers as their gondola glides into the smaller, darker side canals of the city. The movement is hypnotic. The gondolier sways with a rhythmic, mesmerizing grace, his long oar dipping into the oily water with a soft, repetitive splash. It is a dance of absolute control in a world that feels completely out of control. As they turn a corner, leaving the wider canal behind, the silence becomes absolute, heavy, and almost suffocating. The palaces on either side rise so high that they blot out the sky, leaving only a narrow strip of dark velvet above. The water here is black as ink, reflecting nothing but the occasional pale lantern hanging from an iron grate. Let us offer some gentle guidance for those moments in your own life when you feel hunted by your anxieties. When the storm of life catches up to you, your first instinct is to thrash, to fight, to make noise, and to run as fast as your legs will carry you. But the lesson of the gondola is one of surrender to the quiet glide. When the pressure is at its highest, you must learn to align yourself with a silent flow. Do not fight the dark waters. Let them carry you through the narrow spaces. Second, we must learn to embrace the darkness not as an enemy, but as a sanctuary. The shadows are where we heal, where we rest, and where we prepare ourselves before the dawn. And third, you must have the courage to look at your pursuer. Often, the very thing we are running from is the key to our liberation. As our travelers glide deeper into the labyrinth, our protagonist, Hill, looks at the masked woman beside him. Her breath rises in tiny, pale plumes in the freezing Venetian air, a delicate testament to her fragile mortality. He can hear, or perhaps he only imagines he hears, the distant, rhythmic thud of another oar in the darkness behind them. Is it an echo of their own movement, or is it them? The police, the conspirators, the ghosts of her past who refuse to let her go. The tension is so thick it feels like a physical hand pressing down on his chest, making every breath a triumph of will. They pass under the bridge of sighs. The air here feels heavy with the centuries of sorrow of those who took their last look at the sky before being led to the dungeons. The water laps against the wet stone steps of a decaying palazzo, green with algae, smelling of salt and ancient history. He reaches out, his hand searching for hers beneath the folds of her heavy cloak. He finds her fingers, cold and trembling, yet as their hands clasp, an electric current of shared destiny passes between them. In this moment of absolute terror, there is also absolute connection. This beautiful, agonizing juxtaposition of romance and terror is a powerful mirror for human intimacy. Why is it that we often feel closest to others when we are on the very precipice of disaster? It is because danger strips away the trivialities of daily existence. The mask, the very lure of the mask that brought them to this strange, beautiful city, begins to crack under the pressure of survival. When we are forced to flee, we can no longer afford the luxury of pretense. We are reduced to our essential elements, our breath, our heartbeat, and our desperate, fundamental need to connect with another human soul. If you are listening to this and feeling the weight of your own struggles, let this be a soothing hand on your shoulder. Recognize that the beauty of your life is not ruined by the presence of danger or uncertainty. Rather, the danger is what makes the beauty so exquisite, so sharp, and so unforgettable. The moments of deepest connection often happen when we are at our most vulnerable, when we have no choice but to hold onto each other in the dark. Our travelers reach a hidden landing stage, a small wooden dock attached to a silent, darkened palazzo. The gondola slides to a halt with a gentle bump. The mist rises from the canal, swallowing the pursuing shape that had lingered at the edge of their vision, leaving them alone in the quiet alleyway. They step onto the slippery stone, safe for now, but acutely aware that morning will bring a new set of trials. The mask has saved them tonight, but it remains a barrier between their hearts, a beautiful lie they must eventually confront. Thus, we bring this chapter of flight and shadow to a close. They have escaped the immediate danger, but the true journey of the heart is only just beginning. In our next chapter, we will watch as the sun rises over the Piazza San Marco, burning away the protective fog and forcing our lovers to look each other in the eyes without the safety of the dark. Will they have the courage to unmask, or will the secrets of Venice drown them both? Stay with me, dear listener, as we step out of the gondola, leave the safety of the shadows, and walk together into the blinding, beautiful light of truth. Chapter 17: The Gondola Confrontation. It has been said that the most dangerous masks we wear are not those crafted of papier-mâché and plaster during the madness of Carnival, but those forged in the quiet, desperate chambers of our own fear. We wear them to hide our vulnerability, to shield our deepest wounds from a world that so often feels predatory. But what happens when the mask is no longer a shield, but a cage? What happens when the forces that seek to exploit your beauty, your talent, and your very soul corner you in the dark, where there is nowhere left to run? Welcome to the cold, shimmering labyrinth of Venice, where the water does not merely reflect the sky, but swallows secrets whole. Imagine, if you will, the heavy silence of a Venetian canal at midnight. The air is thick with the scent of damp stone, salt, and decaying wood. The only sound is the rhythmic, hypnotic slap of black water against the ancient, slime-coated foundations of palaces that have seen centuries of love, betrayal, and quiet deaths. In this space, the darkness feels alive, heavy with anticipation. You are in a gondola, drifting through a canal so narrow that if you stretched out your arms, you could touch the damp bricks on either side. You feel safe in the shadows, believing you have escaped the ghosts of your past. But then, the water ripples. A shape emerges from the gloom. Let us step into this darkness together and observe the terrifying moment when the trap springs shut. It is here, in a quiet, forgotten canal, that the ambush occurs. Count Giovanni's agents, silent as specters, steer their craft directly into the path of our travelers. The collision is not one of splintering wood, but of suffocating intent. The way forward is blocked. The way back is sealed. It is a physical manifestation of a psychological truth we all must face at some point in our lives: the sudden, paralyzing realization that we are cornered. The agents of the Count represent those persistent, toxic forces in our lives that refuse to let us go. Those who view our talents not as gifts to be celebrated, but as resources to be mined and controlled. Think of a time in your own life when you felt suddenly ambushed, not by men in a dark canal, but by a sudden crisis, a toxic relationship, or a recurring pattern of self-sabotage that you thought you had left behind. The chest tightens. The breath becomes shallow. In that moment, your subconscious screams that you are helpless. Psychologically, this dynamic of the ambush represents the return of the repressed. No matter how far we travel, the unresolved conflicts of our past have a way of hiring their own gondoliers, charting our course, and waiting for us in the narrowest channels of our lives. They catch us when we are weary, demanding that we surrender our autonomy. To navigate this, the first step is not panic, but a profound, grounding stillness. When you are ambushed, your power lies not in immediate, frantic reaction, but in the deliberate expansion of your awareness. Breathe. Recognize that the trap is an illusion designed to make you yield before the fight has even begun. As the confrontation deepens, we witness Hilliard defending the singer in a clash that is both physical and intensely verbal. Hilliard, driven by a protective instinct that transcends mere chivalry, steps forward. He stands at the prow of the gondola, his body a physical barrier between the singer and her tormentors. His voice rises, cutting through the damp night air with the force of an iron blade. He demands their passage, his words charged with the fierce, protective energy of a man who has found something truly worth fighting for. The agents sneer, their voices dripping with the casual cruelty of those who believe they hold all the cards. The tension stretches like a wire tuned to the breaking point. This clash is a powerful mirror for our own inner architecture. Within each of us lies a Hilliard, a fierce protector archetype that is often asleep, lulled into complacency by the comforts of daily life. But when what we hold sacred is threatened, this protector must awaken. This is the part of you that says, "No further." This is the boundary that cannot be crossed. Psychologically, we need this protective anger. It is not a destructive force, but a clean, cauterizing fire that burns away compliance and establishes self-worth. When we fail to defend our boundaries, we allow the exploiters of the world to slowly dismantle our identity. To apply this in your own journey, you must learn to locate your inner protector. When someone attempts to manipulate or exploit you, do not retreat into the soft, accommodating spaces of your mind. Stand at the prow of your own soul. Speak your truth with absolute clarity, without apology, and without the need for their permission. You do not need to raise your voice to be formidable. You merely need to align your words with the unshakable truth of your right to exist freely. Yet, the true climax of this confrontation does not belong to Hilliard, but to the singer herself. For too long, she has been the object of others' desires, the prize to be won, the voice to be caged. But as the agents press closer, something shifts within her. She does not cower behind Hilliard. She steps forward, her movement fluid, graceful, and utterly terrifying to those who expected a victim. She pulls back her cloak. In the pale moonlight, her face is revealed, not with the trembling vulnerability of a captive, but with the cold, radiant majesty of a woman who has reclaimed her sovereign self. She speaks, and her voice, which has thrilled thousands from the safety of the stage, now rings out in the damp canal with a terrifying, resonant power. She addresses her oppressors directly, naming their cowardice, exposing their malice, and refusing to be their puppet any longer. This is the moment of ultimate courage. It is the transition from being protected to becoming self-protecting. It is the realization that, while others can help us, the final battle for our freedom must be fought by our own hand and won with our own voice. Psychologically, this represents the integration of our shadow and our light. The singer stops running from her fear and instead uses the energy of that fear to fuel her defiance. When we stand up to our oppressors, we break the generational spells of unworthiness that have kept us small. We announce to the universe, and more importantly to ourselves, that we are no longer available for abuse. To practice this in your own life, you must identify where you are still playing the victim, waiting for a Hilliard to save you. While support is beautiful, your true liberation occurs when you step out from behind the shield and speak for yourself. Look at the areas where you feel exploited. What is the boundary you have been too afraid to voice? Prepare yourself, breathe deeply, and speak that boundary into existence. Let your voice carry the weight of your entire history, your struggles, and your triumphs. As we look back at this dramatic standoff on the Venetian waters, we see that the gondola confrontation is not merely a suspenseful chapter in a story, but a profound allegory for the human struggle against exploitation. It shows us the trap, the defense, and the ultimate self-deliverance that is available to us all if we find the courage to face our pursuers. The dark canal, once a place of terror, becomes the crucible of transformation. Our travelers survived the night, their gondola slipping past the defeated agents into the wider, open waters of the lagoon. But the victory is temporary, and the echoes of their defiance still ripple through the dark canals of Venice. The past is not easily outrun, and as the lights of the piers fade into the mist behind them, they must prepare for a different kind of trial, where the masks are thinner, and the danger lies not in the dark canals, but in the bright, deceptive salons of high society, where the next chapter of their destiny awaits. Chapter 18: The Duel of Hearts. Every heart wears a mask. a carefully painted facade of composure designed to shield our deepest vulnerabilities from a world that so often seeks to exploit them. But what happens when the mask is no longer a shield, but a prison? What happens when the person we face across the room holds the key to our destruction, or perhaps our liberation? We find ourselves tonight in the heart of Venice, a city built on water and illusions, where the canals reflect both the starlight and the shadows of human deceit. Chapter 19: A Conspiracy Revealed. It has been said that the most dangerous lies are not those we tell to others, but those we allow others to weave around us until we can no longer tell where the thread ends and our own skin begins. To live behind a mask, whether made of painted silk or of silent compromise, is to participate in a slow, suffocating conspiracy against one's own soul. Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, quiet breath, settle into this space of safety, and let us step together into the dim, tension-filled room of Chapter 19, A Conspiracy Revealed. Listen closely to the rain. It beats a relentless, rhythmic tattoo against the leaded glass windows of the old villa. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of damp stone, beeswax, and the sharp, metallic tang of ink that has long since dried on yellowing parchment. For years, she has carried the weight of the mask, a beautiful, terrifying facade that protected her voice but enslaved her spirit. She sits at the heavy mahogany desk, her hands trembling slightly as she stares at the iron-bound lockbox that has finally, after so many sleepless nights, been forced open. The key lies beside it, cold and unyielding. Inside this box lies not gold, but something far more powerful and far more dangerous. The truth. Let us first examine the legal documents that lay splayed across the dark wood, their edges curling like dead leaves. These are the instruments of her captivity. For years, she believed she was bound by an unbreakable covenant, a labyrinth of debts and obligations engineered by those who claimed to love her, yet only sought to own her. As her fingers trace the elegant, sweeping calligraphy, she begins to see the cracks in the fortress. Here, hidden beneath a labyrinth of clauses and subclauses, is the definitive proof of fraud. The signatures are forged, the interest rates fabricated, and the very foundation of her supposed debt is revealed to be nothing more than a phantom, a clever illusion designed to keep her small, compliant, and hidden behind the mask. Think of a time in your own life when you felt bound by an invisible contract. Perhaps it was a promise you made to a parent, a career path you felt forced to walk, or an emotional debt you believed you could never fully repay. Consider the story of a young woman named Clara, who spent 15 years running her family's failing textile business, believing she'd owed them her youth because of a sacrifice they made when she was a child. One rainy afternoon, much like this one, she discovered a set of old ledgers revealing that the sacrifice was a lie, a narrative constructed to manipulate her devotion. The visceral shock of that discovery was not just anger. It was a profound, disorienting grief. She realized that the cage door had been unlocked the entire time, but she had been trained to look only at the bars. Why do we allow these unfair contracts to govern our lives? Psychologically, our subconscious minds crave safety over freedom. When we are presented with a narrative of obligation, even a painful one, it provides us with a map. We know who we are when we are the debtor, the martyr, or the victim. To tear up the contract means stepping into the terrifying void of absolute responsibility. It means admitting that the people we trusted to protect us were the very ones holding the key to our cage. To heal, you must begin to examine the unwritten contracts in your own life. Ask yourself, what burden am I carrying that does not belong to me? Whose voice is speaking in my head when I feel guilty for choosing my own happiness? Write down these implicit agreements, look at them in the cold light of day, and realize that you have the power to revoke your signature. As she sits in the quiet room, staring at the shattered illusion of her debt, a soft knock sounds at the door. The heavy wood creaks open to reveal not an enemy, but an unexpected ally. It is the quiet clerk, a man she had always perceived as a silent gear in the machine of her oppression, a man she had feared. He steps into the room, his coat dripping with rain, and places a missing ledger upon the desk. He does not speak of heroism. He speaks only of the quiet, unbearable weight of keeping a secret. In this moment, she realizes that she has never been as alone as the conspirators wanted her to believe. Allies often wear the most mundane disguises, waiting for the right moment to offer their strength to our cause. This dynamic of the unexpected ally is a powerful reminder of how our minds distort reality when we are in survival mode. When we wear a mask, we project our fear onto the world, seeing every face as a potential betrayer. We withdraw into our own suffering, building walls that keep out not only our enemies but also those who wish to love and support us. Consider the psychological phenomenon of perceived isolation. When we believe we are fighting alone, our nervous system remains in a state of constant, exhausting hypervigilance. But the moment we allow ourselves to be seen in our vulnerability, the moment we lower the mask, we invite the world to meet us with grace. To apply this to your own journey, you must practice the difficult art of receiving. Look around your current circle, not for the loudest voices of support, but for the quiet, steady presences. The friend who sends a text just to check in, the colleague who offers a quiet word of validation, or the stranger who offers a moment of genuine connection. These are your allies. To invite them in, you must first admit that you cannot carry the weight of your struggle alone. Reach out to one person today. You do not have to confess your deepest secrets. Simply allow them to see a small fraction of your truth. In doing so, you break the spell of isolation that keeps the conspiracy of your fears alive. And then, the moment arrives. The realization washes over her not like a sudden lightning bolt, but like the slow, warm dawning of a summer sun. The burden is gone. The contracts are void, the allies have spoken, and the conspirators are left holding nothing but empty air. She reaches up, her fingers brushing the cool porcelain of the mask she has worn for so long. Slowly, deliberately, she unties the silk ribbons. She places the mask on the desk beside the forged documents. For the first time in years, the cool air of the room touches her bare skin. She takes a breath, a deep, unobstructed breath that fills her lungs to the very bottom, stretching ribs that have been tight with anxiety for a lifetime. The liberation from a long-held burden is a beautiful but unsettling experience. The mind, accustomed to the heavy yoke, often experiences a strange phantom weight even after the burden has been lifted. We may find ourselves looking over our shoulders, waiting for the other shoe to drop, or feeling a sense of guilt for our newfound lightness. This is the trauma of relief. We must teach our bodies that it is safe to be happy, safe to be free, and safe to exist without the armor we no longer need. To walk through this threshold of freedom, you must actively practice stepping into the light. Celebrate your victories, no matter how small they may seem to others. If you have finally spoken your truth, if you have walked away from a toxic situation, or if you have simply allowed yourself to rest without guilt, acknowledge it. Create a small ritual of release. Light a candle, write down the burden you have carried, and watch the paper burn to ash. Or simply stand in the wind and imagine the heavy cloak of your past being lifted from your shoulders. Ground yourself in the present moment, reminding your body that the storm has passed and you are safe. As we close the ledger on this chapter, we see her standing by the window, her face illuminated by the soft, pale light of the clearing sky. The mask lies forgotten on the desk, a mere relic of a past that no longer holds dominion over her. She has dismantled the conspiracy, not with violence, but with truth, vulnerability, and the courage to see things as they truly are. But the story does not end with the lifting of the veil. A new dawn is rising, and with it, a new set of questions. For once the mask is removed, one must learn how to live with an open face in a world that is still accustomed to shadows. Join me in the next chapter, where we shall watch her step out of the villa and into the brilliant, untamed wildness of her own destiny, as she discovers what lies beyond the lure of the mask. Chapter 20: The Final Performance. We spend our entire lives constructing elaborate facades, building walls of brick and expectation to protect the fragile, trembling truths of who we really are. We wear masks of competence, of indifference, or of joy, convincing the world and often ourselves that the armor is our true skin. But there comes a moment in every human journey when the weight of the disguise becomes heavier than the fear of being seen. This is the moment of the final performance. Tonight, the Grand Opera House is a cathedral of anticipation, a towering monument of gilded balconies, crimson velvet, and the heavy, intoxicating scent of wax candles and expensive perfumes. The air hums with a restless energy, a collective murmur of 1,000 voices waiting for the spectacle to begin. For months, she has been a ghost, a beautiful mystery hidden behind a mask of silk, singing from the shadows of private salons and moonlit terraces. But tonight, there is no lace to shield her. Tonight, she stands on the precipice of her own truth, prepared to make her official return to the public stage, barefaced and unbroken. Close your eyes for a moment and picture her standing just behind the heavy velvet curtain. The stage manager is whispering cues, The stage hands are moving in silent coordination, and beyond that thin fabric lies the ocean of public judgment. Her heart beats in a rapid, syncopated rhythm against her ribs. She can feel the cold sweat on her palms, the tightness in her throat that threatens to strangle her melody before it can even be born. The internal monologue is a vicious cycle of doubt, asking her who she thinks she is to step out without her shield. Yet, beneath the terror, there is a quiet, steady flame of resolve. She remembers the suffocating darkness of her hiding place. She knows that to live behind the mask any longer is not to live at all. When the curtain slowly rises, revealing the vast, cavernous auditorium filled to the brim, she steps forward. The light hits her skin, warm and merciless, exposing every contour of her face, every line of her history. This grand return is not merely a theatrical event. It is a profound psychological reclamation. When we return to the arenas of our lives, whether it is a career we abandoned, a relationship we feared, or a dream we buried, we often feel this urge to hide our scars. We believe the lie that we must be perfect to be worthy of applause. But the subconscious mind recognizes that true power does not lie in perfection. It lies in presence. By stepping into the light exactly as she is, she reclaims her narrative from those who sought to define her. This is the classic dynamic of the hero's return, not as a conqueror in armor, but as a survivor in their own skin. For you, the listener, this step-by-step reclamation begins with identifying your own stage. What is the arena you have been avoiding because you feel unprepared or exposed? The first step is to acknowledge the fear without letting it dictate your posture. Take a deep, grounding breath, allowing your shoulders to drop. Recognize that the anxiety you feel is not a sign of weakness, but a sign that you are on the verge of something profoundly meaningful. When you step into your arena, do not try to project a false confidence. Instead, anchor yourself in your breath, look your audience in the eye, and allow your vulnerability to be your strength. As she begins to sing, the audience falls into a breathless, stunned silence. They had come expecting the mysterious masked diva, a creature of myth and shadow. Instead, they are confronted with a real woman, her face bare, her eyes shining with an intensity that seems to pierce through the very walls of the theater. Her voice rises, a pure, golden thread of sound that swells into a magnificent wave, filling every corner of the gilded hall. It is a performance of absolute freedom. Each note is a declaration of independence, a triumphant release of the pain, the secrecy, and the shame that had bound her for so long. She does not just sing the music. She lives it, offering her soul to the crowd without reservation. That audience is transfixed, not because she is flawless, but because she is entirely, magnificently real. This barefaced performance speaks to a universal human longing, the desire to be known and accepted for who we truly are. Psychologically, we spend so much energy hiding our perceived flaws because we fear rejection. Yet, the paradox of human connection is that we are never more magnetic than when we dare to show our true faces. When we drop our defenses, we give others permission to do the same. Her barefaced triumph is a mirror for the audience, reflecting their own hidden desires for authenticity and liberation. It is a reminder that our deepest connection to others is forged through our shared vulnerability, not our manufactured strength. To apply this to your own life, you must begin to identify the invisible masks you wear. Is it the mask of the pleaser, the mask of the stoic, or perhaps the mask of the cynic? Once you recognize the mask, practice removing it in small, safe increments. Speak your true thoughts in a meeting, share a genuine feeling with a loved one, or simply allow yourself to cry when you are sad. This is not an act of weakness, but a systematic rebuilding of your emotional integrity. It is the process of teaching your nervous system that you can be seen in your rawest state and still survive, still thrive, and still be loved. From his seat in the shadowed balcony, Hilliard watches her, his hand gripping the velvet railing so tightly his knuckles are white. His heart swells with a mixture of pride, joy, and an almost unbearable tenderness. He remembers the first time he heard her voice, a phantom melody floating through the Venetian night, and he remembers the desperate, aching search to find the woman behind the music. Now, seeing her stand in the full blaze of the spotlight, completely unshielded and utterly radiant, he feels a profound sense of awe. He does not see a performer. He sees the truth of the woman he loves, free at last from the chains of her past. His eyes fill with tears, not of sorrow, but of the pure, overwhelming joy of witnessing someone he loves become fully themselves. This dynamic of the witness is crucial to our psychological well-being. We do not heal in isolation. We need to be seen, to have our journey validated by someone who loves us not for what we perform, but for who we are. Hilliard's gaze is a sanctuary for her, a safe harbor in the midst of a tempest of public scrutiny. His pride is not born of her success, but of her courage. Having a witness to our vulnerability allows us to integrate our experiences, turning our private struggles into shared triumphs. To cultivate this in your own life, look for the Hilliards in your inner circle. These are the people who do not demand a performance from you, who listen without trying to fix, and who hold space for your silence as well as your song. If you have such a person, cherish them, and practice letting them see you when you are not strong. If you are still searching for that witness, remember that you must first become that compassionate witness for yourself. Treat your own struggles with the same tenderness and pride that Hilliard feels as he looks down from the balcony, celebrating every small step you take toward your own liberation. The final notes of the air saw toward the vaulted ceiling, hanging in the air like a shimmering constellation before gently fading into a profound, breathless silence. For a single, terrifying second, the theater is completely still, suspended in the magic of her truth. And then, the silence shatters. A roar of applause erupts, a deafening tide of appreciation that rises from the stalls to the highest balconies, raining down upon her like a summer storm. She stands in the center of the stage, her chest rising and falling, a beautiful, genuine smile breaking across her face as tears of relief slip down her cheeks. She is no longer the lure of the mask. She is the triumph of the soul. But as the curtain begins its slow descent, shielding her once more from the cheering crowd, a new question whispers in the shadows. For when the lights fade and the applause dies down, the true test of freedom begins. We must step off the stage and walk into the quiet, uncharted territory of a life lived in the light, where the next chapter of her destiny waits to be written. The air was thick with the sweet, intoxicating scent of lemon blossoms, wild thyme, and the sharp, clean tang of the salty tide crashing against the rocks far below. It was a morning of absolute clarity, the kind of light that leaves no room for shadows or secrets. On the stone balustrade lay the physical mask, a delicate creation of black lace and silver thread that had for so long defined their elusive game of cat and mouse. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cold fabric, and with a slow, deliberate movement, he swept it off the ledge. It fell through the empty air, spinning silently down toward the churning waters below, until the sea swallowed it whole. He turned to look at her, and for the first time, there was nothing between them but the raw, unfiltered truth of their own eyes. Her face, bathed in the soft morning light, was devoid of any guard, any performance, or any evasion. She was simply herself, beautiful in her vulnerability, and in that silent gaze, a lifetime of pretense dissolved into the warm Mediterranean breeze. When we examine this moment through the lens of our shared psychology, we begin to understand why the act of unmasking is both so terrifying and so deeply liberating. In our modern lives, we often wear invisible masks to navigate our professional spheres, our social circles, and even our most intimate relationships. We do this because our subconscious mind is wired to avoid pain, and to be truly seen is to risk being rejected for who we actually are. We tell ourselves that if we only show the world our polished, perfected selves, we will be safe. But this classic dynamic is a trap. By hiding our true nature, we deny ourselves the very thing we crave most, which is genuine, authentic love. You cannot be loved for who you are if you never allow yourself to be seen. The mask that once served as your armor eventually becomes your prison, suffocating your creativity, your passion, and your capacity for deep joy. Think of this as a gentle invitation to examine your own life. How many times have you silenced your inner voice to keep the peace? How often have you smiled through your tears because you feared that your sadness would make you a burden to others? To begin the process of discarding your own mask, you must start with small, deliberate steps of radical honesty. Begin by acknowledging your true feelings to yourself without judgment. When someone asks how you are, allow yourself to answer with genuine truth, even if it is uncomfortable. Share a secret dream, a hidden fear, or an unvarnished opinion with someone you trust. In doing so, you are not showing weakness. You are reclaiming your power. You are telling the universe that you are worthy of being known in your entirety. Standing there on the sun-drenched terrace, they made a silent vow to one another, a commitment to a life built not on the shifting sands of illusion, but on the solid rock of mutual honesty and shared art. They realized that their love did not need the thrill of the chase or the mystery of the unknown to sustain itself. Instead, it would find its strength in the quiet, daily practice of truth. Their art, once a hiding place for their unspoken desires, would now become a celebration of their shared reality. The long, winding path of evasion had finally brought them home to themselves and to each other. As we bring this chapter to a close, we find a sense of deep peace and fulfillment settling over our hearts. The storm has passed, the disguises have been washed away by the tide, and what remains is pure, enduring love. It is a reminder that no matter how long we have lived in the shadows, the light of truth is always waiting to welcome us back. But as one mystery ends, another begins to unfold on the horizon. For the road of the heart never truly stops, and as the sun climbs higher into the Italian sky, a new path begins to reveal itself, calling us to journey deeper into the secrets of the soul, where the ultimate truth awaits. 7-Day Action Plan: Living with Passion and Mystery. Imagine, if you will, a life lived entirely in monochrome. You wake to the persistent, metallic chime of an alarm, step onto the same familiar train, and look out at a world blurred by speed and indifference. The faces around you are cast in the pale, cold glow of smartphone screens, each person locked in their own private, silent fortress. We have traded the raw, unpredictable magic of existence for the safety of routine, and in doing so, we have forgotten how to breathe. The French philosopher and mystic once wrote that beauty is the experimental proof that incarnation is possible. But in our modern scramble for efficiency, we have swept beauty into the corners of our lives like dust. This chapter, this 7-day action plan, is your invitation to break the spell. It is a roadmap designed to help you extract the deeply romantic, passionate lessons from the pages of The Lure of the Mask and breathe them into your daily survival, transforming your mundane reality into an extraordinary adventure of the soul. Let us begin our journey with the first 3 days, a period dedicated entirely to cultivating an exquisite, almost painful sensitivity to art, classical music, and the overlooked beauty of your daily surroundings. Consider the story of Julian, a corporate analyst who spent his days drowning in spreadsheets and cold data. One rainy Tuesday evening, while walking through the echoing, subterranean halls of a subway station, he heard the distant, weeping notes of a violin. Instead of rushing past, Julian stopped. He stood near a concrete pillar and listened as a street musician played Massenet's Meditation from Ties. In that moment, the sterile station vanished. The scent of wet asphalt and damp coats faded, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming wave of grief and longing that he had kept buried for years. Tears welled in his eyes, not from sadness, but from the sheer, shocking impact of aesthetic arrest. Psychologically, what Julian experienced was a temporary shattering of his default mode network, the brain's analytical, self-obsessed curator. When we allow ourselves to be truly arrested by beauty, whether it is the complex, soaring architecture of a bark fugue or the way late afternoon sunlight cuts through a dusty window pane, We bypass our defensive ego. We tap into what psychologists call the sublime, an experience that reminds our subconscious that we are part of a vast, mysterious, and deeply connected universe. To apply this in your own life on days 1 through 3, you must practice intentional sensory slowing. Wake up 15 minutes earlier than usual. Do not touch your phone. Instead, put on a piece of classical music, perhaps Chopin's Nocturnes or a sweeping orchestral piece by Sibelius, and do nothing but listen. Let the music wash over you without trying to analyze it. When you walk outside, look up. Find 3 things in your immediate environment that possess and quiet, acknowledged grace. Perhaps the intricate pattern of iron railings or the vibrant green of moss growing in a pavement crack. Force your mind to slow down until the world regains its vivid, painterly texture. As we transition into days 4 and 5, we must summon the courage to step entirely out of our comfort zones to pursue a curiosity, echoing the legendary quest of Hilliard as he chased the mysterious voice through the misty streets of Venice. Think of Clara, a quiet archivist who had lived a life of meticulous safety. For years, she had passed a dilapidated, ivy-choked antique shop on her way home, always wondering about the eccentric old man who sat in the back behind stacks of forgotten leather-bound books. One afternoon, feeling the suffocating weight of her predictable life, she took a deep breath, turned the brass doorknob, and stepped inside. The bell chimed. A dusty, golden atmosphere enveloped her, and she struck up a conversation with the owner. That single act of curiosity led her to discover a collection of hand-drawn maps from the 19th century, sparking a passion for historical cartography that eventually redefined her entire career and social circle. The psychology behind Hilliard's quest and Clara's step into the antique shop is rooted in our primal need for novelty and exploration. When we restrict ourselves to the familiar, our brains enter a state of cognitive hibernation, secreting stress hormones born of stagnation. When you actively pursue a whisper of curiosity, your brain releases dopamine, the neurotransmitter of anticipation and desire. It keeps you young, vibrant, and alive to possibility. For your 4th and 5th days, your task is to identify one small mystery in your life that you have ignored out of convenience or fear. It could be an unfamiliar neighborhood you have never explored, a strange hobby you have secretly wanted to try, or a conversation with a person whose life is radically different from your own. Step off your mapped route. Take the detour. Let curiosity be your compass, and do not demand to know the destination before you even begin the walk. Finally, on days 6 and 7, we must turn our gaze inward to reflect on the heavy, social masks we wear every single day, and practice the terrifying, beautiful art of emotional authenticity with those we love. Imagine a married couple, Thomas and Sarah, who had coexisted for years in a state of polite, comfortable distance. They wore the masks of the perfect partners, never arguing, but never truly connecting. One evening, sitting by the fading light of a fireplace, Thomas took off his mask. With a trembling voice, he confessed his deepest, most irrational fears of failure, his feelings of inadequacy, and his unspoken grief over the passage of time. Sarah did not turn away. Instead, she wept, met his vulnerability with her own, and in that single, raw hour, the wall of ice between them melted away. Carl Jung spoke extensively of the persona, the mask we wear to negotiate our social environments. While necessary for survival, when we fuse with our masks, we lose our souls. We become ghosts inhabiting our own lives. True intimacy, the kind that makes life worth living, can only occur when we dare to be seen in our imperfect, trembling truth. On these final days of your plan, identify the masks you wear. Are you always the strong one, the funny one, the stoic one? Choose one person you deeply trust, and consciously lower your guard. Share a truth you have kept hidden. Express an appreciation you have felt but never spoken, or simply admit that you do not have all the answers. It is in these moments of exquisite vulnerability that the true passion of living is found. As we bring this 7-day action plan to a close, remember that living with passion and mystery is not a luxury reserved for the poets and the dreamers of antiquity. It is a daily choice, a conscious rebellion against the numbing effects of modern existence. By seeking beauty, chasing curiosity, and embracing authenticity, you peel back the heavy velvet curtains of the ordinary to reveal the breathtaking stage of the extraordinary. And now, as the echo of these words settles into your heart, we prepare to take our next step. For ahead of us lies an even deeper mystery, a realm where the shadows of our past meet the brilliant light of our untapped potential. Join me in the next chapter, where we will uncover the secret language of the subconscious and learn how to navigate the beautiful, untamed wilderness of your own creative mind. The tapestry of love and music. Imagine, if you will, the heavy, damp air of a late autumn twilight in New York, where the gas lamps flicker like dying stars through a shroud of impenetrable, rolling fog. There is a silence in these streets, a heavy, suffocating silence that speaks of lives lived in quiet desperation, of fortunes built upon the cold foundation of routine, and of hearts that have forgotten how to beat to the wild, unpredictable rhythm of passion. It is within this gray, quiet world that we first encounter our own reflection in the soul of John Hilliard. He is a man who possesses everything the material world can offer, yet he is hollow, a beautifully decorated vessel floating aimlessly on a sea of comfortable indifference. He is the ultimate portrait of the bored, wealthy bachelor, a man who has painted his life in shades of pastel safety, never daring to reach for the rich, bleeding crimsons of true adventure. But then, in a single, breathless moment, the silence is shattered. A voice rises from the gloom, a soprano of such agonizing beauty, such profound and aching purity, that it slices through the fog and strikes the very center of his sleeping soul. It is a song sung by an invisible woman, a melody that carries the scent of Italian jasmine, the warmth of Tuscan suns, and the devastating, beautiful promise of a love that demands everything. This is where our journey begins, in the collision between a life of safe, masked illusions and the terrifying, liberating call of the authentic self. to understand the profound tapestry of love and music that Harold MacGrath weaves in the lure of the mask, we must first dive deep into the extraordinary transformation of John Hilliard. He does not merely decide to take a journey. He is violently awakened. His transition from a man of leisure, who views the world through the safe, dusty window of his New York club, to a passionate adventurer chasing a phantom voice across the tempestuous Atlantic, is a testament to the latent fire that burns within us all. Think of a time in your own life when you felt entirely secure, yet desperately, achingly empty. You had the job, the routine, the respect of your peers, yet when you laid your head upon the pillow in the quiet hours of the night, a persistent, whispering voice asked you, "Is this all there is?" Hilliard hears that whisper, not as a metaphor, but as a literal song drifting through the mist. Let us stand beside him in his opulent study. The fire in the hearth is dying, casting long, dancing shadows across the mahogany shelves lined with books he has never truly felt, and paintings of places he has never truly seen. He holds a glass of amber brandy, its warmth doing nothing to melt the ice around his heart. The window is slightly ajar, and as the chill wind rustles the heavy velvet curtains, the voice finds him. It does not sing of drawing rooms or polite society. It sings of ancient, crumbling palazzos, of dark Venetian canals where the water whispers secrets of centuries past, and of a love so fierce it borders on madness. In that moment, Hilliard does not analyze the risk. He does not calculate the cost of his reputation or the absurdity of chasing a nameless singer across the globe. He simply drops his glass. The crystal shatters upon the hearthstone, a sharp, clean sound that signals the death of his old self. He packs a single leather valise, turns his back on the stifling comfort of his inheritance, and steps out into the night. He is no longer a spectator in the theater of life. He has stepped onto the stage, ready to play his part in a grand, romantic drama where the stakes are nothing less than his own salvation. Why does this transformation resonate so deeply within our subconscious minds? It is because we are all, to some degree, imprisoned by the comfort of our own cages. Psychologically, the human mind is wired to seek safety, predictability, and control. We build high walls of routine, wealth, and social expectations to protect ourselves from the chaotic, unpredictable nature of the world. But in doing so, we inadvertently starve our souls. We trade our capacity for deep, wild joy for the guarantee of a painless, mediocre existence. When we witness Hilliard abandoning his comfortable prison, it triggers a profound ache in our subconscious. It reminds us of our own unlived lives, of the passions we buried in the name of practicality, and of the dreams we locked away in the dark, fearing they were too foolish, too dangerous, or too loud for the polite ears of the world around us. Hilliard becomes our surrogate, carrying our hidden longings across the ocean, proving to us that it is never too late to break the mold and pursue the music that haunts our quietest hours. If you find yourself standing where Hilliard once stood, feeling the heavy, golden chains of a comfortable but passionless life, let this story be your mentor. guiding you gently back to the path of adventure. The first step in your own transformation is not to abandon your life in a single, reckless night, but to actively listen for your own voice in the fog. What is that one calling, that dormant creative pursuit, that forgotten dream of travel, or that unspoken truth you have suppressed for the sake of convenience? Acknowledge its existence without judgment. Allow yourself to feel the grief of having ignored it for so long. Then, take one small, deliberate action that disrupts your established routine. It could be writing a single page of the novel you have kept in your head for a decade, booking a ticket to a city you have only ever seen in pictures, or speaking a truth to someone you love that you have hidden behind a polite smile. By making one small crack in the porcelain facade of your daily routine, you invite the wild, unpredictable energy of the universe to rush in, initiating the very transformation that saved John Hilliard from a lifetime of elegant decay. This brings us to the second grand thread in MacGrath's tapestry, the eternal, whispered battle between the public persona, the mask we wear for the world, and the private truth of who we are when the lights go down. Throughout this narrative, the concept of the mask is not merely a theatrical device. It is a profound psychological reality. Sonner, the elusive singer whose voice captures Hilliard's heart, must live behind a literal and figurative mask. To the world, she is a sensation, a disembodied perfection, a figure of mystery and adoration shrouded in the glamour of the stage. But behind that mask lies a woman who is deeply vulnerable, a woman who longs to be known, not for the beauty of her song, but for the truth of her sorrow, her fears, and her humanity. Let us transport ourselves to a brilliant, crowded masquerade ball in a grand Venetian palace, where the air is thick with the scent of perfume, candle wax, and intrigue. The room is a sea of silk, velvet, and gold leaf. Every face is hidden behind a mask of porcelain, leather, or lace. Here, a person can be anyone, yet they can be no one at all. We watch as Sonner moves through the crowd, a vision in dark silk, her face concealed behind a mask of exquisite, expressionless white. Everyone clamors for her attention, yet no one sees her. They see the mystery, the status, the allure, but they do not see the tremble in her hands or the quiet desperation in her eyes. When she encounters Hilliard in the shadows of a stone archway, away from the glittering crowd, the tension is palpable. He does not care for the mask. He does not ask for her title or her credentials. He looks past the cold porcelain, seeking the warm, living eyes behind it. In that quiet, breathless space, the mask begins to slip, and for a fleeting moment, two human souls touch in their rawest, most authentic form. This dynamic of the mask speaks directly to one of the greatest struggles of the modern human condition. We are a generation of performers, constantly curating our lives, presenting polished, edited versions of ourselves on the digital stages of the world. We wear masks of competence, success, happiness, and strength, terrified that if we were to show our true faces, our flaws, our doubts, and our wounds, we would be rejected, cast out into the cold. We become so adept at playing our roles that we eventually forget who we are beneath the plaster. This split between our public persona and our private truth creates a deep, chronic state of anxiety and isolation. We are surrounded by people, yet we feel entirely alone, because we know that the love and admiration we receive is directed at the mask, while the true self remains hidden, starving for genuine connection. To heal this painful divide, we must learn the delicate, brave art of unmasking. This does not mean we must expose our deepest vulnerabilities to every stranger we meet on the street. Rather, it is a gradual process of finding safe spaces and trusted souls where we can gently lay our defenses down. Begin by identifying one person in your life with whom you feel a sense of safety. The next time they ask you how you are, resist the automatic, masked response of, "I am fine, everything is perfect." Instead, offer them a small piece of your true self. Tell them about a fear you are harboring, a mistake you made, or a dream you are afraid to pursue. Feel the physical sensation of the mask slipping, the sudden rush of vulnerability, and the profound relief that comes when you are seen, accepted, and loved not for your performance, but for your beautiful, flawed reality. It is in these moments of unshielded contact that we truly begin to live, and it is through these cracks in our armor that the light of genuine love can finally enter. Finally, we must celebrate the enduring, magical power of Harold McGrath's romantic and mysterious storytelling. In a world that often prides itself on cynicism, cold realism, and the dissection of beauty, McGrath's work stands as a glorious, defiant monument to the romantic imagination. He reminds us that mystery is not something to be solved and discarded, but a vital element of the human experience, a fertile ground where hope, faith, and love can grow. He understands that we do not just need facts to survive. We need stories that make our hearts race, that make us look up at the night sky and believe that there is a grand, beautiful design woven into the apparent chaos of our lives. Picture a writer sitting at a heavy oak desk in the quiet, early hours of the morning, the yellow glow of a single oil lamp illuminating the blank page before him. Outside, the world is sleeping, indifferent to the magic being spun in the dark. The writer dips his steel-nibbed pen into the inkwell, his fingers stained with the black blood of creation. With each stroke, he builds bridges of words across oceans of time and space, connecting the lonely heart of a reader in a distant future to the damp canals of Venice, the sun-drenched hills of Tuscany, and the eternal, universal longing for connection. He is not merely writing a story. He is crafting a sanctuary for the romantic soul, a place where we can believe, if only for a few hours, that destiny is real, that love can triumph over the darkest secrets, and that the music we hear in our dreams is a true reflection of the world as it was meant to be. This romantic perspective is not our naive escape from reality, but a profound psychological necessity. When we lose our sense of wonder, when we reduce our lives to a series of tasks, transactions, and biological functions, we succumb to a spiritual sickness. The subconscious mind craves metaphor, beauty, and mystery to thrive. Without them, Our inner landscape becomes dry and barren. Romance, in its truest sense, is the belief that life has inherent meaning, that our struggles are part of a larger, heroic journey, and that we are connected to something grander and more beautiful than ourselves. By immersing ourselves in romantic storytelling, we nourish this vital aspect of our psyche, restoring our capacity for hope, empathy, and awe. To cultivate this romantic spirit in your own daily life, you must learn to see the world through the eyes of a storyteller. Stop viewing your life as a series of obstacles to be overcome and start seeing it as an unfolding adventure. When you walk down the street, pay attention to the play of light and shadow on the buildings, the mystery of a closed door, or the silent stories written on the faces of the strangers you pass. Allow yourself to be moved by a piece of music, a sunset, or the simple, quiet beauty of a rainy afternoon. Ask yourself, if my life were a sweeping romantic novel, what would this chapter be called? And what is the hidden treasure I am meant to find in this moment of trial? By actively choosing to see the poetry in the mundane, you reclaim your power as the author of your own destiny, transforming your daily existence into a rich tapestry of love, adventure, and song. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us sit for a moment in the quiet resonance of the music we have discovered together. We have watched John Hilliard shatter his glass of comfortable indifference and step into the wild, untamed currents of life. We have witnessed the painful beauty of the masquerade, learning that our truest connections are forged not when we wear our masks with the greatest skill, but when we find the courage to let them fall. And we have remembered the vital, healing power of romance, a force that allows us to find meaning, beauty, and magic in a world that so desperately needs it. This tapestry of love and music is not a dusty artifact of a bygone era. It is a living, breathing guide for your own heart, a reminder that the song you hear in your quietest moments is real, and it is calling you forward. Take a deep breath, and let the warmth of this realization wash over you. You are not a passive observer of this story. You are its continuation. As the final notes of this melody linger in the air, a new, deeper silence settles around us. It is not the heavy, suffocating silence of the New York fog, but the pregnant, suspenseful quiet that precedes a great revelation. The scene before us begins to shift, the warm lights of the Venetian ballroom fading into the cool, mysterious twilight of a winding Tuscan road. The air is fresh with the scent of pine and damp earth, and in the distance, the faint, rhythmic sound of carriage wheels echoes against the ancient stone walls. What lies beyond the next bend in the road? What secrets are waiting to be uncovered when the dawn breaks over the hills of Florence, and we are forced to look upon the face of the one who has sung to us from the shadows? Let us step forward into the quiet dawn, where the next chapter of our journey awaits, ready to reveal the true cost of the mask and the ultimate triumph of the unshielded heart. Join the journey. The silence that follows the end of a long story is never truly empty. It is a heavy, living thing, thick with the ghosts of the characters we have just walked beside, fragrant with the dust of old Venetian palazzos, and humming with a faint, lingering echo of a soprano voice singing through a darkened window. For 259 minutes, you and I have inhabited a world of shadows, silk, and secrets. We have chased the elusive mystery of the mask across continents, feeling the cold mist of New York harbors and the damp, romantic breath of Italian nights. Now, as the final notes of our shared journey begin to fade into the quiet room around you, I invite you to pause before you return to the rush of the modern world. Take a deep, slow breath, and let us sit together in this twilight space. There is a profound human struggle in the transition from a grand story back to ordinary life. We often feel a quiet ache, a sense of exile, when we must close the cover of a book or silence the voice that has kept us company through the dark. We live in an age of fragmentations, where our attention is pulled in 1,000 directions, and our deepest vulnerabilities are so often hidden behind the digital masks of our daily survival. To spend over 4 hours immersed in a classic romantic mystery is not merely an act of entertainment. It is an act of quiet rebellion. It is a decision to slow the heartbeat, to honor the slow unfolding of human emotion, and to admit that we, too, are searching for something beautiful, mysterious, and true beneath the surface of our lives. Think of the moments in your own life when you have felt compelled to wear a mask, to hide your deepest yearnings, your fears, or your love from a world that often demands cold efficiency. The lure of the mask is not just the theme of Harold McGrath's timeless novel. It is the central tension of the human condition. We long to be known, yet we fear being seen. It is this very tension that we have explored together, chapter by chapter, breath by breath. And it is this tension that brings us to our first invitation of connection, a way to bridge the chasm between the story we have shared and the world you must now step back into. I encourage you, with all my heart, to leave a review of this audiobook, and to do so not as a routine task of online commerce, but as an act of genuine self-expression. When you write your review, do not merely speak of the plot or the pacing. Tell us which chapter's atmosphere resonated most deeply with your own inner landscape. Was it the foggy, suspenseful streets of New York, where the mystery first whispered its tantalizing promise? Or was it the sun-drenched, melancholic beauty of the Italian villa, where the weight of hidden identities felt almost too heavy to bear? Let me share with you the story of a listener named Clara. Clara was a woman who lived in the heart of a relentless, concrete metropolis, working a demanding job that required her to be sharp, analytical, and entirely devoid of sentimentality. For years, she wore her professional mask with flawless precision, but inside, her soul was starving for romance, beauty, and the soft edges of a bygone era. One rainy Tuesday evening, sitting in a crowded, noisy cafe, she put on her headphones and listened to the chapter where the mysterious singer's voice first drifts down from the balcony, wrapped in the scent of night-blooming jasmine. In that moment, the cafe around her dissolved. She felt a sudden, sharp tightness in her chest, a profound recognition of her own hidden longing to be searched for, to be discovered. When the audiobook finished, Clara did not simply close the application. She wrote a review. But instead of writing a standard evaluation, she wrote a miniature prose poem about that balcony scene. She described how the description of the Italian night air made her realize she had not taken a deep, appreciative breath in months. She shared how the mystery of the soprano's identity reminded her of her own forgotten dreams of singing. Her review was a quiet confession, a small tear in her own daily mask. And a marvelous thing happened. Other listeners, reading her words, began to reply. They shared their own moments of resonance, creating a quiet sanctuary of shared sensitivity in the comment section. Clara's review became a lighthouse for other lonely wanderers who had felt the same phantom breeze from the Venetian canals. Psychologically, when we articulate which part of a work of art touches us, we are doing something far more profound than giving feedback. We are engaging in the psychological process of integration. Our subconscious mind speaks in symbols, atmospheres, and archetypes. When a particular chapter of a romantic mystery resonates with you, it is because that chapter contains a mirror of some unacknowledged part of your own psyche. Perhaps the suspenseful chase reflects your own anxieties about the unknown. Perhaps the tender, hesitant romance reflects a soft vulnerability you have locked away for safekeeping. By putting these feelings into words and sharing them in a review, you bring the treasure from the deep waters of your subconscious up into the light of conscious awareness. You validate your own emotional experience, and in doing so, you begin to heal the fragmentation of your daily life. To do this yourself, I offer you this gentle, step-by-step guidance. Do not rush to write immediately. Sit in the quiet for a few moments and ask yourself, which image from our 259 minutes together still lingers behind your closed eyelids? Is it the silhouette of a gondola slicing through black water? Is it the tense, polite conversation between two adversaries who know each other's secrets but dare not speak them? Once you have found that image, describe it in your review. Write down not just what happened in the story, but how that moment made you feel in your body. Did your shoulders drop? Did your breath catch? Speak your truth simply and beautifully. By doing so, you offer a gift of validation to the next listener who comes searching for a refuge in this story. Our second invitation is to subscribe to this channel, joining our quiet circle of seekers who gather here for more classic romantic mystery audiobooks. Subscribing is not merely a digital transaction. It is a declaration of intent. It is a promise you make to your future self that you will continue to carve out spaces of beauty, slow contemplation, and high-quality storytelling in your life. It is an agreement to keep the door to the mysterious past open, even when the demands of the present press heavily against it. Consider the story of Arthur, a retired educator whose eyes had grown too tired to read the heavy, cloth-bound volumes that had once been his greatest joy. For a long time, he felt a creeping sense of isolation, as if the modern world, with its rapid, flashing images and loud, discordant noises, had left him behind on a quiet shore. One winter evening, his grandson showed him how to find this channel. Arthur listened to his first romantic mystery, and as the narrator's voice filled his dim living room, He felt the walls of his isolation crumble. He felt the warmth of a fire he didn't have to build, the companionship of characters who spoke with elegance and passion, and the thrill of a puzzle that respected his intelligence. When Arthur clicked the subscribe button, it was not an idle click. It was a sacred ritual. It became his anchor. Every week, when a new chapter or a new classic mystery was released, he knew that his sanctuary was waiting. He would prepare his tea, dim the lamps, and step through the digital portal into a world where honor, romance, and mystery still held sway. Subscribing gave him a sense of anticipation, a gentle rhythm of looking forward to the next elegant adventure. It restored to him the quiet dignity of his inner life. From a psychological perspective, our minds require consistency and safe spaces to recover from the chronic stress of modern existence. The human nervous system is constantly bombarded with unpredictable, jarring stimuli that trigger our fight-or-flight responses. Classical romantic mysteries act as a profound psychological bomb. They are structured, elegant, and deeply moral universes. Even when there is danger, even when there is heartbreak, there is an underlying order, a poetic justice, and a respect for human dignity that reassures our subconscious mind that order can be found amidst chaos. By subscribing to a channel dedicated to these works, you are creating a reliable ritual of peace for your subconscious. You are telling your nervous system that there is a predictable, beautiful space where it is safe to let down its guard, to untie the knots of daily anxiety, and to dream. To integrate this into your life, think of subscribing as building a virtual library in your heart. When you click that button, make it a deliberate act of self-care. Pair it with a physical gesture. Perhaps you resolve that every time you hear the opening theme of one of our audiobooks, you will light a specific candle, or wrap yourself in a favorite blanket, or simply put away your phone and close your eyes. Let this channel become your personal sanctuary, a dedicated space where the noise of the world is barred at the door, and only the elegant whispers of the past are allowed inside. And now, we arrive at the third key point of our reflection, our final, warm sign-off, and my deepest, most heartfelt thank you to you, the listener, for the gift of your time over this 259-minute journey. Time is the most precious currency we possess. It is the one thing we can never reclaim once it has been spent. To have given over 4 hours of your life to this narrator, to these words, and to this story is an act of trust that I do not take lightly. Imagine, if you will, the small room where these words were spoken into existence. Picture the heavy, sound-absorbing walls, the warm glow of the microphone, and the quiet stillness of the recording booth. In that quiet space, as I read the words of Harold MacGrath, I was not speaking to an empty room, nor was I speaking to a faceless crowd. I was speaking to you. I imagined you listening in your car on a long, solitary commute, or walking through a park as the autumn leaves fell around you, or lying awake in the dark, seeking comfort from the loneliness of the night. Every pause, every rise and fall of the voice, every emotional nuance was a bridge built across the distance of time and space, reaching out to touch your heart. This shared time creates an invisible but unbreakable bond. In a world that so often feels cold and disconnected, where we pass thousands of strangers on the street without ever looking into their eyes, we have spent nearly 5 hours in deep, imaginative synchronization. We have laughed at the same witty rejoinders, felt our hearts quicken at the same moments of peril, and sighed with the same relief when the truth was finally revealed. This is the miracle of the spoken word. It is an ancient, sacred magic that has connected human beings around campfires for thousands of years, and it remains just as powerful in our digital age. The psychology of this bond is rooted in our deepest evolutionary need for connection and shared narrative. We are storytelling creatures. Our brains are hardwired to understand ourselves and our place in the universe through the structure of stories. When we share a narrative journey with another person, even an invisible narrator across a digital wave, our brains release oxytocin, the hormone of trust, empathy, and social bonding. This is why a good audiobook feels like a close friend. It is why, at the end of a long listen, there is a warm, lingering sense of companionship. We have shared an emotional experience, and that experience has expanded our capacity for empathy, not just for the fictional characters, but for the real people we encounter in our daily lives. To carry this bond forward, I ask you to take the feeling of this journey with you into the world. Do not let the magic of the mask end with the final words of this chapter. When you step back into your daily routine, carry a piece of this mystery with you. Look at the people you pass on the street with new eyes, remembering that every single one of them wears a mask of their own, hiding their own deep romances, their own silent heartbreaks, and their own unresolved mysteries. Let the empathy you felt for our characters translate into a deeper, gentler curiosity for the human beings around you. Be a little more patient with the masks of others, and perhaps, when the moment is right, find the courage to slip your own mask aside, even if only for a moment, to let someone see the true, beautiful face beneath. As we bring this chapter, and this grand adventure, to its close, let us summarize the path we have walked together. We have journeyed through the labyrinth of Harold McGrath's imagination, exploring the seductive power of secrets, the redemptive nature of love, and the enduring lure of the mask. We have invited you to lift your voice in our community by sharing your own moments of atmospheric resonance in a review. We have opened the doors to our sanctuary, inviting you to subscribe and make these moments of elegant contemplation a regular part of your life's journey. And we have paused to acknowledge, with deep gratitude, the sacred bond of time and attention that we have shared over these 259 minutes. But as one door closes, another quietly swings open on its hinges. The silence that follows this story is not an end, but a transition. Even now, in the quiet depths of our library, another tale is beginning to stir. Another mystery is waiting to be uncovered. Another forgotten era is preparing to breathe its scent of old paper, leather, and rain into your room. There are more secret passages to explore, more desperate letters written by candlelight to read, and more masks to be lifted under the cold, beautiful light of stars that have long since faded. Let the lingering echo of our journey settle quietly into your heart. Do not rush to turn on the harsh lights of the everyday. Stay here, in the warm, dim twilight of your imagination, for just a few moments longer. Listen to the steady beat of your own heart, and know that whenever you are ready to wander again, whenever you need a refuge from the noise, the voice will be waiting, the story will be ready, and the journey will begin anew. Thank you for your time, thank you for your heart, and until we meet again in the next shadow, under the next mask, may your days be filled with beauty, and your nights with a gentle, romantic peace. And so, dear friends, we reach the final, quiet notes of our journey together. As the echoes of this tale fade into the stillness of the room, my heart is filled with a profound and humble gratitude. Thank you, truly, for walking beside me through every twist, every shadow, and every revelation of this mystery. Here at Stories of Crime, we do not simply share narratives. We share moments of life, bridges of human emotion, and late-night thoughts that connect our souls across the miles. Your presence, your patience, and your listening ear have made this incredible intellectual and emotional journey complete, and for that, I am deeply thankful. If the mystery of the mask has touched your heart today, I invite you to stay a little longer in our sanctuary of storytelling. I would be so deeply honored if you would take a gentle moment to subscribe to Stories of Crime, to like this video, and to leave a comment sharing your own reflections on our journey. And if there is someone in your life who appreciates the quiet magic of a good mystery, please share this story with them. Your support is the very lifeblood of this channel, allowing us to keep searching the archives of human history to bring these beautiful, forgotten treasures back to light for you. Before we part ways and the screen fades to black, let us carry a small piece of this story with us into the quiet spaces of our own lives. The lure of the mask teaches us a timeless and comforting truth about human nature. We all wear masks, do we not? Sometimes out of fear, sometimes out of pride, and sometimes simply to protect the fragile beauty of our inner souls from a world that does not always understand. But the greatest wisdom of life lies in recognizing that the mask is never the destination. It is merely the veil. True love, genuine understanding, and the peace we all seek can only be found when we have the courage to look past the disguise, to let our guard down, and to let ourselves be truly seen. Until our next journey together into the shadows of mystery and the light of truth, keep seeking the stories that move you. Sleep well, live beautifully, and may your own heart always find the courage to be unmasked. Goodbye for now, from all of us at Stories of Crime.